Hello, welcome back to the Lichess broadcast commentary of the Candidates Open and Women's Section 2024 in Toronto, Canada. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and today I'm so pleased to be joined again by my beautiful co-commentator, International Master Laura Unuk. Laura, how are you today? What did you do on your rest day yesterday?
Oh, I'm so happy there was a rest day, and I'm so happy to be back here with you, Irene. I missed it a bit, I have to say. I don't know what I'm gonna do when commentaries and candidates will be over. It's going to be boring for sure, but no, yesterday I was resting a bit, went in nature, yeah, exercised as much as I could. Otherwise, I'm just sitting in this chair. How about you?
Yeah, same with me. I gave my lessons because every 3 days, this is the time for me to give lessons. I didn't give my lessons during the commentary day because it's gonna be so tiring. So I
Yeah.
did 2 lessons yesterday, and then I had a very nice meal outside, pretty much just to re-energize myself. I think most of the players in the candidates, both in open and women's section, were also doing kind of like the same thing. They're resting. They're just trying to get more energy for the last 2 rounds, which going to be decide their faith in the chess world. Laura, 2 rounds to go, and we have so many things actually to talk about, especially in the open section. We have 3 leaders: Hikaru Nakamura, Ian Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh, and tailing behind with half a point is Fabiano Caruana. So, and in the last 2 rounds, they are going to pretty much play against each other. So it's almost like it's not a double round robin event. It's looking like it's a Swiss event where the leaders play against each other in the final stage of the event. So I will be
Yeah.
expecting 100%, 100%, Laura. This is my guess. There will be a tiebreak. What about you?
Wow. Well, I want the tiebreak as well. I'm not sure it's going to happen just because, like you said, the leaders are facing each other. Today, we're going to see a match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura.
Mm.
And then tomorrow, Hikaru versus Gukesh. So,
And also
you know,
Fabi versus Ian.
oh, yeah, Fabi versus Jan. Yeah, let's not forget about that.
Yeah.
That's a very important match. I want tiebreaks as well, but are they going to happen? I hope so. I mean, it's looking good so far for tiebreak fans.
Exactly. It will be very interesting. I always love the commentary during the tiebreak because it's so hyped, with the shorter time control, and there will be more mistakes, more blunders on the board because, well,
Yeah.
the shorter the time control is, the higher the chance you make mistakes. And in the women's section, I think it's almost pretty much clear that the Chinese will take it home. So Li Tingjie and Tan Zhongyi, they're leading way ahead than the rest of the field. So it's going to be either Li Tingjie or Tan Zhongyi. And there might be another tiebreak too, actually, in the women's section. But if it's going to be a tiebreak, it's between them two. What do you think?
I absolutely agree with you. Yes, I think Tan is on a great way to win these candidates, but also Lei is not giving up. She's doing a fantastic job so far.
Mm-hmm.
I watched her interview regarding her draw before the free day. If she was somehow disappointed because she was winning in that game or
Yep.
was clearly better. And she said, no, you know what? It's fair. I saved the previous game where I was lost and now I drew a winning game. So it's fair. And I love her spirit. I do. So you know what? Hopefully we see tie breaks there as well.
Yes, Lei has always been lovely. She's always an optimistic person and very positive minded too. So we'll see what's going to happen also in the women's section. But I just cannot wait to see the game of the day. I would say it's going to be Ian versus Hikaru because they are currently leading, and Hikaru was temporarily leading on the previous round before, but I mean, the 2 previous round, but only after round number 12, he is officially leading with 2 others. So, and also this is another story where Hikaru made 3 consecutive wins in the candidate. It is never easy to do something like that. and Hikaru did it in this year's candidates. So he's been kind of like breaking the record, and there's somebody, not somebody, actually
Yeah.
so many people are asking like whether the professional streamer will eventually be a world champion, because he is in the correct path to get it. If he wins the candidates, and then he's going to play against Sting, and he might be actually winning the world title. So it's going to be very interesting how the fate of all these players will change within 2 rounds, Laura.
Yeah, it's really impressive, but also crazy. And I read that nobody won 3 games in a row either ever or since 2013. I forgot exactly what
No,
was,
he's the
but
third person to do that, because
third.
yeah,
Okay.
because Ting Liren also did that. That's why he made
Yes,
the
yes.
clear second in the last candidates. He made a very
He
superb
won them in a
comeback.
row.
Yeah.
Okay, you know more about that. I forgot a bit about those candidates, but they were very exciting as
Yeah,
well.
it is always
Yeah.
exciting. Yes. So this is gonna be truly, truly exciting, very, very much. And yeah, I just cannot wait to see their first moves. But before we do that, let's take a look the whole pairings and standings of both sections. So let's start from the standings in the open section. As we mentioned, there are three-way ties so far between Gukesh Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi with 7.5, and just half a point behind them, it's Fabiano Caruana with 7, and Pragnananda with 6, Vidit with 5, and Firuza with 4.5, and Abbasov with 3. And today we'll see the 2 most interesting matchups, actually not 2, 3, or even all. I don't know.
All of
Even
them, yeah.
even one of them is not going to be in the contention, but it's still going to be quite some firework, I would say. So we have Ian Nepomniachtchi playing against Hikaru Nakamura today, and Pragnananda versus Fabiano Caruana. We will also have Gukesh versus Alireza Firuza, even though Alireza is not showing, I would say, his best chess in this tournament, but still, 2 rounds to go, he's still quite unpredictable. He might be a very tough opponent for Gukesh, and we will also have Vidit Gujarati versus Nijat Abbasov. So even this one is still out of the contention for the first place, but we're going to cover them all, because I'm sure the last 2 rounds, every single player in both sections will give it all, so that they can, if they don't win, they can still earn some money, right? Which is a lot in
yeah.
this candidate. Yes. And in the women's section, let's see how is it so far with the ladies. Tan Zhongyi is leading alone with 8 points and tailing behind Li Tingji with 7.5. And Katrina Lagno, Conor Hampi, Goryachkina, they all on the shared third place with 6 points. And Fashali with 3 consecutive wins in a row. She is on 5.5 right now. Nurgül Salimova and Anna Muzichuk are sharing the last place with 4.5. So this is still, I would say, very exciting as well. Especially the top 2 leaders, Tan Zhongyi and Li Tingji. We'll see who's going to emerge as the winner. Or might there be some surprise that they're going to another tiebreak, because there's still the scenario for that. If Catrolano, Hampi, and or Goryachkina wins the last 2 games and then tie up with Ave, and then Li Tingji also, well, they have to play very badly in order not to gain half a point, yeah, especially for Tan Zhongyi. But we'll see how things will unfold. And in the women's section, Nurgül Salimova today will be playing against Katrina Lagno. Tan Zhongyi will be playing against Alexandra Goryachkina, which I'm sure Goryachkina will do everything she has to stop Tan from winning the event. Conor Hampi will be playing with Anna Muzichuk, and the unpredictable Faishali, who just had 3 consecutive wins, will play against Li Tingji. So this is also going to be interesting. Faishali is always in her fighting mood and always has a good fighting spirit, but so is Li Tingji. So yeah, I don't know who is going to be the better out of this match, but today is the starting day of all the fireworks, Laura. 2 games to go. I just cannot wait to see what's going to wait for us at the end of the tunnel.
Oh,
Who is
yeah.
actually not what? Who is going to wait for us at the end of the tunnel? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so excited about today's games in the open section as well as in women's section. Just because I checked, Goryachkina is playing against Stan today. Yes, she's gonna try her all. And if she wins, she's playing Salimova tomorrow. So of course she still has some small chances to catch the tie breaks, but of course, like you said, Chinese here have to do really, really badly not to get there. So still, it's going to be very exciting, I think, in the women's section as much as in the open section today.
Yes, and there's a good chance that today we will see the clear winner of the women's section, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's a good chance. There's a good chance. So whether or not there will be tie breaks, we will see it also today.
Oh, yeah,
And
for sure.
as we speak, the moves have been started. So let's take a look to actually this one, Nepomniachtchi versus Hikaru, and start it from the first move. And before I do that, let's change the scene. There you go. So e4 was played by Ian, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and we see another Lopez on the board with bishop c5. Now, Ian has been thinking for about a minute or two, and bishop c5 is the pet line of Fabiano, Archangels. But most of the times here in the candidates, I rarely see bishop c5 being met with c3. Which going to be like the main line of this variation. And most of the times they go for other sideline like d3, and in this case it's castle, which is still fine too, because it might it might transpose to c3 variation. But here Hikaru chose another approach, knight ge7. So we're not gonna see the main archangels, but this is going to be, I would say, Hikaru has always offered us a very interesting preparation of the opening and the depth of the opening itself. Like unbelievably amazing. Like it's so deep, and then yeah, you just never know how much Hikaru has prepared and how much Hikaru knows. Yeah, because I'm sure he knows a lot of things. So knight g7 is in the board. It's still a normal position, Laura, but yeah.
Is it played a lot, this knight g7? I would guess not, right?
It's a very normal move to make, and I'm sure many good players are playing it. I mean, it's a very good alternative move compared to knight f6 as well. So I think those two moves are commonly played. So again, Ian is thinking whether or not he's still in his preparation. We never know, because Hikaru as black, he's always come up with surprises. He played this unusual Sicilian against Fabiano, a very, very, not actually unusual, but a very dubious Sicilian, which we know for generations, for decades, that it's a bad variation for black, and yet he played it on the first round against Fabiano, and he comes up with Petrov as well, and now he plays knight c6. So it's really hard to play or to prepare against Hikaru.
Yeah, it must be extremely hard, actually. I don't know where he's picking up all these openings. I guess he really has either a lot of seconds or 1 second who's really imaginative. But actually, do we know where he's seconds?
Yeah.
Yes,
Not actually.
Not all of them, I think, yeah.
One of the
Is
seconds.
Niklas Huchenbeth from
Niklas
Germany,
Huchenbeth, but also Chris Littlejohn. He is not a really chess player. I mean, I don't think he's titled, but he's been working for Hikaru for many years now. He's good.
Section,
He's good at statistics. He's good at compiling all these variations with the computer, and also pretty much see all the games, even the corresponding games too. They check everything. So I think
that's important.
Yeah.
These days.
He is, and Hikaru's stepfather also just came to Toronto a few days ago, and probably one of the big supporters too, and why Hikaru got his 3 consecutive wins. So and he also has his wife behind him, who is always tagging along, which is giving emotional support. So I would say he has all the important people around him.
Yeah.
to support
for the
him
emotional support,
for
which is very
everything, yeah.
psychological. For
For
chess,
chess,
yeah,
yeah.
he has the whole package.
For the statistics, for yeah. So I mean, a great player needs somebody or needs a team like this, because you cannot just cover just within one area of chess, right? You cannot just, okay, this preparation is good for the opening, but now in the modern days you have to also take a look of other statistics as well, because the online games are also sometimes, you know, good players leaking their good preparation too. You have to take a look, and then all the statistics and as well that engines provided, not necessarily the first best move, yeah, but also sometimes the second, third, or fourth best move that not really being explored by other players. So we'll see. Ian is currently thinking, which is very unusual, right, Laura? Because Ian is also like a
Yeah,
very good prep player.
exactly. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, but also I guess Ian has been out of the openings in some last games here in the candidates as well, against Prague, for example, and against Nakamura as well, when he played. Yeah, I think they played the Petrov, and Nakamura played this sacrificing line with Queen A8. You know, you
Yep.
remember some wild sacrifices there, and I think Nakamura was much better prepared there. So I guess we're back at it again today. I guess here Jan is thinking whether to take knight e5 to play c3, d3, or I don't know what else is an option here. But I think knight e5 is a normal move as well to be considered.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. This knight e5, c3. C3 is always like the main
Yes.
idea in the roll-up pass. So definitely you should think about that. Or whether you want to also transpose it to some sort of like a four knights variation, but the four knights is usually having the knight on f6, but now on e7 you can also play knight c3. All these moves are possible. So Ian is thinking which one that he's going, and he chose c3. He just played c3. So
very natural. Yeah,
yeah,
very natural. I think
very
we've
natural.
seen that before in these candidates already. Yeah, this bishop c5 has been very popular, this candidate.
Very popular, yes. And the main approach is, of course, c3 right away with the knight f6 and so on with the archangels variation. But yeah, we've seen like also the there's a sub variation in the Berlin which you can also transpose into something like this, and you just don't want to go into the main Berlin. So yeah, many other variations. And here knight g6. So this theme has been quite popular too lately. I mean, not only about this order of moves, but also the idea of just putting the knight to g6. I've seen this in games of Conero as well. At the same time, I can't remember. There was also one game in the open section which played, I think it was, I don't know, Pragnananda or somebody.
Might be. I also don't remember who it was exactly, but I'm pretty sure we've seen it once or two times already, actually.
Yeah, something like this. And I think it was c3, like this here, and then knight here, and then so on, like d4 takes, and then bishop b4, and the game goes on. So yeah, this approach actually for our chats on Twitch and YouTube, this totally can be copied. Yeah, so all these good players have done their work. We can just copy. That's the beauty in following the top event, because they're going to show us their preparation, and we don't need to actually work it. I mean, we can just analyze the sub variation or things that they don't show in their game. So here d4 has been played, followed by bishop a7. So yeah, so far it looks a bit unusual, Laura, but do we see? Okay, it's still pretty much theory, and many people play it, but I think, in my opinion, in this type of position, white always stands better. But again, these days it's very hard to play as black and not be worse. Most of the variations these days, black will stand worse anyway.
I mean, even sometimes we accept to be worse. For example, I myself play a lot of these knight g7 variations without bishop c5 though. But the reason behind it is because it has much less theory than if I go into normal Ruy Lopez's, where white has many options, many possibilities. While this knight g7, yes, you're slightly worse, of course, very, very slightly, but there's less theory. The game is very playable and more dynamic because you don't have these classic positions as you do with this knight f6 lines. So I'm happy with Nakamura's choice. That means, of course, he's not ready to draw exactly just yet. He's ready to fight, which is always great to see for the top place.
Yeah. And also, it's posing some question to your opponent as well. Like, why are you choosing this variation, which we know that it is always worse or looks worse for you? But anyway, I was about to mention about this bishop g5, which Ian just played, because this is the reason why I don't like this variation. Is you're kind of like forced to move your f6 pawn, and it's going to be quite, a loose diagonal for this bishop and to stop you somehow. But you have to do it right away, actually, f6 and then castle, because otherwise you don't have time to do it. So yeah, I think we're expecting f6 in this position.
For sure.
And the bishop has to move, let's say, to e3, and then you have to castle right away. And yeah, so this position, I think, still very common, but again, this is not the mainstream Ruy Lopez.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, you don't like to play just because of that. So that's my opinion. Black is slightly worse, just because you open this f6. Yeah, you could have, maybe you're not going to have, but you could have some troubles about it in the future. But then you know what, king h8, f5 is sometimes also an idea.
Yeah.
So for sure, a fighting game ahead in this one.
Yes, for sure. And we already see it that castle is on the board. So Ian is still thinking. And what else? I was looking at the game between Pragnananda versus Fabiano, because this is also going to be, well, Fabiano is tailing behind like very closely. And yeah, unfortunately, whenever Fabiano plays the Sicilian, the opponents didn't go for the open Sicilian, because I still want to see like what type of Sicilian that Fabiano is preparing for this candidate. Because after knight c6, there are so many games that ended with Rossolimo. Fabiano plays this against Vidit. It was also Rossolimo. I think also against Gukesh. And now it is and against Pragnananda. So let's take a look. I mean, he also employs the same system here with after bishop b5, knight f6, knight takes, bishop takes, d takes, d3, queen c7, knight bd2, and e5. So yeah, so we're gonna see this is still a very common variation for both sides. But what I don't like is, Laura, this is going to be a lot of maneuvers play. Knight going there, and oops, maybe this is not the right direction for the knight. Okay, maneuver again, and lots of maneuvering for both white and black. So
yeah, it's going to be a very strategic game. Just strategic game. There's just normal, well, okay, not very normal pawn structure, but stable pawn structure. So yeah, for sure, this one, I don't exactly know a lot of theory on Rossolimo, as I'm not either e4 or Sicilian player, but I've seen my coach losing it many times. So I think of it as unpleasant as well, but you know what? Of course, it's very equalish, very normalish to play. And that's basically all I have to say about it. Yeah, I will see how this game will develop. But I'm sure Prag has something up his sleeve. I think he has slightly more time, so he will not just go for the classic theory, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, it's astonishing to see like what type of preparation each player in the candidates have been doing for themselves, and the seconds as well. So we see the position up to e5, which was still very normal. a4 was on the board, and followed by bishop e6, b3, and bishop e7. So yeah, this is quite I mean, the bishop on f8 has always two ideas, yeah, to develop via the normal bishop e7, or normally we also see about this pawn being moved to g6, and we have a fianchetto bishop on g7. And I think in this case, you just want to move the knight to d7 because, okay, b to b3 is signaling that the bishop will also have a fianchetto bishop to b2. So you kind of like have to prepare about it. And yes, bishop e7 is on the board. But what I don't like about this structure is also, you know, sometimes in some classical games, you'd like to have like a pawn push to b4, just trying to undermine the center, and sometimes you can actually sacrifice it. So by playing this b3, Pragnananda is eliminating that idea, but I think he's just now focusing to play in the center. So mainly targeting this pawn, and maybe at some point in the future after bishop e7, bishop b2, knight d7, let's say, castle, and then preparing for f4 at some point.
Oh yeah, that's a nice point. Yeah, that's a very nice point. You don't want to open up the position too much because your opponent has a bishop pair, so you have to be slightly careful. I was thinking about knight c4, but with black in that case just take bishop c4. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, in many cases in this Rosolimo type of position, especially with black, you're kind of like happy to trade this bishop anyway, either to g4 and then takes this, or just stay on e6. And in many cases, white didn't allow black to play bishop g4 and then play h3 in many cases. But now, again, this is something that we have to refer to the upcoming book. I don't know who's going to write it, Laura. This approach we've known for many, many years, that bishop has to be exchanged. But here, Fabiano kept the bishop, the let's go bishop, and then put it on e6, maybe because he thinks that it is better, it is more important to be prepared against knight c4 instead of exchanging the knight on f3. But he's there, the bishop is there to play bishop c4 at any given point when it is possible. So yeah, as I told you before, this is going to be quite a maneuvering game, lots of strategies behind it, less tactical, but these players are ready to play some tactical game when the opportunity presents to themselves.
They're ready for it. Whenever some f4 opens, we might see some stuff, but till then, yeah, like you said, some strategy. So maybe it's gonna be a strategical masterpiece at the end. Who knows?
Could be. Yes, could be. These two players are very capable on creating some masterpiece like this.
Yeah, both of them, exactly.
Both of them, yes. Okay, so while Pragnana is still thinking, let's switch to see what's happening on the board between Gukesh versus Alireza. And what do we have here? Berlin? So bishop b5, knight f6, and d3. Okay, so avoiding the main boring Berlin. And it's a good thing. We only saw one
Berlin endgame, and even then we saw some novelties with knight h2, right?
Yeah, it was Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit, which is good, which is and I was commentating with Matthew Sadler for that game, and I was like, nothing much to be looking at this position. And Matthew managed to convince me, no, Irene, this is going to be a very good positional play, or instructive play, because Nepo just showed the knight h2 with this idea, and I was like, that is correct. And he managed to convince me, and I was like, yes, this is like one of the most interesting games in this round. So yes, so Berlin.
And it was, yeah.
And it was till the end. It was very, very interesting. So chat, if you want to see what I was talking about, it was the game between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit. I forgot which round. It was one of the earlier round. I think round number 3 or round number 4. But do check it out if you are Berlin lovers. You'll like it a lot. So here it is another type of more like a close Berlin with knight d4, takes here, and knight d2. Okay, main approach. I mean, knight d2. All these moves are obviously possible, but also you can try to do this with c3, and yeah, you have pretty much the same like pseudo Italian Lopez structure with c3, d4, and so on. But here knight d2 was played, and c6, bishop c4, d6, c3, bishop b6, bishop b3, and a5. It's looking like more like the bishop opening actually, but yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this looks like black is doing completely fine. With the knight on c6 exchange, a knight on f3. Now we played c6. We will be ready to play d5 if we need to play it. We don't need to play it. Knight cannot really come on f3 because then bishop g4 is of course a move. Yeah, I like this a5 idea. Because then you maybe want to go bishop c7, b5,
Yeah.
maybe even c5. Now that the knight is not there on c6, maybe we will see castle bishop e6. You know, so many possibilities here for black, but of course also for white. But yeah, in my opinion, as e5 player, I do like this for black.
Yeah, black doesn't look like have any problems. Yeah, looks
No,
like
yeah.
everything is pretty clean still for both sides, and yeah, the players are kind of now maybe on their own right now. So let's take a look also on the game between Vidit versus Abasov. What do we have here? Petrov.
Oh yeah, the Petrov.
So Abasov employs Petrov a lot in these candidates.
Yeah. He took Jan's opening. You know, Jan was working with it, so of course, you know, if Jan plays it, must be good. And yeah, we see this exchange French style again, but slightly different.
Yeah, with this knight to d2, it's a bit, I would say, classical approach, and not.
But yeah, I would like to mention why Vidit is spending so much time in the opening again. Like already after 92, he was 15 minutes down, which is a lot when you don't have 30 seconds. Yeah, so 92, yeah, you know, he spent 10 minutes on it. Of course, he's still in his prep somewhere in his mind. I guess he was checking it, double checking it, what he wants to play. But I feel like, you know, Vidit has been slightly inefficient with his time management. I even saw statistics today that he, after 20 moves, he was, of all candidates, the lowest on time. Like average time after 20 moves he had left was 35 minutes or something like that.
Yes. Well,
so that's something interesting to look for.
That's true. But although we never know the reasoning behind his decision about knight d2, right? But I think it's worth telling the chat that this is actually the crossroad of variations. Which one that you want to go for? If maybe, you know, my prediction would be that he was not really thinking about the moves. He mainly thinking about the approach, like what he wants to get out of this game.
The position,
Yeah, I mean, whether he wants to play for a win or whether he wants to play just, you know, maybe not necessarily playing for a win, but playing for a better position without any risk. So, and also like a battle of theory as well, because if you play the main move here, c4, it's gonna be like this battle. Like this is, I mean, c4 is the main move in this variation, and then there are a lot of variation. It's kind of like, do I know the theory better than you, or do I prepare better than you? Because again, Abasov has played Petrov in a few games here in the candidate, so it's kind of like expected that he will play Petrov, right? So Vidit would have prepared it anyway. But yeah, here is the crossroad, and then he thought for 10 minutes for this knight bd2. I'm sure he knows other theories as well, but it's just, yeah, it's interesting to actually know what is the reason behind his decision to play knight d2, whether he's just, you know, because this game is not going to count so much for the winner ladder, right? So, and you also feel like, okay, what do I do? I mean, I'm not in a contention anymore. What should I play with the rest of my games? Like whether I should just easily make draws, you know, or playing the forced draw variation as white. Especially it's easier to do this as white. or should I just play for a win, but there's nothing much actually on the stake for me, even if I win the games. So it's kind of like a hard position to deal with, especially Vidit had a few winning positions before, and he could have really gotten chance to be the contenders, but he missed those. The game against Fabiano, the game against Ian Nepomniachtchi, right? He just missed a few big chances there. So yeah, in this game he chose to play knight bd2, but unfortunately this type of variation is always okay for black. Black wouldn't have any problems. So I would not be surprised actually if this game eventually end up with a draw.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they already have some normal position. Of course, you cannot say this game is going to be a draw, but always in these Petrov style positions, we can assume there will be a draw, especially if there's not any sacrificing line, as we saw in Hikaru versus the Pomniachtchi. This one seems like a very calm line. Of course, I think Vidit is ready to play long term, maybe even on pawn structure, like we see double pawns on the G file. Yes, as we see FG. And of course, there might be some squares that could be weaknesses. For example, if just potentially speaking, if white exchanges the bishop for the knight might stand stronger than the bishop long term. Of course, white also has some weaknesses now that he played g3, but yeah, of course, Vidit is not ready just to take the draw, or maybe maybe that's what he was thinking about with knight bd2. Maybe he just wants a calm day and a peaceful end of the tournament. You know, his tournament has really been a roller coaster. Like, he won many games, but he also lost many games.
Yeah.
So maybe he's ready to just calm down and settle down at the end.
His journey so far has been quite shaky. I think he lost 2 games in a row. Let me check. Yeah, he has lost 2 games in a row against Nepomniachtchi and then against Fabiano before the before the rest day. So yes, yeah. Well, still a lot of time on the clock now, 1 hour and 34 minutes, and although there is no increment.
Like to say hello.
Oh, and what's
like to say hello.
What's the name? Strela.
Strela, which means lightning in English. Yeah. So yeah, she's 17 years old, so I have to be very careful. Yeah, very young. Very young. So yeah, like you said, there's no increment in the men's section.
Until move
30 seconds. Yes.
Yeah, they only get the increment when they hit move 41. So they have to make the time control, but it's still a lot of time for Vidit to figure things out. I mean, this position is way from complicated, right? It's very clean. It's very simple, so that I don't think you would be requiring so much time on the clock to think over. But of course, you have to be careful. There are so many weaknesses from both sides here. But at least I think one weakness is, like you mentioned, about this g3 h3 is already there, so it's kind of like a bit shaky with the knight on f3, having the king guarding it, and also at some point it can jump to e5 and then we offer another simplification. So this is, I would say there is no risk in this position for white, so white can just play all the moves comfortably.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's why Vidit is also taking time. He doesn't need to rush into anything. Yeah, he doesn't need all his time now, like I was saying before. So he can, of course, we can let him think, yeah, in peace.
Yeah.
With no pressure.
Okay, so let's see. Some moves have been played on other games, but let's also check ourselves on the game between Tan versus Goryachkina.
Oh.
So it looks like, okay, Tan just half a point away from, well, I would say from the rest of the field to catch up on her, but also half a point away from Littinger. So still, it's not. It's now a matter of who is more ambitious in this event, yeah, Tan or Littinger. If Tan wants to win the tournament. Oh, by the way, I missed a few moves here, so let me just
There were
quickly.
exchange of queens already, yeah.
Yeah, so here c5 takes here, takes and here. This is such a nice move here. Yeah,
Oh,
just to see the chat's reaction, what to do if after knight takes e4, which is going to be over soon if
yeah.
this happened. So it's going to be checkmate on d8. So that's a very cheeky sacrifice in
Tricks
the
by Tan.
in the earlier of the game. So here, the bishop gives a check, king goes to e2, and now Goryachkina is still thinking. You are a d4 player, Laura. Would you like to play
Yes.
this position as white?
Well, yeah, I think, okay, this is very classic position, very strategic position, very technical position for both colors. I am not exactly a technical player like you. I am attacker if possible. I like unbalanced pawn structures and I like my queen on the board. However, we know that Tan is a classical player and Goryachkina as well. She loves her queens off the board because I think her endgames are one of her stronger points. I mean, she's strong, of course, in all parts of the game, but I think endgames are where she shines in most of the time and she can outplay almost anyone. We saw her beat some 2600 GMs in endgames. And I understand that opening by her and also by Tan, you know, when their queen's off the board, there's less risk to lose. And I think she's happy to draw today's game, maybe even tomorrow's game. And because, of course, for Lei, it's going to be hard to win some games as well. And, you know, this is, I think, the safer option. And still, you're playing for a win if you want to. And would I play this position? Well, you know, I prefer some other moves, but I guess, you know, if I got it, I would be like, you know what, okay, that's fine.
Let's play, yeah.
How about you?
Well, I'm not a naturally
Yeah.
d4 player myself, but I started playing it recently. I mean, this position is far from my liking because I always like to have my queens on the board, even though playing with d4. So, but this is something that we have to also equip ourselves, right? We cannot always have a tactical, aggressive position on the board, open position, but we also have to learn about the other nuances too. Like, what if the queens are all off the board? Because the rhythm of the game will be changing drastically when the queens is off the board and on the board. So, and then now I think it's part of the reason why king is bone clouding on e2 right now, because the queen is off the board, which is a very natural thing to do. The king is just safe on e2, but yeah, Tan is, yes. I've played against Tanzongi since, I don't know, since we were teenagers, and she's always a technical player, a positional player, but of course, a very tactical player if she needs to be. Just remember her game against Faishali, Tanzongi versus Faishali, where she started. It was quite a masterpiece as well. It was very instructive. So chat, I think it was round number 4 or number 3 again, I can't remember, where Tanzongi played against Faishali. If you are into some crossbutt structure, go and look at the game and how Tanzongi maneuvered her knights. It was everything started from the queen side and then she slowly brought it to the king side. Queen goes to h5, pawn goes to g4 and so on, and then managed to pretty much exploit the king side of Faishali, and Faishali resigned. So it was quite a masterpiece how she started everything like from a positional approach and finished it off with a very tactical approach. So yeah, Tan is a player like that. So now knight bd7 is on the board. This is going to be quite technical, like you said, Laura, quite positional on what to do. Now it's a time to do something with the knight on e4 because now rook d8 is no longer a possibility. So the question here is, okay, for the knight, you can take on f6, you can go to d6, you can also move, but I wouldn't think that moving to g3 is a better possibility than knight d6 or knight f6. So as we speak, Tan chose to play knight takes f6.
Yeah, knight f6, very natural move, like you said. Yes, you don't want to move backwards. also we've seen some from games here in the candidates that moving forward is the solution. Like even in the Firouzja's game, I know he lost that game, but he had some very interesting options, and they were all forward, forward, forward. And yeah, of course, Prague's taught us a lot about that not long ago. So yeah, knight f6, very natural move. And now, of course, Goryachkina has to decide to take either with a knight or with a pawn even, because I wouldn't like think that taking with a pawn is that bad here, because then the king on e7 might be extremely safe, and rook g8 could somehow be an option to weaken white's pawn structure. Because now I guess if bishop f4 happens, I could consider some e5 in the future. I don't know exactly if it's the right approach right now, but I think, yeah, I mean, it's an option. Don't know if I want to do it, but looks something that could be interesting.
Yeah, for me, it looks like, as far as I know, if the dark square bishop is still on the board, you shouldn't really play king e7, because even though it looks nice, it will be looking a bit loose. So let's say like this. I don't mind playing bishop f4. I also don't mind playing bishop h4. Okay, let's say bishop h4. The thing is, I will have this a3 b4 at some point, and then even if you have e5, it will give me some place on f5. And also at some point, I can just push f4 just to break open the center. So I think if I were Goryachkina here, I wouldn't take any risk, but taking it with the knight.
Yeah, that's exactly. Of course, taking with the knight is a very natural move. That's why I first check the unnatural move to see, you know what, maybe I can mix things up, in the pawn structure, because why not? Yeah. And Goryachkina, I think, as a technical player herself, has to figure that out. I cannot do it by myself. I need some help with the coaches to help me understand this position much better. But of course, I want to, just like we both said, we just love the queens. So if the queens were on the board, knight f6, of course, the first move, like you do not even think about it. But now that the queens are off, yeah.
Also, maybe if you take on with the pawn, which is also fine, but after this, I think you shouldn't play king e7 or something like that, because this belongs to the bishop. And probably in this position, you just castle anyway. So whenever things like this happen, you just move back like
Bishop
this,
e7,
and then you have b5 coming up, and knight e5, and bishop b7. This looks very sound for black as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that looks like an interesting option to think of. And that's exactly what Goryachkina is thinking right now.
So I was just thinking the only scenario to have a clear winner after this round is if Tan Zhongyi wins the game and Li Tingzhe lost. And there will be no tiebreak at all. And Tan Zhongyi can come to the 14th round with her pajamas if she wants to, yeah? Of course, try not to break the dress code or whatever. But I mean, that she's going to be the winner regardless what's happening on the last round, if that was the scenario of today. But things are going, I think, pretty well for white here. I mean, black is, of course, fighting. Okay, quick guess. A draw. What do you think?
Yeah, draw is such a safe option, but just because I want to mix things up, and we want tie breaks, I will say, you know what, Goryachkina will win. I just want to mix things up.
Yeah, that would be more interesting, because then, Tan kind of saving herself too prior to this game against Salimova, right? She almost lost that game, and Salimova was playing a very beautiful game, but because of the time trouble, she didn't manage to convert that into a win. But that was like, that was a very, very, near miss by Salimova. Anyway, let's switch to the game between Pashali versus Li Tingzhe, because this is also going, these two players are the contenders for the women's section. And let's see, I just like the spirit of Li Tingzhe. You see, c5, c5. It's like First
Such
move,
a dynamic player, yeah.
first move, and already showing let's fight. Sicilian is on the board. And knight f3 d6, bishop b5. We see Moscow variation here. Knight d7, bishop a4, and knight f6. Okay, there's one game which I very memorable for me, because in this variation exactly, I played a rapid game against Wei, the Chinese
Okay.
Grandmaster, 2700, and I won the game.
Oh,
So
wow.
I had like a very
Wow.
very brief preparation, because Wei is a very universal player.
Yeah.
I would be very lucky if I could guess what he was going to play. But I mean, as most of the Chinese players, they are native players. This is pretty much
Okay.
like their, almost like their opening faith. So most of the
Okay.
strong Chinese players, they are native players. So that's kind
Wow,
of
I
like
didn't know.
their main approach in the opening as black. So I was thinking, okay, I mean, okay, Wei can play anything against me. And but one and only one thing that I prepared that day, because okay, I didn't have much time to prepare anyway, was this night off. So I was thinking, okay, I saw one game by Wei. Duda won that game, and it was kind of like very easy to understand of what was going on. So I just kind of copy Duda. This is what I do. I'm a copycat person. Yeah, I'm just copying all this preparation by the grandmasters and then apply it on my own games, and it went successfully. So knight d7. This is one of the common approach to respond to bishop b5. You have bishop d7, and you also have knight c6 here. But knight d7 is currently the trend of, if black wants to play for a win, black has to play knight d7, which is a bit not surprising, but back in the day, like maybe early 2010s or early 2000, out of the three, knight d7 is the one that's not appetizing to play. Like it's kind of like done. But recently,
Yeah.
in the last, I think, 5 years, knight d7 is back onto the trend, and then people started to play it and explore it even deeper, and this has become the main approach for the black player to play against especially low rated
Oh.
players. So here knight d7 is on the board, and I played this bishop a4. The idea is simple. You want to have like this again pseudo Rulapes Italian type of position by having the bishop on a4 and then later on c3, or
Okay.
even not c3. In this position, you'll play c4.
Oh,
There's
yes.
another idea like that, and then by playing c4, you're actually forcing your opponent to play e5. Otherwise, I would have a better Maroczy position with pawn on d4. And my bishop, usually the bishop is on e2, that is kind of blocked by my own pawn, but now having the bishop on a4 is kind of a bit more advantageous for white. So here knight f6 is on the board, and yeah, this is actually what I don't like with bishop a4 idea immediately. I would have played c4 first in order to meet knight f6 with knight c3, and then bishop goes to c4. But of course, Fashali has a totally different approach here. She played bishop a4 first, and after this, she just goes castle, which is also very interesting because this is the pawn sacrifice that I think 90% of the games black player wouldn't take it, because it's gonna be backfired. So if you take this, I'll go here. If you go here, I'll put d5, I mean d4, and so on and so on. And then with this only one pawn extra, white will have a very comfortable position to attack, which is very much to Faisali's style of playing. So this pawn sacrifice wasn't accepted by black, and instead after castle, Litinja just play e6, and after that rook e1, bishop e7, c3, castle, d4. So we see like pretty much like a hedgehog Sicilian type of position sooner or later.
Okay, yeah, but for sure, some dynamic game
Yes.
ahead here. Like you said, yeah, I liked all these lines that you explained. It taught me some things about this, so thank you for that. But yeah, like rook d8. Okay, so what are White's ideas here? Okay, we castled on the king side, but are we going to play in the center? Are we going to play in the king side, queen side? What's usually the approach here?
Well, you would like to switch this bishop to c2, of course. Again, this is kind of like a French type of position, having the bishop on c8, but I think it's a little bit more dynamic for black, because we don't have the fixed pawn structure yet on the center. Usually we have this pawn like this, right? And then this, okay, having the pawn as it is right now, it offers more flexibility in black's position. So at some point you can actually take this and play for actually e5, stopping the bishop to go to h7. So after rook d8, this is a very nice one. You will transpose your queen to e2 anyway. So it's pretty much like yeah, like the other version of this Moscow, I would say. Like after knight d7, you just play castle here, knight here and here. So it's pretty much like a transposition. But usually it includes a6 followed by bishop a4. But here bishop already moved to a4 without a6. So yeah, I play this position as well. And I would like my bishop to be on this diagonal. But again, having the pawn on c5 and to put the bishop on c2, we've seen so many cases where the knight is already a bit misplaced on d2. So actually at some point this can happen, because usually if the knight is on b3, you wouldn't like to take on d4 because the knight can jump to c3. But yeah, it's going to be quite a match, I would say, because let's say after rook d8, what do we do? Queen e2, let's say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say queen e2.
Yeah, here I can start knight f8, I can start b6. It just depends on what Littinger wants to have. I can also probably take this and followed by e5. There are many things here, and then play the along the c file. So yeah, I'm not too sure.
I was thinking about something like a6, because then b5 is a threat, as bishop c2 is met by c takes d4, yeah, and then you have to take with the knight back, which is, I guess, something you don't want to do, right?
Yeah, but here you
yeah.
have to be careful. The idea of queen e2 is to play e5 immediately now.
Immediately, yeah, okay.
So
And
this is already like
is it a big threat here?
It's not a big threat. You're not gonna be mated yet, but at least this position gives white what he wants, what she wants.
I agree.
So if you take this, okay, now c file is no longer open, and then you can move your bishop here, knight goes to e4. You're giving what white wants. So yeah, I think black has to be very careful after queen e2, either to take this, and then play e5 immediately, or what else can be done here?
Okay, I know this is interesting. I like, yeah, can I check e5 idea, because the knight is, yeah. Oh no, actually with black, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I thought,
immediately.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what happens if black goes e5. Because this is kind of stopping white's e5, yeah. So it's something I guess Lei is thinking about as well. And also then bishop c2 will not have much of an idea, but of course now I have many ideas with white. Yeah, I can even go d5 and play this structure, but I don't have to, yeah.
Well, this is a typically fine structure for white, because then you just think about this position being not Sicilian anymore, but Rue Lopez. And whenever the pawn is already moved to c5, you can totally play d5, because there wouldn't be any c7, c6. So you can totally play this position, and then you want to close it with c4. But I think after e5 immediately, it's going to be a great position for white, because then you can start your attack actually. And this is a better version for Rue Lopez for white. So I would say if you really want to play e5, you might have to take this one first, and then now play e5, because now at least after this you have some ideas. Yeah, you have some ideas like that. Maybe a6 first, followed by this, and the knight can go here or here. So this will give more flexibility. But knowing Littinger, I don't think she's gonna go for this type of
No,
structure.
yeah. No, I agree. I think, yeah, she will have some things in mind. Of course, Vaishali first has to play Queen E2 before anything happens, but yeah, I'm excited about this game. Like, I think they're both attacking players, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, some bombs ahead. Maybe.
Definitely, yeah. So, yeah, I would say that Fashali is considering Queen E2 right now, or we don't know if she's considering also other ideas, maybe Bishop C2 immediately, because then
Yeah.
the Queen is kind of protecting the Bishop anyway. So maybe this is a good time to play Bishop C2. But at least we understand what White is trying to play in this position, and also how Black is trying to defend her position. So, what do you think if we see other games too, Laura?
Yes.
Probably
Yes.
this one, because this looks like a Catalan in the
Is it?
beginning. Maybe.
Oh, yay.
Let's take a look. It was knight f3 again, and starting
Okay.
with Reti, Salimova plays against Lagno. Castle here, d4, and then c4. Yeah, I was right. So this was a Catalan.
The classic one indeed, and takes on c4, yeah.
Yes, and after queen
With
c2, a6, a4, still normal. Knight
knight
bd7.
Okay, bishop d7 is usually the main line. Knight bd7, I don't think it's played a lot. But
Yeah.
I think we've seen it, these candidates, maybe even, I'm not sure. Salimova lost against Goryachkina with bishop d7,
Yeah.
with white pieces. So, okay, knight bd7 by Lagno.
And knight bd2,
Knight
b6, and knight g5, takes, and knight here.
Interesting, okay.
So bishop b7, queen e4, queen c8, queen g5, queen g4, and then f5, ef, and knight takes f6.
Okay.
A pawn sacrifice? No, it's not. Is it?
Let's say bishop b7. Yeah.
So if black takes this one, then this is GG, yeah? You have this, you have this.
Winning, yeah.
So you don't have any option but to take the queen on g4, and you take this one, yeah? So black is fine after this. You can just simply take it and...
Yeah, I think we assume that black is absolutely fine, even though this e6 is like a bad pawn. We have many pawn islands, but white cannot attack them. So I guess black is just fine.
Okay, so after knight f6, what else could be done then? So white has to keep the queens on the board then, because only that way white can try to pressure the weakness on e6.
Yeah, I somehow want to put my knight on e5 while the queen is either on c4 or somewhere b3 attacking the pawn on e6. So how do we start this? Do we...
Queen h3?
Okay, we can go with queen h3 if you want to, but now, actually, how does black continue? This is a very good question here. What is black's idea of... Because now bishop b7 is a threat, so I can either take bishop g2 or move the rook. So I guess bishop g2, queen g2. And then what? And then what? Something like queen d7 maybe? I don't know. This is tough actually. How will black continue playing this? Maybe our counterplay is playing on f2 or against f2. So going something like bishop c5.
Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. But probably I will put bishop on f4, yeah? I'm just...
Yeah. You can do that. Now I have maybe some knight d5 ideas. Of course, you can go bishop b5. But now I want to play something like knight e3, but maybe start with b5 or something first. Yeah, b5 is actually an interesting idea here. Of course, this is a very concrete position, and that's why they both have to calculate how they want to continue. But for sure, not a boring position, you know, Catalan
is never boring, yeah?
For me, never.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you're right. Queen h3 or some queen move will be on the board by Salimova.
Right. So we will wait and see where Salimova will move her queen from g4. It could be h3, it could be anywhere, but I would say, yeah, it's either h3 or d4. But h3 looks more likely because you're just stepping away from all the discovery or
Yeah,
any attacks. This one looks a bit loose. You have this always, yeah, this one as well, this one with this
exactly.
one.
I mean, Queen h3 also has a direct threat, which is
Yes,
bishop b7, so I
takes
think
and
that's very
takes.
logical.
Yeah. Okay, so Salimova is still thinking about it, but we have lots of moves on the game between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Hikaru, so let's take a look. We saw the position up to, okay, we saw bishop g5 followed by f6,
Mhm.
and then bishop moves back to e3, castle, and knight bd2. King h8, because sooner or later the king will have to move anyway. And after rook e1, ed4, knight takes d4, and lots of trades on the d4 followed by d5. A very common approach as well to, yeah, instead of d6, why not d5 if you can play this without any problem. ed5, queen d5, knight goes to e4, and now queen d8 back. Let's try to understand that move.
Yeah, wait, why did we move the queen? What was so worrisome that we had to move it? Was it bishop b3? It was not such a big threat, right? Bishop b3. Wait, okay. So I guess we wanted to develop the bishop, but we couldn't develop it on a perfect square.
I was just trying to find the reason why. I don't know, there could be anything, but again,
Yeah.
the weakness in the black's position is always having the king on h8. It's very restricted. The bishop can come to b3 anytime, and I think this is what Ian was trying to get, especially in this position. Let's say you play something else, like I don't even know what I would like to suggest here, because
Let's see bishop f, yeah.
bishop f5.
Let's say, let's natural move by first glance.
Bishop f5.
Except if I'm blundering something, you know.
Not really, but then I don't know how it helps the position. Okay, bishop b3.
Yeah, and now queen d7, knight c5 is I guess a problem,
Yeah. Yeah, the queen
So let's
doesn't have
say,
good square to go.
Yeah. I guess we have to go to d8 anyway, and that might be a reason why queen d8 was played first, so then we can think after how to develop or continue developing, right?
Yeah, that's true. Also, this position, knight c5 is a good move. You're attacking this, and then also you might want to
knight
exchange
e6.
this, but also at the same time, you can also play queen h5, let's say. And then you have a direct attack totally like this, yeah? You want to take this and then rook here. So this is always a weakness that is very, very uncomfortable in black's position. If black can solve that weakness, then black is fine. But as long as I understand, white will try to maintain some attack along the line.
For sure.
Yeah, so queen d8.
But now as white, can I push d5?
You can,
I guess,
but why? Yeah.
do I want to? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't need to. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think
There's
also
no need for that.
the idea is to trade the bishop, maybe.
Yeah, I will not trade it. I will go to c2, I think, and then go to that diagonal. I just wanted to play d5 just because then, you know, I want to kind of exchange. I want to push d6 if I can. That's my idea, of course, but I think here bishop f5 might be an issue. Oh no, something happened with my screen. My cat is walking around and destroying my cables. It's okay. Everything's fine now.
Yeah.
She's back. She's excited for Nakamura again. So.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
So,
this looks, of course, this looks like an idea for black, yeah? White, I mean, black has to be careful though. Okay, let's see after this, what do I play? Okay, let me attack on your bishop. Then you have to move
Hmm.
back, yeah?
Oh,
Oh,
do I
no.
have to?
This is bad. Having the bishop on f5 is bad.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe that's not an idea.
Because after this, I will maybe just go here and then, oh, soon it's queen h5. Yeah, this looks uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, this looks
Or even
almost
queen
lost
here. I don't
already.
know which one is the best move, yeah? So queen d8 is on the board. But this is totally the position that I would like to play as white.
You would,
Because
yeah.
I would.
I mean, isolated pawns like we have right now as white, they're attacking positions, yeah. So white usually has an idea of some rook lifts, pushing this isolated pawn as far as possible and has the positional advantage. So yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think these positions are very pleasant for the attackers to play for. But yeah, this queen d8 just kind of shows maybe that black is not exactly comfortable.
No, black is not comfortable, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
white is better, definitely, in this position. I don't need eval bar to confirm my evaluation about this. So I'm just trying to find a reason why queen d8 just being moved. I think it's also because Hikaru is planning to put the bishop on e6 anyway.
Yeah, I
And
think
then,
that's the biggest reason. And then on d5 maybe.
yeah, on d5, that's true. On d5 or on
g8 or
f7, you know,
f7,
just along this diagonal, because this is a very important diagonal. So doing it right away will be a mistake because first of all, we have bishop b3 and then you have only a few squares to stop it. Like after this, maybe I can just go here first. If you take like this, I'll take your queen and then in the end I will win an exchange.
Yes.
So, and then if you go to the other side, it's also going to be disastrous. Okay, first of all, I can take and then knight c5 and God knows what. And here, I was thinking if knight g3, you take on b3. So it's not really nice. Maybe I can just play d5 first or something.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, d5 looks nice.
So I think that's why queen d8 was moved. So that after this you play bishop e6. And if I play bishop b3 to stop you, now what to do, yeah? And now maybe it is bishop f5 followed by queen d7.
Well, I could have went to c5 with my knight, no?
Oh, you want to go c5?
Just because you have to kind of push b6 now, and then I have to decide either knight e6, maybe even bishop e6. I like knight e6 idea somehow. I want this
Like
bishop
this.
to be alive on b3, and now I have the white squares. Of course, queen d6 is now probably a very normal approach, and this is
Or maybe
playable for
just
black
knight
as,
f4.
yeah, or knight f4 maybe, even bishop b3.
And then here, and then okay, white is still better, but
Not something,
not
I
something
want to
big, yeah.
achieve. But yeah, like as black here, he wants to exchange pieces because more pieces we exchange with black
Yeah,
color,
the better.
the closer we are to the end game, where d4 is going to be a weakness, because chat is asking what is Hikaru doing? You know, he's being passive. How is that possible? Yeah, this is a very good strategy because if we exchange all the pieces with black, the pawn endgame is most likely winning for black. So so yeah, queen d8, of course, passive, but has a very deep idea behind it. I think Jan is just better, but he has to prove he's better.
Yeah, I agree with you. Also, maybe if bishop moves now, like to stop bishop e6, right? Maybe this is the idea. And then put the bishop on b7. Because you still have to get a few moves to get the attack on h5 and h3, maybe.
Do I?
Like,
Can I go rook e3?
yeah, rook e3. And in this position, I can play here.
Okay.
And if you
And
play
now queen h5?
queen h5, now you want to take, yeah?
Yeah, well, checkmate.
Yeah.
No mercy for the checkmate. After queen d4, queen g6, yeah, so...
Maybe queen d7
But-
now.
But then, okay.
I think it's just quite concrete. I might be wrong, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah, for sure. Like this attack, if this attack doesn't work for white, black is better.
Hang on.
So we have to
Maybe I can go here.
Because after queen h4, you're
I can
going
stop
where?
it here.
Oh, you're risking a lot here.
I am.
Okay.
I'm risking a lot.
Yeah, rook h3. Are
Yeah.
you gonna go h6? I don't know. I already see the bishop on c2.
Yeah,
All these
bishop
white
c2.
squares. It's a bit risky. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Just trying to how to defend its position as black, because it's not easy. What else?
If I go bishop b3 now, we looked, right?
Yeah, bishop b3.
Yeah.
I was trying b6, but
no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Could knight f4 immediately be an idea with knight d5 and then somehow playing
c6? Yeah.
So it doesn't look amazing, but we might have to do it because I want to close this diagonal.
Yes, that's important. But when this diagonal is closed, the bishop will go to c2, and I'll start again on h7. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this bishop is amazing. If you can somehow trade this bishop, then black is fine.
Yes, exactly. That's a good point. Okay, Jan, it's up to you now. You got this, you have the advantage, and now it's up to him. We both like white here, so... Okay, something was played. What was played?
No, the queen d8 is still the last move. Oh, bishop c2.
Yeah, bishop c2. Okay, immediately, you know what? He wants this bishop there, which I approve of. Oh, another cat has joined the Hikaru gang.
Actually, I'm wondering if somehow two cats of yours, coming to you at the same time.
Yeah, they're both here.
And we'll have them on the screen.
I don't know if we can have both at the same time.
You know what, Laura? One cat equals to an international master. Two cats equals to a grandmaster. So if we can have them both, we have, one grandmaster guest commentator.
Okay, but this one is here now, and the other one is very jealous. So I don't think we'll see them both. That's why I'm international master, Once I manage to do that, I can start promoting.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. We should maybe check. What should we check?
I think
we go
Prag,
to Prague, yeah?
Yeah, Prague versus Fabi. We see the position up to, b3 and bishop e7, and here knight c4. And after knight c4, Fabi doesn't take on c4 right away, but he played knight d7 first, and after knight g5, and now you have to take on c4 anyway, because there's no good place for the bishop on e6, and after b takes c4, knight f8. Okay, knight f8. So he is preparing for f6 and knight e6, which looks pretty decent for black. And then you can actually try to castle on either side, like long or short is fine.
Yes.
As long as you get that position. But now let's take a look. What to do as white here? Because also, maybe bishop takes and then f6 and knight e6.
I like that. I like that idea, yes. Because the knight is going to be stronger in this position for sure. But even if white keeps the knight, where's the outpost? Because d5 is safe, d4 is safe, e5 is safe. Okay, f5, but can be met by g6 anytime. I like, even though we have double pawns on the c file, it's a very safe pawn structure, and I like it for black. And the fact that we have to ask ourselves, what does white do now?
You have to move the knight, I would say. I mean, the
That's
knight on
sad.
e6 itself was going to be very, very pleasant. Let's say here castle, yeah, takes,
Yeah.
takes, and then you play f6, and
Yeah.
then
Or 96 immediately, even with the attacking. But yes, like you
yeah,
said, bishop
something like
e3,
this here.
96. Yeah.
Now there's no attack on this diagonal. I mean on this file. So you
Mm-hmm.
can actually, if you want, you can start just long castle. And then I think this is a very common theme as well. When you have the knight on e6 with less minor pieces on the board, you can start attacking like this.
Oh yeah, g5, h5, and yeah, it's coming for sure.
Yeah, so that is pretty much an idea for black in this position, and the characteristic of the position is quite close, so knight is a better piece than the bishop. So now, unless there's a concrete play in this position,
Mm-hmm.
you just have to move the knight. But if there's a concrete play, then yeah, then what to do? Oh, except here,
Mm-hmm.
h4.
Oh, I was thinking about h4, but even if bishop g5, hg5 happens,
This is still
is
fine
that
too, yeah. But at least you have this something to
yeah, that's
eye
true. Yeah.
yourself, because otherwise, if the position is too close, then there's nothing more for the bishop. So this could be an idea, because after this you want to take it with the pawn, and then yeah, at the very
I
least you
like
have
it.
this. But if not h4, then what else?
No, I very much like the idea of h4, and I don't want to commit myself to castle yet. Just like you said, h5 can be mine. And the king is safe in the center at this point. So then next move can be queen f3. You're going to be either forced to play f6 or bishop g5. I like this idea. So
And maybe
I don't
after
yeah,
f6,
f6,
instead
yeah.
of going here, maybe going to h3 and then prepare for f4. I don't know, looks a bit loose, but I mean, not immediately
Yes.
f4, of course.
I mean,
Maybe
knight e6, queen g4, right? Oh no, wait, I have to be
96.
careful about knight d4. Okay, it's not so simple. I was thinking about queen g4 and then f4, yeah. But of
This
course
is a
it's
good
not
idea,
so easy.
actually. This is a good idea.
I have to be a
Why
bit
not?
careful. Yeah, knight d4, yeah. How are
Castle.
we? Oh, you just wanna okay. Just giving the city pawn? Okay,
I mean,
okay.
g7 is hanging too, so
Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is an
I don't
interesting
I don't need this
approach.
pawn. I can just give it for free. Let's say you castle. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna protect it. I'll just go f4.
you're just going all in.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
gonna go for the attack. Okay, let's say you take. Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much. And after you go back
Go
here,
back,
I'll
yeah.
play here.
Rook
Ooh,
f2.
okay.
Oof.
I don't need that pawn.
Oof.
I just need the attack. If you give me the
Just
attack, then that's fine. So
I
maybe
like
things
this
like that.
idea.
Because having the knight on f3 as well, it doesn't really look good for me, because then where's the prospect of that knight? Yeah, like just move it just because of the sake of the position. You have to keep the knight on the board, and then you just do it in a most primitive way. Just put it back to f3. But well, again, even if you do that, it will be a lot of maneuvering coming up too. But that's why this position we suspect that it's going to be like a quite strategical play for both sides, because there's no concrete play on what to do in this position. All you can do is try to understand the nature of the game, and then also to understand where your pieces have to be placed. Otherwise, if you put the pieces on the wrong square,
Yes.
it's not going to be a good support for your upcoming plans in the position. So yeah, h4 is an idea. Knight f3 is of course an idea, although it looks quite primitive. I don't know. F4 is might be f4 is a bit too much, yeah. Because
Immediately.
yeah, immediately, because then
Okay.
like this, I think it's a bit too much. And then if I go
Yeah.
here, let's say, and then if you,
Knight,
this is
yeah.
what I want to do.
G5, I think is
Yes.
it's too concrete at this point.
But at this
To be
point,
okay.
maybe this is something that you would like to get. I don't know, queen h5, followed by g3.
Wow, okay, you are really in aggressive mood today, which you know what? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, this, of course, I think computer would say, you know, I call your lies, but as a human,
As
this
human,
is
it's hard.
absolutely playable.
Uh-huh. Okay. No,
I don't know how,
but
but
black
I'm
should
sure
hold
it's
this.
playable.
Black should hold this. This is a nice position for black. Yeah, I was just trying to bluff, but I mean, just long castle is fine. I can totally give this one. It's not a big deal for black here, but I mean, I was just trying to put myself in Pragnananda's shoes because if he really wants to play the last game tomorrow with the hope of still, you know, going for the tiebreak, which is quite unlikely to be honest, but one can hope, right? So he cannot afford for draw in his position. But the good news is Fabiano also is not playing for a draw.
No.
So both players are trying to somehow outplay the other through this strategical maneuvering play. So we will see. Oh, Queen G4 is on the board.
Wow, okay. Queen G4 immediately, but now we said that Bishop G5 might be a very interesting idea, right? Okay. Can we do it, or should we not?
Let's
Okay,
try. So if we
try.
take, how do you take it back?
Let's go with the bishop.
And F6.
And bishop E3.
Yeah.
Now you're not allowed to go knight E6, but
I
can
have
I
to
go
play
queen
Queen
E7?
E7 with
Oh,
Knight E6.
not D7?
Oh, you want to exchange immediately?
I don't know. Oh, no, wait. C5 is going to be hanging at the end. I will have to take with the knight. No, I don't. Yeah, you're right. Queen E7 is better. Queen E7. And now F4? Can I go for F4?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do I do? Knight D7?
I castle.
Yep. If you castle this way, I think I have to also castle that way, yeah? Like short castle.
Yeah, might be. Not sure though, but might be.
Let's do it.
But your knight is now on D7, which is not a perfect square for the knight.
Yeah,
So,
for the time being, but the good news with knight is I can maneuver it. I just need my rook to be here first, protecting this, because I don't like my pawn to be on e5. But yeah, this is still a long play, yeah. And, because any maneuvering, any strategy is very much fine for both sides. So here, if you don't take on g5, this might be causing some problem actually.
yeah, so if I go F6, I go immediately, you go something like knight E6, I
Yeah,
guess.
knight e6, just to exchange it. And unfortunately, you don't have this because of the check. And then white wins. So you have to takes, but then in this type of position, yeah, I don't know how to win this. Like, okay, even like this, takes, so it might be just a draw, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, well,
Some plays there.
Yeah, some plays there, but mostly a draw, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Queen G4. So we see takes, and also I don't think. What do you think? Queen takes is a move. Bishop takes, I think, is better.
Oh, okay. Now I have to play F6, of course. And now you have to move the queen. So in the other case,
yeah,
you had bishop E3, and now you kind of should move the queen. And I have, like, let's say, a tempo up, even though, of course, it's in this position, it's not that important. So, of course, taking with the queen should be okay. I just prefer the bishop.
Yeah, I think so too. Like this, and then F6, bishop E3, attacking this. And yeah, I just don't like playing B6 because then it invites A5.
Okay. You know what? Instead of F6, can I go knight E6 immediately? Because I think I'm protecting everything.
Yep, you can. Let's say I castle. I don't mind you taking my bishop, of course.
What do I do? What do I do? I don't know. Let's say I go queen D7 now. So I hope for some ideas. Oh no, then you're gonna go f4? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I think f4 is
Threat, yeah.
I just want to open up like that.
Yeah, okay. No, I think of course both colors are fine, but this f4 idea can be slightly annoying, so I really need an answer to it.
We'll find the answer soon after Queen
Yeah,
g4. Fabi will find it for us.
yes, that's the good part.
But I was just looking at the other game between Ian versus Hikaru. So
Okay.
this is why I don't like this bishop c2, and that's why I like to play bishop e6 better, just because bishop e2, bishop c2 is always there, and after f5, I was just had a peek on the eval bar. It is coming back equal right now.
Oh.
So I have a suspicion my move was maybe better than Ian's.
Let's check.
Yeah, still a bit better. Because I think it's clear. I just want to play, instead of having the bishop on c2, I think I just like to limit the king first by playing bishop b3 and then see what coming next. Yeah, I can have queen h5, I can have knight c5, and depends where this bishop goes. Because now, after bishop c2, now black has a concrete approach with f5.
F5, yeah, this is a very interesting approach. But also, yeah, I wanted to check d5. Can we check d5
Yes,
as
I
well?
think that's very good too. So in this queen d8,
because it's also a very concrete move.
Yeah, this is actually the
also
best
nice
move. Yes.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you
Okay.
made the best move, Laura. D5 is the best move. Yeah, this is very concrete.
Okay, of course you have to calculate it, and that's why Jan didn't go for it, just because I guess he wanted a calmer approach than that. But yeah, it's a typical idea in such positions. That's why I just went for it. Okay.
Very good
Yeah, I
find,
feel
Laura.
good.
If
Feel good
only
now.
Ian listened to you, yeah? If only Ian listened to you. Unfortunately, he didn't. But
No, it's a good thing that he doesn't, because God, we would see some blunders later. But yeah, bishop c2, f5, and knight c5. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't say black is, out of trouble, right?
no.
Because even if I go knight e6 and exchange the bishop for the knight, then f5 pawn could be potential weakness, but also, yes, could not be. So what do we do here with black pieces, actually, to welcome the approach of knight e6?
If you ask me, I'd play knight f4.
Immediately, yeah, actually,
Immediately.
this looks very good. Yeah. Knight f4 is logical because you want to go to d5 as well, yeah.
Not only that, but I'd like to give a checkmate, Laura. You know me by now, yeah?
You want to make a checkmate, yeah.
Yeah, I want to give a checkmate, something like that.
That's typical Irene.
But also, knight d5 is nice. Yeah. I mean, additionally, there is that idea if my checkmate doesn't work, then I can go to d5. Because the knight on g6 doesn't feel like it's the good place for the knight. Somehow it has to be in the center. And I mean, yeah, of course, black is still not out from the woods because it's still pretty much better for white. But I think Hikaru can take some breather here. And what do you think is gonna happen? Because I was thinking also of b6, but as you said, knight e6 is there. Takes. And what if I play queen d5, there is bishop b3 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, this is very concrete.
Probably
so
win on the
maybe not
spot. You can have queen h5 soon, so
yes, soon, of course. Or maybe I can just take
on
rook
g6
at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
yeah, knight f4 again, though. Knight f4 again is a question. b6, knight e6, right? Bishop e6, rook e6, and knight e4.
If b6, maybe. Oh, sorry, after knight f4, yeah.
No, yeah, I just wanted to check what happens after that. I'm not sure. Instead of queen d5, yeah.
In this position. Or after knight f4.
No, I was
like this.
when we were just checking what
knight
happens.
f4 like this.
Yeah. This is something for sure that Nakamura and Yana are calculating right now, because b6 is a very concrete move. So rook e5, yeah.
Yeah. And
And
maybe
can I
queen
go for
here.
checkmate now?
And I might
Queen
go
f3
here, and then you might go
defensive.
here. Something like this, yeah?
I was
And
thinking,
go
yeah, to that
here.
or d8. Should I have went to d8 with the rook to attack d4?
Oh, sorry to...
Yeah.
Sorry, what do you want?
No, I was thinking whether I should have went to d8 with my rook
Oh,
instead
I
of
think this is
d8.
fine.
Yeah,
Because you
okay.
can just take this, and how do you take it back?
I wanted to take with the pawn now, though.
Yeah, but with the pawn, I think the
don't know,
position should be fine.
maybe by computer, but you know what? I still like my bishop, like it's coming to b3. Of course, knight is going to be coming to e6.
Knight e6 now.
Yeah, knight e6. Okay, I should go something like queen d5. Maybe. No, then you have knight f4 back. Okay.
Yeah, this
Maybe
might be
you're
holdable.
fine. Maybe. Yeah.
Okay, still gotta be careful, yeah? Knight f4 is always an idea. That's, at least Hikaru has that. Otherwise, the position looks just very bad for black. What else? So knight c5. The thing is, after b6, maybe queen f4. Queen f3.
Oh, that's tricky. Oh, yeah, you're right. This looks nice. Okay, so b6, I don't think it's a good move, of course. We're just checking because you're attacking the knight directly. I think black has to go for something else. And I like knight f4. Yeah, I do like your idea.
Yeah. Knight f4. What do we see? Queen f3. And queen f5. I mean, queen g5. Yeah, black has to suffer, but...
Slightly, yeah, slight suffering. But, I mean, that's his... You know, he has to pay for going to this position, Hikaru, so you have to suffer slightly. However, if black does manage to get b6, bishop, b7, somehow, of course, it's gonna take forever and forever. Then, of course, black is almost winning. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, I think it's up to Hikaru to. How much time do they have? Actually, can we check?
So you're not much apart. 110 and 122, okay. Yeah. So it's pretty good. Still very good time management by both sides. What is a bit concerning is Vidit, as usual. Again. So he has 47. So it's pretty much like 1 hour difference to Abbasov's time. Vidit has 47 minutes and Abbasov still has 1 hour and 44 minutes. So like almost 1 hour difference.
I heard somebody in the chat say that Abbasov says, you know, I'm done with this tournament and this standard time control, so let me play just some bullet mode. I don't know if they're trolling, if he actually said that or not, but given the time, it looks like, yeah, he's just ready to play some chess now. He's not worried about the result anymore, and that might bring him the first win.
Could be. Yeah, out of these 2 games, he could pull a win in one of the games, or maybe 2 of the games. And what we did see, it was this one, yeah?
Now bishop g6
takes.
G6,
okay.
Yeah.
And bishop f4 and queen d3. So after h6, he played queen d3, g5, going to e5, rook here, double up the rook. And after rook e3, a6, queen e2, rook f5, b4, and rook back to his f7. Pretty much just waiting, I would say. But after a4, now Abbasov thinks it's time to bring the knight. So the knight maneuvers to a7 and to c8, and potentially maybe going... okay, a5 is already on the board. So maybe going to d6. I don't know which knight going to d6. But yeah, f5 has to be played. Because if f5 wasn't played, then knight will go to b6 followed by knight c4. And this is going to be better for black. So Vidit play a5. So whenever the knight moves to d6, you are ready to take it.
Wow, I cannot believe there's 1 hour difference between their time right now. That's just so crazy to me that that can happen in the candidates. Like, that's usually my game. I'm usually an hour down. So Vidit, kudos to you for proving me you can do it. And yeah, like you said, I think knight d6 will be followed by bishop d6.
So you're thinking like this and
Yeah.
this, and then I was thinking, okay, taking like this is fine.
And now I have to go knight e5, otherwise bishop f4. Maybe not.
Yes.
Maybe I could go rook e6. Yeah, but let's say this happens. Yeah. What are you gonna do now?
Yeah, I don't know who's better. I like black position, to be honest.
Me too. I like black position, but also at the same time, I'm not worried about white's position. But like you said, I think black's absolutely fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this open f file, f takes g6 was a very good idea in the
Yes.
opening. Queen d6, you can go for it. I wonder, can I go rook fe1? You're gonna go queen f6, huh? And then I'm gonna go rook
Queen
f5, so you cannot
g6
do it.
maybe.
Queen g6 may be a better idea. And I
think you have to trade one of the rooks so that the attack on the f file is no longer exist.
Maybe, yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's this one tactic. Always tactics always on the board.
No, and after queen f2,
just
you're
take this,
taking, yeah, and that's a very
Gotta be
nice
careful
one.
still, yeah, not.
I have to go with rook e7, not rook e8, so.
Right, rook e7 is better move, of course.
Yeah, but that's a very nice one to point out, Irene. I blundered it actually, so that was a very good one. Yeah, black is doing perfectly fine. So Abasso playing free chess, careless chess, his normal chess, no pressure. You know what? He qualified to the candidates. I guess that was a life goal of his. I mean, it's all of our life goals, yeah. Anyway, and I guess he was a bit stressed for the result, and you know what? At this point, he's just playing chill chess. Yeah, he just went into Hikaru mode. Literally don't care.
Yeah. So let's also see. Oh, Laura, this game might actually finish very soon because there's so many trades already happening on the board, and we saw the position up to knight takes f6. So yeah, black took it back with the pawn, and after bishop h4, b5, bishop d3, bishop b7. So we see it this much, and then we actually called everything out. Like bishop belongs to e7, black has to play b5, bishop b7. Yeah, this is a sound setup for black. And knight h3, knight e5. Yes, we have this one as well after bishop b1. Okay, now Goryachkina chose to play this approach with knight g6, and after bishop g3, f5, knight f4 takes, and then rook g8, king f2, rook d8, offering another trade, and then we see this position on the board. Looks just equal, yeah?
Yeah, it's equal, but I don't think it's going to finish very soon because white obviously has better pawn structure. And I've actually trained. My coach showed me a lot of end games, rook end games, how white won this pawn structure just because 8-7 was a big weakness at the end of the game. And but now that I think of it, bishop on b1 is very much out of the game. So of course black doing fine, but if you were white, I guess you would go something like rook c1 right now.
Rook c1, yes.
Yeah. Followed by something like bishop c7 maybe, because
also bishop d3, yeah, you'd like to
a4
have this bishop
somehow
on this diagonal. Yes, a4, yeah.
I mean, this is comfortable for white in my opinion.
Okay, so I think we can see some of the moves. Let's check it. Rook c1 looks like a very good candidate move in this position.
Yeah.
So how do we put this rook somehow to
The game, yeah.
to the game, to the queen side, because we need this rook. So rook c1.
Yeah, we'll have to move my king at some point. Because if I go bishop d5, which is a very active move, this rook c8
Yeah, rook c8
might be
comes.
slightly uncomfortable.
Also, at some point, there's e4 too, maybe.
Maybe even e4, maybe even e4 at some point. You're right. Yes.
Yeah.
I want to go something like king d7 maybe, but this looks like a very risky approach. But I want to see it. I want to check it because after rook d1, I guess I go. Where do I go? Do I go back? No,
Or
I
c8.
don't want to go back. Yeah, if I go to c8, I never have bishop c7 myself, but maybe I don't need it. Yeah, let's go king c8. But now look at this king, has no squares to move.
Just need,
That's a sad king.
just need to get one check to.
Um,
So rook d1 is already on the board, by the way, instead of rook
immediately.
c1. Yes.
That was a very logical move, of
Yes.
course. Yes.
Yeah, you just want to get the rook on the better square. Yeah, white is pleasant here. I mean, this is typically what Tanzongi always trying to get in her games.
Yeah.
Like a equal position with a slightly better prospects, because it looks like, yeah, white is in the driver's seat, even though the evaluation is equal, but I think white is a bit more comfortable than black. And yeah, no risk at all. So this is a very good strategy, a good opening choice by Tanzongi. No problem at all for white in this position. And on the other hand, black has to try to figure this out, not to lose on the spot, because yeah, the plan for white is very easy. Yeah? You just want to get to the back rank, you want to attack the pawn on b5 and a6, and you don't have any weaknesses. You don't have any double pawns or anything. So white is standing fine. Looks like,
Yeah, like imagine white has two moves. I would go h3 g4 because at this point h7 will be lost, either f5 will be lost. I think white is just very comfortable, and this rook on g8 is so out of the game right now. Like black really needs to do something about it. So like you said, yes, not exactly a very pleasant position, but probably will end in a draw with the best play of both players.
right. Okay, so things are still looking good for everything. I was just quickly checking all the positions. Yeah, Hikaru still has to kind of defend that position. Let me update the board. There you go. And actually he played b6, so instead of knight f4. We didn't really like b6, but maybe it's fine. And in the game between Prag versus Fabiano, after queen g4, Fabi played h5, and now queen f5 and bishop d6. Still looking very solid for both sides. Vidit is still figuring out. Oh no, actually it's Abbasov still figuring out what to do. And the game between Gukesh versus Alireza, we'll come back to this one later. But it looks like black has solved all the problems, so Gukesh has to be careful on what to do next.
Yeah.
And in the women's section, Littinge's game, the bishop on c2, this is like the culprit of all the attacks, like what we saw in the game between Nepomniachtchi versus Nakamura as well. So this type of bishop on this diagonal can actually really be annoying, right, Laura?
I'm very excited to sacrifice it on h7.
Yes, and the game between Salimova versus Katrina Lagno, I think the queen went to h3, like what we discussed, and now Salimova is enjoying some sort of like a long-term weakness on e6, and we'll see how the game develops. The game between Tanzongi versus Alexander Goryachkina is also doing fine for white. White is enjoying the position, and there's no risk. And we actually didn't take a look the game between Connor versus Anna, which we will do so right after our break later. So Laura, I think this is our cue right now to take our first break. So yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back after a few minutes. So see you soon.
And we are back from our first break to round 13 out of 14 games of Candidates Chess Tournament 2024. Irene, are we checking Goryachkina's latest move?
Yes, because I'd like to move to the other game, but here her latest move after rook d1 is just very, very tricky because turns out your idea was right, Laura, to play h3 and then followed by g4, trying to hit on the pawn on h7. I think it's a very, very sound idea, and therefore Goryachkina play bishop h4 to stop this idea to happen. So if you play in this position, if you play g3, you have a little bit the bishop will go to f6, and then you have some time to consolidate your position and so on. So it's going to be a bit awkward, and the king has to keep an eye on f3 all the time. And yeah, therefore after bishop h4, Tanzongi just play bishop g3, and then I think you're almost forced to take it and take with the pawn. And after king e7, now rook goes back to h1, which is also a very interesting idea by white, because now instead of the bishop on b1 trying to hit the pawn on h7, it is now rook trying to hit it. And now what are we going to do? Are we going to give it up, or are we going to plan for some counterattack? Because in a quick glance, this might work. But then what do you do after king e2?
Exactly. This was also my first question. Like, I don't want to be passive. I'm going to go rook d8 to go rook d2. But king e2 just saves all the problems for now, except if I have something like b5. But I don't think so, because after rook h7, a5, you have bishop d3.
Exactly.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, so maybe my move with rook d8 wasn't great then. What if I just want to sacrifice. I mean, we will resort the rook to h8 or g7. This is going to be our last pick, yeah? But first try to find some counterplay, because if black had to do something like that, then it's going to be a very hard situation for black. So black has to find some idea, like some counterplay.
Try.
So let's see this move, because then if you take on this one, I just want to move like this. And then you have to play bishop d3. Then maybe, okay, what should I do in this position? Maybe something like this, because then I have this one, yeah?
That's very nice.
And I will get a pawn as the compensation. So I don't think white will let that happen. So maybe it's best that after rook c8 to move the king, try to get it to the center, put the bishop on d3, because you can take this pawn anytime you want.
I can also start with bishop d3. Maybe that's because then when I take on h7, the bishop is not hanging. So I like this one, but now black has some bishop
d5, yes. And you have to do something with this pawn on a2. If you play something like b3,
what do we do now? I want to go a5. And after rook h7, I want to go a4.
Yes.
But I don't know how this will end for anyone. So, I mean, we have to be active here.
Yep.
Yeah, like you said, it's important. If we go passive, like in the beginning position, rook h8, rook g7, there's more chance you're going to lose the game like that. Sacrificing the pawn on h7, which is really nothing at this point, just to gain the activity of the rook, to get into white's position, is the best approach.
It's more important, actually, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I like this. I like this rook c8 idea. Are we going to see it? I think so, actually. I think we're going to see it.
I think we're going to see it. I think this has been the plan all along anyway, to not really care about the pawn on h7. And this is a better approach to give the pawn up, because the pawn is no longer on h2, yeah? As in, if somehow you lose the h7 pawn and white still has a pawn on h2, this can be like a passer, which is going to be quite dangerous. But now the pawn is on here, and then we see actually rook d8 on the board, followed by king e2. So we thought that rook c8 was a better option, but I think rook d8 is still fine.
No, for sure. I guess now she wants to go bishop d5 maybe, and bishop c4. Could that be possible?
Yes, and then play with the a5, a4 something if it's happened there. Okay, let's see. Bishop Sorry, bishop d5 immediately. Yes, because of the
I
check
don't
over here. Yeah.
know. I mean, let's say I take on h7, bishop c4, king e1. Ah, okay. Somebody in the chat said, okay, instead of bishop d5, that I could go back rook g8, which is actually a interesting approach as well, because here I don't see how I'm
That's
proceeding
right.
with black.
Oh, that's so tricky. Yeah, rook g8 is on the board, and this might be a silent draw
Good
offer.
idea, chat.
No, that's really, really tricky. Yes. I didn't even think of moving the rook
Me
back to
neither.
g8.
Me neither,
And king
not at
f2 is
all.
on the board. Yeah, so Tanzongi is fine. Draw is fine in this position. And in the situation of the tournament as well, yeah, this might be the first game to finish in this round.
Wow.
And that
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, also white doesn't have much after rook g8, right? What can I do? I have to go king f2. And after rook d8, if I don't protect d2 square, black is better.
Yes.
So, oh wow, it's going to be a draw. And you called it that this will be the first game to finish. You're
Yeah.
right.
right after the break, somehow I have a feeling that we have to stick on this position because yeah, this can end anytime soon. And yeah, I'm not too happy that I'm right because I'd like to see more blood on the game.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, of course. But I mean, yeah, Goryachkina, I think she's bleeding in this tournament. I think she lost 2 or 3 games in a row even. Can we check? Just, I forgot. I think it was 3 games. No, 2. Okay, she saved yesterday's game. I think it looked a bit suspicious, but 2 games, yeah. It's been a long time since she won a game. So I think she's bleeding a bit. And of course, draw with the leader is fine for her.
And they might be calling for the arbiter right now to supervise their draw offer. I mean, there's no draw offer before move 40, but you can make a draw with the repetition. So,
yes.
Yeah, Goryachkina is, well, on the clock is still thinking, but we'll see half with the score very soon. So rook d8 is now on the board.
So.
And yeah, I think by the time we speak right now, they already shook hands because we have a 15-minute delay in the commentary compared to the live board like in Toronto. Okay, so yeah, they already agree for a draw. So Tanzongi is still leading with 8.5. Hang on. 8.5.
Yeah.
Yes. So if Li Tingjie wants to match it, she has to win this round. And talking about winning this round, whether let's see if she has the chance to do it, because it looks like in a quick glance, Fashali is en route to get another win. So we see the position up to queen c7 here, and not bd2 actually, rook d8, and here e5 immediately. So instead of playing queen e2, maybe wasting a tempo, yeah, she immediately goes for this idea. We talk about it. And after knight d5, takes on d6, put the knight on e4, put the bishop on g5. So she plays a very, very energetic chess. Takes, and after here, bishop put on c2, and after this, bishop g3, and now black to move.
I guess we would both prefer to be white here, yeah?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, look at, yeah, you can see the attack forming. Now black has to decide where to move the queen. I guess if we go somewhere like b6 or a5, this is not the right approach because that's too far away from the king side. Because then the king side is going to be very much attacked quickly. I can already see some knight g5 coming, even though if it's a sacrifice, it looks like some very nice idea. And of course, queen d3, an idea for white.
Yeah, many things. Yeah, you play. I think you actually want to play queen d3 at some point because that's the idea with bishop g3. Try to prevent knight goes to f4. So yeah, where does the queen go, by the way? Bishop d6, knight d6, or queen b6?
Yeah, this is a very good question. Okay, queen b6 looks natural, just because again you're attacking b2.
And I play here.
After, yeah, exactly. After b2, maybe I can go knight a3. Maybe that's the idea. I want to get rid of this bishop, and here knight b4.
I'd have to go here, yeah?
And now knight c2
Knight
is
C2.
winning an exchange, so you
Yep.
cannot play like that.
Yeah.
So I guess b3 is wrong.
B3
I
is
think.
inaccurate, yeah? I think so too.
Maybe I can go just rook b1, because I don't think you can take on b2.
Oh, here
It's too
actually,
risky.
queen e2.
Or yeah, or queen e2. Yes, that's even better.
Again, you please take my pawn. I don't mind it.
Okay, let's go, knight b2.
No, because
I want you to show me.
no, I mean in this position, okay, I can play rook b1, but even if I don't play rook b1, I think, or maybe this is actually the idea. Yeah, just to pin the knight. You cannot play knight c3. My knight is on e4, so
Yeah.
sooner or later you'll win this knight. So I think yeah, bishop g3 is the preparation for queen e2, because you want to protect b2 in a more active way. Because if you play it right away, yeah, there's knight f4, which is a bit unpleasant. So yeah, bishop g3 is that preparation.
Yeah, bishop b3, of course. I guess we should ask ourselves if we can go knight d6 immediately. I just don't believe in it, because I think there's rook c1.
Rook c1 looks good.
And then even knight c5. I think that's maybe even lost already. It looks so tough. So knight d6 is way too passive. Oh, I don't know. I think Clay is in trouble.
Yeah, I think she is. She's in trouble, and oh, Fashali must be enjoying this position a lot, because this is totally her style. She likes to play aggressive chess, attacking chess. So yeah, we'll see what's happening. So if Lei loses this round, okay, because Tanzongi only draws this round, so she cannot come tomorrow with the pajamas. Unfortunately, no. She still has to play at least another draw to secure herself for the clear first. Because even if Lei lost, yeah, she still has the chance to force the tiebreak. Yeah, if Tanzongi loses in the last round. So okay, and let's update ourselves on the game between Ian versus Hikaru, because this has turned into something that we kind of like predicted beforehand, but maybe a little bit different. So b6, knight d3. Yeah, we thought that's gonna be like knight e6 and then trying to exchange this knight, but knight d3 looks a bit passive to me. Something that I wouldn't want to do if I had like this type of advantage.
No.
So bishop b7, knight e5. Having the bishop on b7 feels like, you know, it's a relief.
Yeah.
Such a relief for black in this position. And I think, wow, Nepo must be, I don't know, looks like
I think your choice of words were perfect. It's literally like relief. Like, you know, worst is behind me. Now I can just, like, queen g5, you know, I'm already threatening checkmate. Exactly like we said before, if black manages to get bishop b7, everything's fine. And I think, yeah, like you said, Nepo must be hitting himself on the head at some point. Where did my advantage go?
Yeah, because both players, especially Nepo, right? He must have felt it that, oh, I'm having like a better position right now, but somehow with the move bishop c2, this might be a sign, because just this is still like in the earlier stage of the game, and players are getting exhausted, Laura.
Yeah,
they're tired. This is so stressful. This tournament is so stressful, and having to play 14 rounds, and they're already in the penultimate round right now, round number 13. It already showing that Ian is not as accurate as before. If you put this round against Hikaru in this particular position in the earlier round, let's say round number 3 or number 4, we might see like a very good masterpiece by Ian, getting all the moves perfectly. But now after bishop c2, one by one, he's not making like a good choices in his position. And now it's as if Hikaru is back on track, you know. It's he's not getting punished. That's the thing. He's not getting punished for his opening choice. And he got away with I would prefer black's position now.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Black is now attacking, which is opposite of what White's idea was in the whole beginning of this structure.
Yep.
In this structure, White has all these rook lifts with rook e3, rook h3. Knight was already, where was the knight? Was already on c5, ready to go to e6. The bishop was on a4, but I was ready to play d5. All these positional ideas were there, but Nepo really, I don't think he's here today. It seems like he's a bit of absent in this position, you know? This is not like him. I think he loves these kind of positions. And I'm surprised that he chose this. Also, can we just check before bishop b7 happened, what if black took queen d4? That was a very good question in the chat. This is also a pawn sacrifice by Nepo. But in this case, I think queen f3 might have been his idea.
Yep.
Or what do you think?
No, this is totally queen f3.
And after rook b8, what are we doing here?
I think it's just rook here because you keep hitting a lot of things here. Okay. Oh, maybe bishop b7.
Yeah, bishop b7 again, and this also doesn't look like White is doing great, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But the other line which Hikaru played is a bit safer because here White has D and E file to play on, and in the other line he doesn't, just the E file. So actually, this is, I'm gonna check what was wrong, if there was something wrong about queen d4.
Yeah.
I just wonder. No, there was nothing wrong with queen d4, just bishop b7. I mean, they're both equally strong moves by computer, so Hikaru just decided to play a safer one because it's not as concrete. And I love it. Queen g5, I mean,
bishop b7 first, followed by queen g5, yeah?
Yeah,
I like it too. Because you would like to get your pieces out as soon as possible. And if White is playing at this rate, you know, if White keeps playing like this, the d4 pawn, you can actually grab it later in the future for free. So White has to be careful not to be worse in this position now. Like
Hikaru's really in his zone right now. And yeah, Jan is not playing today, at least he's not playing his best chess. Do you think we might see a win by Hikaru again?
This is possible. I think Hikaru is the most determined player in this field. Okay, I mean Gukesh, we see like, I mean, he's still 17. Gukesh is still 17 and he's leading the candidates. It's a very amazing achievement. I mean, as to whether he's going to win the whole thing or not is already like a very, very big achievement. Yeah, India has so many prodigies. And
yeah.
But speaking of Gukesh, actually, why don't we take a look at his game, yeah?
Let's go, yeah.
We saw the position. Okay, this is still normal position. We saw it until A5, this position, A5. Knight c4, bishop a7, then knight goes to e3, castle, queen f3, d5. Interesting. It kind of like, this looks like you're giving up a pawn, right?
Yeah. I wonder what happens if I take.
I wonder what happened too. Maybe you have to take this, maybe.
You think that was
the idea? No. A4.
Oh, that was the idea.
A4.
Oh, that makes more sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think A4 is the idea. And you cannot take this because there will be a very dangerous discovery here. However you take it, this bishop is lost. So if you go b5, then you lose the bishop. I mean c4. Bishop c4, there is b5. And if you move back to c2, at least I can take this one now with peace. I can take it with the pawn, I can take it with the knight. I'm no longer sacrificing a pawn.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's why Gukesh played bishop c2 immediately, just not to give up the center. He's keeping the tension there, which I love.
And g6, yeah. And rook e1, bishop e6 takes with the pawn, and h3. Yeah, still looking, actually, I like black position here.
Exactly, I wanted to say exactly the same thing. You know, black has the center, black still has both of the bishops, and a5, you know, is very nice pawn because bishop is of course safe now on a7. Of course, the only weakness is g6 right now. So this g7 black squares, but I think Alireza can handle that. So yeah, I guess h3 is the idea is to go knight g4 the next move. I think it could be one of the ideas.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it could be one of the ideas. Yeah, knight g4, trying to exchange this because black is running fast while white is quite slow in this position. But yeah, I think white will be just trying to exploit the fact that the dark squares around the king is quite weak, and having the bishop over here is a bit far to where it belongs maybe in this position. I think black would be happier if somehow the bishop is on g7.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately that's not how it
No,
is right now.
not possible, yeah.
So this is going to be interesting. Alireza will fight for sure as black and not letting it easy for Gukesh to win, yeah, let's say. Yeah, so I also don't know like what would be my guess in this position if I were
Yeah.
if I was going to put my money on either of the players. I don't know which one I would put my money on.
Yeah, I mean it's that's because Alireza's not been playing the best chess. So even though he's doing good right now, he can still blunder something in the future, and Gukesh will take advantage of that because he's co-leading the candidates, so obviously he's in good shape. But also I don't think Gukesh is that worse here. Like he can very much save this game even if Alireza plays his best chess. Just yeah, putting the money, you know, somewhere. It's not something I do anyway. Like betting for me is not, I always lose money, so don't count on my vote here. And if what would you would bet on black probably, though, no?
I don't know.
You don't know, huh?
Yeah, I still don't know. It might be just equal because it's just looking good for black for the reason that usually black is standing worse out of the opening. But in this position, black doesn't have any problem at all. And actually, just take a look at the evaluation.
Yeah, let's go.
So yeah, black is slightly better. I think it's very easy to understand why black is better.
Yeah.
Black has more control in the center, but again, now after rook e8, the IFA bar is liking it again for white. So I mean, still it's 0.2 plus or minus, so it's not really changing so much in the game.
Yeah, I wonder. Okay, I was wondering if h5 would have been a move instead of rook e8 because you're stopping knight g4, but I don't think that's the right approach. You're just weakening the king too much. Rook e8 is a very logical move. You're defending e5 potentially later in the game. You want to push this pawn to e4 sometimes, depends again on how the position develops. Okay, the best moves
Yep.
in the previous position, I wanted to check because I was curious, were bishop b8 and king g7.
Bishop
which is
b8.
interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, bishop b8 again, this similar idea with the bishop we had, and then queen d6 could be coming, yeah?
Or queen c7, yeah, either.
Yeah, like very, very much attacking ideas. So I just wanted to check because it's interesting, but rook e8, of course, a very natural move.
Yeah, the thing is, again, this knight is kind of loose right now, so you cannot make this idea with queen d6. I mean, even if you give a check like this, it's not a mate yet. The king can still escape to e2. So you need a more, I would say, long-term ideas. So maybe that's why Alireza was, okay, I have to develop my rook and let's put it on e8. And and Gukesh is still thinking. So I think we can switch this back to the other game and see how Pragnananda and Fabiano are doing. So after the move queen g4, Fabi chose this approach playing h5. So again, he has to try to play for a win, yeah? in order to be one of the contenders, because otherwise, if it's another draw and then one of the leaders made a win, it's gonna be very hard to catch them. And okay, so queen f5, bishop d6, and then castling, and queen e7. So we still have this position on the board. Pragnanda is down to 41 minutes, so Fabi is up by 20 minutes. Actually, 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of time,
Yeah.
especially because they're on move 14 out, and so Prague still has to play basically 25 moves.
Hang on, there's
right?
something in the clock. It was it was showing 40 before, but now it's 58.
Oh,
So okay. It is fine for both sides now. It is still very close time difference.
Then it's fine, yeah.
So
Then it's
queen
fine.
h3. Gosh, okay.
Passive.
Try to guess the strategy of blacks, because so far I failed.
No, that was exactly my question to myself. If I'm black and in a must-win situation, let's say that Fabi is, because then he's playing Jan tomorrow, is that correct? Yeah. So let's say that he wants to win here. How do I create some chances for the win? Okay, I would say f6 g5. You know what?
f6 g5.
Simple. I don't know if it works. Because now you're forced to go knight f3, aren't you?
Yeah.
I go g5. Like, what's the queen doing? What's the knight doing? Wait, what? Okay, do we have to go g4? No. There's no way I'm going g4 here.
Yeah, virtually g4. I think you can
doesn't
just
work.
play knight g6. Yeah.
Or queen d7 or knight g6. Everything
Or
works.
queen
I think.
f7. Yeah. You're just weakening your
f7,
position
d7,
in the long
everything,
term. Yeah, this looks like a
Um,
very nice continuation. Yes, just try to go for an attack. I mean, what else? Queen h3. It looks.
Why do you go to h3? Okay, wait. No,
f6 is there. You're right. The knight cannot go anywhere else. I think you have to go f3 and followed by g5. What could be the idea? No, f6 is already played and knight f3 is on the board. So we might actually see g5 anytime soon. Oh, maybe after g5 the queen has to go back to f5. This is a good spot.
That makes sense.
So I think we might have to be a bit patient about our g5 move. But no, Fabi is not hesitant. This is the right approach. The computer likes it. But I think queen f5 has to be played. There is no other good square for the queen. But the queen might as well be trapped.
Exactly. This is close to being trapped, but again, at the same time, not close to being trapped.
What do you do actually if I play?
I want to go queen f7. Yeah.
Yeah, queen f7 is fine. I was thinking about that, but I can start doing like this. Even if you check me, I don't need to castle. Yeah, you can take my right of castling. It's fine. I can just go here. I mean, the queen looks a bit too restricted now. Like, again, the rook is coming. I don't necessarily need to, like, let's say you play here and then attacking this one. Yeah, I can just push my king aside. I don't need to castle. This is good enough. And then soon I can have my rook to g8, knight g7. That's one thing. Another thing is now having both rooks on g8 and h8, I can start pushing. Yeah, somehow I can start pushing like that. So this is the very, very excellent approach by black if you're going to play for win.
I'm loving it. G5 and yeah, queen f5 looks like it's a temporary fix for the situation. However, long term, it just creates more attacking ideas for black.
Yeah.
Except if some g5 sacrifice works, but I don't think it does.
Wait, how is it working?
I don't think it does.
I don't think
it works. I don't think it works. So I think I don't see anything else but queen f5. I can go queen g3, but
queen g3.
That looks so sad.
I just go with my plan. Yeah, knight e6, and then pushing it one by one letter. Okay, I can castle now. Put the rook on g8. No, this is easy play by black. You can totally enjoy this a lot. Wow, I just don't understand this queen h3 move actually.
I don't either.
Or maybe Prague just totally missed it, because now Black has all the things to attack, and then within a few moves, White didn't make any kind of improvement apart from
No.
castle. That's castling is the only improvement that White made in this position. Like how many moves already? So in this position, yeah, you kind of like forcing the bishop to take on c4, and after that queen g4. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 2 moves not
Yeah.
making any progress, and 3 moves, and 4 moves, and now knight d2. Oh, not g4, but knight d2. 5 moves. So out of the last 6 moves, White only make one progressive move.
So passive, so passive. Yeah, like you said, this is okay, but yeah, you asked why Queen H3 was played. I was thinking about that a bit, and actually, what does White do instead of Queen H3? Because F6 and G6 are the 2 moves that are approaching in this position.
It will happen no matter what, yeah?
The knight will have to go back, either H3 or F3, and I guess he just started with Queen H3 for some unknown reason. I guess he just felt like it, but it would transpose anyway, so.
Yeah. Wow. So things are looking good for Black right now. And I don't know, Laura, I have a feeling this might be a scenario in the tiebreak as well. If we have a tiebreak, and I think we will have a tiebreak, it will be a very great news for the American chess fans to have Hikaru and Fabi both in the tiebreak.
Oh wow,
Just
that would be
imagine
great.
imagine the scenario. Fabi wins this round because he looks like he's better in this position, and Hikaru already solved his problems, and it looks like Ian is not playing his best chess. So let's say Hikaru wins next round. Hikaru wins this round, Fabi wins this round. It leaves Ian out of the contenders, because this actually, yeah, because Fabi will be on the second place, and then Hikaru will be the first place. It would be up to Gukesh how he plays against Firouzja, right? But then in the last round, Fabi will play against Ian, and then Hikaru will play against Gukesh. They make a draw, Fabi wins again. There might be, some potential where Fabi will play against Hikaru in the tiebreak. It's a win-win situation for the American chess. So
wow, yeah, because in case Fabi wins today and Gukesh, let's say, draws, and Hikaru draws with Jan as well, we have 4 times tie, yeah? And then that means in the last round, we will see Caruana versus Nepomniachtchi, and we will see Nakamura versus Gukesh. I mean, like, we could not have hoped for a better final round.
no.
If that is the case. So yeah, knight e6 and rook e1 is actually on the board, and like you said, you know what, some knight f4 is coming. We can consider g4 already, maybe h4. Okay, of course, this is not still a winning position.
Yeah.
But if somebody has the edge here, wow, it's
Black
Fabi.
has it, yeah. Wow,
And
it's just
I'm excited, yeah.
It's just amazing to see his understanding in the position, where to put the pieces exactly. I wouldn't have thought to play bishop here, actually.
No, very good idea.
And then, starting with h5. So this is already a very good sign, starting with h5, because you'd like to see where the queen goes, because you have to also make sense with the queen move to g4. If you move back, then there is no point on playing queen g4. And then Black has like an extra move with h5, right? And then it's a good tempo for Black, sorry. And with queen h5, bishop d6, just being very patient, but still, White cannot do anything. Castle, this is the only improving move that Pragnananda did, that after queen e7, you have to move here, move back again, and not this one, have to switch this one as the promoted line. And after knight e6, yeah, this is a very easy play. And after rook e1, g4. So Fabi didn't really think long for this move g4, because it looks like it's almost automatic.
He really played it fast. And while we're already at this point, would you mind explaining us how tiebreaks will work in case we have either two or more than two players for a tiebreak?
Yes, so there are so many scenarios of how many players will go on a tiebreak, but let's say we start with two players, yeah? If there are two players going for the tiebreak, there will be three stages. And there are three stages because if you go from the first stage and still a draw, you go to the next stage and also the next stage. So the first stage will be a mini match of two games of rapid time control, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. So these two players will have to play two games. And if the score is still 1-1, they will go for the next stage. The second stage, it will be blitz. Another mini match of two games, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. So the second stage is already like the blitz time control. And if the score is still another 1-1, and you go to the third stage of the tiebreak, that is another blitz with 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, but in this stage, you just play until there is a decisive result. So if you play one round of this and there is already a decisive result, then there you go, we have the winner. But if you still make a draw, you have to keep playing until there is. So technically, Laura, during tiebreak, we can be here all night long.
Oh, yes. Loving it already. I love the idea of being here another night long.
Yeah. What if they make like 10 draws? Yeah. It's already like how many hours of blitz game? Like 2 hours maybe.
Oh, yes.
Because also
sounds fun.
because also after every blitz game, there will be some break, like some few minutes, 5 minutes or 10 minutes break until the next one. Because that's very, I mean, it's only a blitz game, I know, but that is a very, very decisive blitz game that is determine the fate of these players who's going to be the champion of the candidates. Okay, so that is the scenario if there are two players in the tiebreak or in the playoff. But if there are more than two players, we have 3 to 6 players. If there are 3 to 6 players in the tiebreak, they will kind of play again against each other. But instead of a double round robin, it's like just a single round robin. They will have to play against each other. So let's say we have three players in the tiebreak. So they will have to play two games, right, against each other. A will play against B and A will also play against C. So two games, B will have to play against A and against C. So this single round robin, if there is another draw, then they will have to play the blitz, just pretty much the same. So we have the first stage is the rapid portion of the tiebreak. The second stage is the blitz portion of the tiebreak. And then after that, it's the playoff until there's a decisive result. There's no Armageddon. You just have to keep playing. So it's pretty much similar. It's just the number of players that we need to know so that they can decide which format of the tiebreak that they're going to play.
Yes, so many choices and so many, not choices, options. They cannot choose these things. Yeah, but regardless of who and if and how many people will be in the tie breaks, it's going to be fun because shorter time controls, like you said, Irene, always there's some blunders there, up and down. Of course, maybe the decisive result will not be exactly the fairest one because it's shorter time control, and also one player can just have a bad day that day. So that's part of the sport anyway, but I would love to see tie breaks. They're always fun.
The good news is if there are 3 players, right? You might think, okay, one will get eliminated, but no, there's no such thing like that. I think it has to be, or maybe, hang on, there may be some tied between 2 players out of 3, right? In the first mini match. So one player might get actually knocked out, and then 2 players will share the same score.
Exactly. And then they play blitz.
And then they play blitz, yeah.
Too. Yes.
And then it's gonna be like almost the same, yeah. And then also there's a third scenario which not gonna happen. That is if there are 7 players tying for the first place. It's gonna be I don't think it's going to happen in any candidates in the future as well, to have like more than 6 players tying up. I mean, it's almost never possible. But yeah, they just have it in the regulation just in case if it happens, because we never know any outcome of every candidate, right? So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. I love commentating the tiebreak because it will be very quick. It will be very short, but not necessarily be an early day for commentators. It's
No.
just gonna be, I think, quite longer too, to be honest. But that's totally fine. That's gonna be exciting.
Yes, it will be exciting for sure. And by the way, Fabi played long castle here.
Yes.
Talking about some exciting moves, we have opposite sides castle and pawn, black pawn already on g4 and h5. Okay, of course, the attack is not deadly, but Fabi must be enjoying his position right now, don't you think so?
Yeah. And all these moves that he made, the last few moves, he made it quite fast. Yeah, he's not taking much of his time. He just made it quite fast because those moves look like the automatic moves that you're going to make anyway. Also, those moves are pretty useful for your position. You just want to castle and then now get the rook on d8, helping on the king side, and then you always have this idea with the pawn storm, and then the knight is holding everything perfectly. The bishop is kind of stuck at the moment, but it is not a problem because at some point, you know, this bishop is just trying to protect every possible dark squares around the king. So yeah, Fabi is enjoying this position. I would say he is on the driver's seat right now, and things are getting spicier. Then if he wins this one toward the last round, then we have to see what is going on between Ian versus Hikaru and Gukesh versus Alireza. Also, a very interesting scenario would be if Fabi... Hang on. So in the last round, Nakamura will play against Gukesh, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so Fabi wins. Ian and Hikaru draw this round. And Gukesh also draw. So going to the last round, we will have 4 leaders. And then these 4 leaders will play against each other.
Yes.
In the last round. And then they also draw those matches. And then therefore, we will have a tiebreak of 4 players playing all the rapid the rapid single round robin. Yeah, single round robin. So that is going to be wow. The media will be just blowing up, you know, because it's just too exciting. Well, for this weekend also, for round 13 and 14, I hope everyone, you know, clear their schedule and just get all your popcorns, get all your snacks and drinks, and then just stay tuned for the candidates, because this is today, tomorrow, and the following day, because I'm sure there will be tiebreak no matter what.
Yeah, at this point, I think, if Fabi wins, especially because Queen E2, another passive move, is on the board. I believe in him more and more with each move Pragnananda plays. Pragnananda went wrong somewhere. I was asking myself, you know, with white pieces, how do you get yourself in this position? And I actually checked that Queen H3 was the decisive bad move here.
Oh, so instead of Queen H3, what could he have done?
Apparently, Rook B1 was a good active option, which, you know, by looking with a human eye, doesn't do much because B7 is protected anyway. But apparently, after F6, Knight F3, G6, Queen H3, G5, Queen F5 is the best move.
Yeah.
And then
Go on.
And then Rook is on B1, and apparently White is active enough to have good enough position here.
I can understand that. Yes, it was not that hard to understand why this position is better for White compared to what White has at the moment. It's because now you cannot improve this knight. You need to improve this knight, but you cannot do so. First, you have if the knight goes to e6, first we have to think about the checks. But also there is this sacrifice on b7. So let me just put it something like this. There might be some sacrifice that, you know, why not taking it, yeah? And after this queen back here again, and maybe this is something that you would like to, or maybe queen g6 is a better move. Hang on. So after here is queen g6 maybe, because you cannot play queen f7. This is hanging, yeah? The king has to move, but when the king moves, then you lose your right of castle. and you still cannot connect your both rooks. So maybe this is also part of the reason why. Yeah, rook b1, I like the move. But unfortunately, this is what we have. Yeah, that was not played, and this is what we have on the board. And Fabi is just going to play. What can he play in this position? How are you going to continue this as black?
Okay, like you said, rook dg8 is something that looks very natural. I could consider already going for h4 just to sacrifice immediately, but why would I do that? You know, rook dg8 just looks something natural. What do you think?
Definitely, rook dg8 is in my mind, but I'm trying to find the reason why knight f4 is not a good move. But I think it's fine. You're just hitting the queen, and once the queen's gone, then I can play h4 without having rook on g8. So maybe, I mean, do you want to play queen d1 in this position?
Oh, that looks so sad, Irene. This looks so sad. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I don't want to. Like in this position, instead of rook dg1, maybe I can bring my queen instead of the rook, and I already have this idea coming up and trying for a mating attack. So, but any moves, pretty much any moves. I think knight f4. I think is a good move. Rook dg8 is a good move. Queen g7 is also a good move. Yeah, or even like what you said, sacrificing the pawn h4. You know, it's not bad.
Some calculation.
Some calculation. Yeah, like. Of course, not necessary to give it up, but I mean, this is, or you can play h3 first. I don't know. Looks like, because then if the queen moves anywhere else, then okay, we can actually think about having this. No, knight f4 is there. Sorry, you cannot play that. And if queen goes here, okay, you step back with the king like this. Knight f4 is coming. So I mean, it's not a stupid move at all. Like h4 is of course the candidate move. So here Fabi has so many good choices, and yeah, I mean he's just thinking which one is best for his position. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I think also, is that correct that Prague has 33 minutes?
Yeah, 33 minutes and 53 minutes.
And 20 more moves to make. Yeah, this is going to be tough. I don't think Prague is feeling well in this position. He knows he messed up somewhere. I mean, with white pieces to get to this, it's really unnecessary. So yeah, let's let Fabi think for some time to find the right attacking way, like either knight f4, rook g8, however he wants to go. And can we check just Vidit's position, just because I see he's under 30 minutes.
Yep.
And 15 moves to go. Okay, he can do it maybe.
So we saw the position f5 like about 30 minutes ago maybe, and within those 30 minutes not much happening after bishop d6. And Abasov spent roughly about 30 minutes for this move, bishop d6, rook e1, and then queen d8. So trying to meet this one. I think in this position, right? I mean, he was actually planning to play cd6.
Oh yeah.
Try to stop everything with this pawn. It looks ugly, but you cannot really attack it. And then also it's posing like a very good control over the center. So he was planning it, and instead of taking on d6, Vidit play rook e1, followed by queen d8. So I don't know. In this position, can I take with the knight actually?
Oh, I think that is the idea. Yes. Okay, 95.
Yeah, 95. Now I can
take.
I can take because now my knight is just in time. Yeah, before that my knight was not into the play. It might be a bit dangerous for black, but now my knight is fine. So I mean, white looks a bit better just because white has more space. But how to continue? Yeah?
I think black's idea here could be knight e7, because after bishop d6, let's say c takes d6, rook e7, rook f3 could be the move. Also, maybe not. I don't know what's the idea. I was thinking it could be, because I want to get my knight on g6 and on f4, or h4, you know?
But
this is my idea.
But in that case, I think it's a better endgame for white. Okay, so
Maybe,
what was
yeah.
what was the starting move that you wanna?
No, I was just thinking with black pieces to go knight e7. Of course, white needs to play something,
Okay.
and I don't know what white is going to play. What can white play actually?
Oh,
Rook
rook
f1.
f1 is
Okay.
on the board again.
Oof.
So this is a silent draw for Laura. We might actually be on the right spot at the right time before they end the game.
Do you think Abaso wants a draw?
I don't
Because
think
what
anything else.
yeah. No, can I go for 97 now?
Yeah,
Knight
knight e7 is
e7 is
possible.
something, yeah.
Yeah, the thing with knight e7 is okay, now I take.
And let's say I take with a pawn.
Yeah,
Let's just
you have to
say,
take with the pawn, otherwise knight e5, right?
yeah.
And now I
Okay.
put back my rook here.
And now knight g6.
Oh, knight g6. Sorry. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
I
And I
cannot do
might
that.
be even winning after rook
Yes.
f3.
Yeah, I forgot that there's knight g6. Yeah, this is winning for black. So knight e7, going to knight g6. So this move, I have to stop it by playing queen d3 or queen c2, something like that. I don't know which one. Let's try.
And you stop me completely. No, I don't believe that. I want to win.
Yeah, I think white is quite solid. But I like this idea of yours. Yeah, knight g6 is going to be a very dangerous idea if white lets that to happen.
Okay, I guess here I could just play some waiting move like queen d7
Queen
just to see
d7.
what you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Like this?
I wanted to You're just gonna play like that, huh? No, maybe you're right. Maybe I cannot play knight g6 anyhow. Except if you have any ideas how to get knight g6.
Yeah, I'm trying, but there's no
Yeah.
really a way to do that.
No, there's no way because each time I move the bishop, you just actually can I take now bishop e5?
Okay, I have to take with the I
Because
cannot.
now it's getting interesting, yeah.
Okay. So I have to be careful where I move my queen then, yeah?
Yeah, maybe that's the point. You have to be slightly careful. Because here, if you take with the pawn, I have probably
Queen e6, knight d4.
no, you don't. Rook f2, so you have to go rook e2 first, but then I get knight g6 in the game.
Or
So I
maybe
think
can I trick you by taking this?
okay, rook f2, yeah.
And then I go here.
Oh, okay, Irene. Always
Yeah.
tricky. I think I have queen d6 though.
Queen
I think I'm
d6, yeah? You
safe.
want to go here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I cannot make anything, can I?
Yeah. I think not. You can go rook f3, but I don't. Yeah, just take
No,
it.
just take queen g3. Still the same
Okay.
story.
Yeah, that's why it's a bit tricky.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a tricky move. So maybe in the beginning it's best to play queen c2 anyway to stop it.
maybe.
So now if
but
you
now you're getting away from f3
Yes,
knight.
right.
But can I do something about it? Maybe I can't. Maybe I just can't do anything about it.
Oh, let's move to Conero versus Anna because we might be
Okay.
seeing the end of the game because this is going to be perpetual.
Okay.
And we'll go back to the open section soon because apparently Anna has sacrificed a rook in order to get this perpetual. So there might be actually a safer approach anyway. You are not in the contention anymore and then you just want to get rid of everything else. So what was the sacrifice? Something like this. Oh, it was not a sacrifice. You can take it.
Oh,
Or, oh no, she's not thinking of perpetual. Sorry, my mistake. I didn't. Somehow
no draw.
I was blinded. I thought the rook was fine on c4. No, don't draw. Don't draw. Of course, taking on
Okay.
c4 and then have a passer. Now,
I
okay.
mean, I think that Humpy will try to liquidate as much as she can. So b5, very good idea. Now the thing is that white will have perpetual. So yeah, if I take and play something like queen d3 to promote, to try to, or queen b3, let's say a queen b3, I think queen c5 just, okay, king f7.
Yeah, you
king
have this check and then
c7,
check
and
here.
g3, yes.
Yeah, it's always.
So I think you were right again. I think even though we're not going to have perpetual yet, it's going to be soon on the board, because how can you continue with black?
Okay, yeah, but this game, yeah, it's not going to deciding much on the leaderboard. So let's switch back and see how our boys are doing here. Ian versus Hikaru. So knight d3, yeah, and then yeah, we saw this position queen g5 and d5, stopping the checkmate on g2. Rook a d8, bishop b3, and c5. There was a saying that whoever gets the checkmating attack first is gonna win.
Wait, there was a saying.
No, it was just like
in general.
Not in general. I mean, this might not be very famous or anything, but of course, you don't get to threaten a checkmate like on purpose just because of this, right? But there's some understanding, or I don't know, some saying or whatever, like some superstitious, like if you can. If you're trying to get a checkmate, but in a good way, like this is something that it is in a good way, because you want to get the queen out anyway in order to get your rook to the center and so on and so on. You're not really forcing one move checkmate and then suffering the position just because you already lost so many tempi because of that. No, in a good way, in a natural way. So yeah, we'll see. Hikaru is always very fierce as black pieces, but also Ian is a very tough contender too. So we see this one on the board. Bishop b3 followed by c5. And yeah, c7 was a backward pawn, so you want to improve it. And this passer on d5 is not going to be quite deciding the game anyway. Maybe it looks like it's not gonna push so much along the d file. So okay, knight f3 is on the board. Where shall we move this queen?
Where shall we move it indeed? 8-6? That looks sad again, but if I go to g4, I guess, what do you do? h3 just, yeah, very simple.
I like going to f4 just to have like this. And if you play g3, I mean, I'm trying provoking you. Now I can play queen g3, yeah? So this is... Yeah, so this is going to be bad. Now
you threaten c4 as well, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
And just win the pawn. So I like queen f4 because you threaten c4 in that position as well.
Yep, and let's say you stop it by playing rook c1. And maybe in this position, what to do, yeah? Rook d6 maybe?
That looks very natural.
And then yeah, just double the rook and possibly h6 just to have a, the back rank covered like that. Yeah, looks like black is consolidating.
Of course, yeah, black can soon be better with some wrong moves of white.
Oh, queen h5 is on the board.
Oh, okay, what's the idea? What's the idea of queen h5?
Knight f4. I think reserving the square f4 for the knight, which is a good idea actually. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very tricky idea as well. You know what's sad? That I think I should exchange the queens with white. But as this position, usually you don't want to do that, but like you said, when black has this attack, that person wins, but let's try to stop them, yeah,
So
with
maybe knight
exchanging the
e5.
queens. Yeah, let's say 95.
So if you take, check, takes,
Yes.
takes. Yeah, who is better in this position?
I mean, the thing is, if you manage to get some rook d6, rook d8, I guess, of course, black, but I have rook e6 myself, so I don't know, actually, because b5, c4 is coming from black side. So I think black is still better, yeah.
Yeah, but now
okay.
how to deal in this position? I have rook e6, I have rook e7.
Yeah, that's true. You have both, yeah. Yeah. Okay, maybe
Maybe
white
just
is
this
fine.
then. Because after
rook
this, you have
e6?
rook f6. I mean, this position is fine for white now. It's it shouldn't be losing or anything. Maybe it's just a draw. Or,
Yeah,
or
I
is
think
it?
so, yeah.
Ooh, check here, here, and rook here. Okay, not to worry. There's g5. Yeah, not
Oh,
to
yes.
be checkmated on h3.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this could be a potential idea for white exchanging the queens.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Yeah, knight e5 looks like you just want to neutralize the position, yeah? Just not to have any attack with knight f4 again, and probably queen g6 still attacking on here, because also having the knight on f4, it's also attacking the pawn on d5. So this is actually the idea that white has to prevent.
Yeah, if you let black do too many forward moves, you're gonna be in trouble. So yeah, knight f4 is a big threat. Also, I think b5 could be an idea from black's perspective here. I like if black gets b5, c4 again, perfect. This is what I want. So yeah, we have to be concrete here.
Yep. Okay. Let's get back to Gukesh game, because this is also one of the leaders' games, and we've seen so many. I think there are a few pieces being trading up right now.
Yes.
And yeah, h3 was, and after rook e8, it was bishop a4 and e4. Nice, and the queen has to move, and now rook e7 here, queen to 7, a4. So Firouzja is actually playing really well here. And a3, nice. I mean, black's position is completely fine. Unfortunately, I like black now. I mean, I've been liking black position anyway, but
Yes, we've both been. Yes, that's true. Yeah, this a3, this is such a modern plan as well, right? Like just putting the pawn on a3 and making the weakness either with b3 or now taking on b2. So how are we dealing with this though? Can I take on b2, queen b2, something like, I want to go something like rook a6, but maybe I should be more careful with my move order.
yeah, what to do here as black? If you take on this, you'll just have helping white to take on e3 with the better placed knight. And if you take this also, this might be fine, followed by rook a6. Because the next move, if you don't do anything else, white will play b3.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So I think you have to take on b2.
Then you have to take, yeah, and then after queen takes b2.
Now I'll either rook c6, rook a6. I cannot play queen c4 because queen b7 has too many threats, I think. Okay, you can do it. I have queen c6, of course, but the end game, I think, is a draw. But if I want to play for a win, maybe I can't play for a win. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe it's just too solid for... for white now. I mean, what white wants to do is just to take on a7, knight e3, and okay, you have an eye on d5 square. So this is fine. But if you don't take on b2, then b3 is coming, so you have to take. Okay, let's say I play rook here, yeah? And what to do now? Maybe bishop d4. Something like this. And then preparing for knight going to... I mean, of course, you want to take on f6 now. But let's say bishop takes, queen takes.
Yes.
You cannot take this one still because this is hanging.
Oh, wow. Okay, so even though black looks better in the original position, actually, it's just white is standing fine.
Yeah, white is fine.
Yeah, and if white does get this b3 idea, I think white is even better. Yeah, might be. So I don't know. Alireza is thinking, of course, what can I do to trick him? Could have we went something else than a3? Can we just check 2 moves before? Here, couldn't I have went knight d5 first or something to put the knight on a better square?
Yeah, but it will just offer so many traits. Yeah, takes,
Yeah,
takes,
because
and
knight
knight
e3 is
here.
coming. It's equal anyway.
Yeah, you have this, but even after you knight d3, you don't really have anything much. Maybe I'll just offer the trait. I don't know. This might be fine. It's fine for white.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay, so c4 looks like it's still quite a fight, but yeah, my guess that this is going to be draw. And if this draws, Fabi wins, and the other game draws, yeah, we have 4 leaders going to the next round, or the last round, actually. Oof.
That's what we want. This is what we are striving for here.
Yes,
So
yes.
actually, we're cheering for a draw.
Yeah, that will be too interesting, too exciting. This draws, and Fabi wins, and these guys draw. Yeah, because after 95, I think it's I mean, still thinking, Jens is still thinking, but after 95, it should be and a smooth draw till the end for both sides. So, and we have 4 leaders. Oh gosh. And then these 4 leaders will play against each other on the last round. Let's take a look last round. See, Hikaru will play against Gukesh, and Fabi will play against Ian. So this is as if this is not a double round robin event, as if this is like a Swiss system event, and then where all the leaders will have to play against each other in the last round. Amazing, eh? Amazing how things are unfolding.
Work out.
Yeah. Gosh.
No, it's great. And there was a great question in the chat as well, like how often are the candidates determined by tie breaks? When was the last time?
I think this one... Yeah, when was the last time the candidates have tie breaks? Yeah, because I remember in candidates 2013, the 2 contenders were Magnus and Kramnik, and both of them lost on the last round.
Lost the last round, yeah. And Magnus then won the candidates. Yeah, it was very funny. So I don't remember actually, but also the thing is, I never followed the candidates as closely as I do right now as commentator, Usually you just check the openings, check some games, some decisive games. But yeah, I'm enjoying it right now to be here and to maybe even see this historic event in case 4 players tie for the first place and go into tie breaks. So I guess chat, it's up to you to find the past results right now. So the format has changed over the years. Before they didn't need tie breaks.
Yeah.
Before it was the Buchholz or whatever.
Yeah. In this, that's why I stand corrected actually, because I thought that was still the case for these candidates, because I remember we were chatting about it with Hari and Felix as well. I thought it was going to be the Buchholz or the other tiebreak, the SB, will decide who is the winner. But in this candidates these days, whoever gets the same point go for the playoff or for the tiebreak. So yeah, you just need to equal the points, and yeah, that's what happened. And knight e5 is on the board, Laura. We called it perfectly. Yeah.
Wow.
So you have to neutralize your opponent's attack, and I think queen has to take. Because now if somehow you move the queen, then this knight is so strong on the center. Let's see actually if queen
Yeah, let's
somehow
see.
go to g5, yeah?
Yeah,
Oh,
now
I
the
can
question.
take.
Yeah, queen g6.
And then rook e6.
Rook e6.
You have
Yeah,
rook
yeah.
f6, but now I have time to play queen e2, let's say.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This looks almost great for white
Hang on.
already.
Not to blunder
Oh
the
no,
mate.
rook e6. Yeah,
Yeah.
don't learn the mate.
So we have to do this. But okay, this is not a good position for white actually, because you can just keep taking. And then rook goes here, something like this. So okay, let's not do that. So queen g5 is on the board as we speak. But then, hang on, isn't knight f3 a repetition? We saw this position before, right?
Oh. Wait. That's a draw offered by Jan.
No, but Ian hasn't played it. But if he plays it, I mean, Hikaru is a tricky player. He wants to see, he might actually have queen f4 in mind, but he just wants to see whether his opponent would like to make a draw, because it is also like he's teasing your mind, like, hey, Laura, I'm repeating the moves. I might want to have a draw, but actually you already set your
Maybe
mind.
not.
Yeah, actually you already set your mind that you don't want to make a draw. You're just teasing your opponent's mind. So this might be the case of it, because I don't think Hikaru would like to. Maybe I'm wrong, but usually Hikaru wouldn't like to do it. If knight after it happens, I don't think he will repeat with queen h5.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm not sure. Thing is, yeah, Hikaru is playing Fabi tomorrow, but Hikaru is white, so
No, Hikaru is playing Gukesh.
sorry, Hikaru is
Yeah.
playing Gukesh.
Fabi
Oh,
plays
okay.
Ian.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's correct. Yes. Yeah, you're right, but at the same time, objectively, black is probably not better here. Speaking objectively, but of course there are some tricks that black has, but I think I don't know. I think Hikaru might take the draw just because he doesn't see that he's doing better than Jan. Of course, he achieved a lot by equalizing and threatening these checkmates and being very active with the queen, knight f4 maybe. But objectively, is black really playing for a win in case knight f3 happens?
No, I would. Oh, black is playing for a win or not? Yes, maybe, because black is for choices here, which is very safe. I mean, you see how Hikaru manages to just repeat the moves and then not risking anything, because turns out the position is actually very safe for black right now, because usually you kind of a bit scared of, okay, if your opponent doesn't repeat, your opponent might have something else. But in this position, what could be the alternatives for white, right? But to repeat, because we saw it, taking this is not really a good option. The bishop still has like an indirect attack to g2 square, and the knight, the knight is going to f4 soon. So you kind of have to repeat, and Ian just did it.
And Irene, don't we have a curse in these candidates in case you decide to decline the repetition, you lose? Hasn't that happened 2 times already?
Yeah, exactly. So if you don't repeat what looks like a repetition, it might backfire and you might lose the game. And we've seen that so many games.
Oh yeah. Vidit lost like that against Nepomniachtchi.
Yes.
He could have repeated, but he didn't.
Tanzongi also lost to Litingje. She could have repeated, and she didn't. And also Goryachkina could have repeated against Vashali in the beginning, but also Goryachkina didn't repeat and she lost the game. So we've seen a few games like that, and it's never a good ending story for the one who is rejecting it.
Yeah.
But I still believe that Hikaru wouldn't repeat.
So you think queen f4 will happen?
Queen f4, or maybe I missed some other move as well that also yeah, why not, right? Why not queen f4? Let's see. Yeah. This is going to be a very critical moment, I would say. to check whether Hikaru would like to play for a win or he would like to just make a draw. Okay, if Queen H5 happens, then okay, it's a draw. But if Queen F4 happens, then actually this is what I was hoping for. But we'll see. We'll come back to this. And by the way, Vidit already drew against Abasov. So after bishop d6, rook e1, the queen d8 and back, and then e7 happens, and queen d3 and queen d7. So king
We
here.
had that, yeah. King g1, just an easy waiting move.
Yeah, so you don't change the nature of the game by taking on d6. Yeah, you just sit and wait. So maybe Vidit was just trying to have a early day anyway. Yeah, so they repeat the moves like this and then agreed for a draw. Okay, and while Hikaru is still thinking, let's get back to the game between Pragnananda versus Fabi because it looks like the attack has just started.
What? Oh wow, we've blocked the king side though. Okay.
Not the approach that I would do. But okay, he won the exchange. So
he's winning the exchange.
Yeah. So okay, let's see the position here. Yeah, castle and then rook dg8, knight f1, h4, knight e3, and now the knight goes to d4. Yeah, looks like a very good position for black. h3, yes. And yeah, you kind of have to close these files because otherwise the king might be getting checkmate soon. But in the cost of the exchange, yeah, because after this takes, and now this is a technical winning position for black, but it is still not too easy because the knight can stand on f5. To be honest,
exactly,
this is not the approach that I would take if I were attacking.
Same. Also, I think as us attackers, we've very much been in a lot of positions when we could have taken the material, but of course taking the material is worse than continue attacking. Yeah. And I think this is the case. How does black try to open up the position for the rooks? It's extremely hard to do that.
I think one thing is you are trying to prepare for f4 maybe. So let's say you put the knight on f5. Maybe I would just give the exchange back by playing rook h5.
I think so.
And then
I think that's the idea.
Have an extra pawn because in the long term, just imagine that everything is exchanged. The king is quite restricted, and then this pawn on a4 might be, in the long term, this might be a weakness because this king can somehow catch it. I mean, this is still like centuries in the future. But just to try to understand the Fabiano's point of view, why he deliberately chose this type of situation compared to continuing the attack.
Okay, but tell me, what if I just go bishop d2, bishop c1, bishop d2, bishop c1, you know, just can you show me where's the breakthrough? Because if you go f5, then suddenly
I go here.
It's not the same. Yeah.
I go here.
That's it. Yeah. Okay.
And I don't know where to put the rook to support f5. Maybe here, and then f5. So I think this is the idea of Fabiano's playing queen d7, is to bring the bishop to this diagonal.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. That's a nice demonstration. But once again, like if I exchange the black squared bishops, once you go to h6, I go knight f5, and then we exchange. It's like okay, it's still a long game, yeah.
It's still a long game. It's like TBD, yeah, to be determined later. Because I think the move that black has to play is like just going to reply what white has. Like what white is intending to do. So if knight f5, of course bishop f8. So it's like move by move. What black can do here is just to prepare everything, not to blunder anything, just to have everything under control. And yeah, I think it's gonna still be a long game because Fabi will try to break the position, and at the same time Pragnananda will also defend the position, and he has the resources to do it. So we'll come back to this game, and let's see how Gukesh is doing against Alireza. Because after c4, So we were kind of so focused on the queen side a lot,
Yeah.
and we forgot to see this move, knight h5, which happened in the game. So Alireza played knight h5. So in preparation of, okay, let's say takes, and then you have knight f4, you have some sort of attack, and then you might want to put your knight on d3. Also, at the same time, you're actually threatening to take on the bishop.
Mm,
Because if you take with the knight, then you have this f4 followed by d3. So it
yeah.
means you have to take it with the pawn. But if you take it with the pawn, it is a worse structure for white. So knight h5 has a direct attack or a direct idea in this position, that is to take on e3 and followed by knight f4. Therefore, Gukesh played g3 to stop knight f4 from happening. So if black took this one, then you can just safely take it with the knight, and then the knight will enjoy the d5 square. So no one will try to take on e3 for sure. That's why in this position, Alireza played bishop c5. In the case of bishop takes, you can take like this, and after knight here, at the very least, when you're hitting d5, you're not attacking the queen, and you're actually loosening this pawn. This one can be taken, and maybe after this you can just take, and so on. So here, Gukesh still also waits until black does something and then play b3, which is a very useful move, of course. And now Alireza is thinking, and Alireza has what, 21 minutes for the next 14 moves.
Okay. I mean, playable, but also Alireza has been in many time troubles this tournament. Not a big surprise here. Yeah, b3 I think was, he had to see that. Yeah, this was a very logical idea by white. The question is, can we go f5 or something?
Ooh.
Are we brave? Are we brave people? I'm not sure if I'm brave enough to play f5 if I was him, but that's why I'm playing him as playing f5 as commentator. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's a bit too brief. Yeah. I will just take on here, and then I will play for the endgame.
Yeah,
After this, I will offer the queen trait. And f5 is actually on the board, Laura.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Whatever happens in this game, I apologize in advance.
So, okay, what happened after takes? Yeah, takes, and then queen e3. Queen c7
Queen
back.
e5, c7. Okay, yeah, c7 works for
Yeah.
me.
And trying to play like rook e8
F4.
maybe, and
The
then
f4
followed
is
by
now a
f4.
threat,
Yeah. This could be. But I mean, this is exactly the position where I need Alireza to play, not just because you're out of contention. You're playing like safe, like as if it doesn't matter anymore for you. You're right. I mean, you understand what I'm saying. But here Alireza is playing as if he's still in a contention. So which is good. I like this spirit a lot. f5. And maybe also taking into account that Alireza thinks that Gukesh is under pressure to somehow score something, right? So in that case,
of course, he wants to win as many games as he can till the end. I mean, those 2 games that are left, I think he's also just playing relaxed. He's not playing to win the candidates anymore. So he has nothing to lose. He just wants to play good chess and interesting chess. He just doesn't want, these boring draws. He proved that already, and he keeps proving it till the end. And that's why I appreciate him, as a chess player. He's here for the entertainment.
yeah, I think just also for his love of chess too. So nice. This is nice sign, f5. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. And also Vaishali has 5 minutes apparently against Lei, and the chat has been requesting this game. Can we briefly just
we
check
can
that one?
But just one moment. Queen h5 has just been played in the game between Ian versus Hikaru, offering this repetition. Okay, I still have some hope, right? He might be not repeating for the third move. So we
Oh,
can
yeah.
you can see this position
You-
again after this, and then finally queen f4. So this is my hope, but we'll see.
No, isn't that the third time if white plays knight e5?
Yeah,
I think
but
it's the third time. Wait, so
it has to be actually. Hang on, knight e5 is in this position once, and then this, and then here. If I play queen h5, then you can play knight e5 again. So twice for knight e5. So I mean, black has still the, I think
no, but
one more chance.
oh wait, Hikaru, look, Cat is here for Hikaru. Let's go.
He knows that we're talking about Hikaru, yeah? And then your cat is...
Yes, okay. It's true. It's something about Hikaru. No, I actually think the position is repeated 3 times after knight. Oh no, it's played, yeah?
It's played, no.
Okay.
Here, on move 24, this is the first knight e5. And then queen g5, knight f3, queen h5, and knight e5. And
Yeah, no,
still...
but the position after c5, yeah, is the same. So this is the first position.
Ah, you mean like that, I
And
see.
then,
Right.
yeah, I mean the position, not the moves, yeah. So I think that counts, right? But okay, Jan played 95 anyway, so
So
I
yeah, knight
think.
e5. So yeah, after queen g5, it's okay. They're gonna go for a draw, and then yeah, because tomorrow is a big day for both Ian and Hikaru, yeah. So they try to get as much as energy as they can, because big day, everything is at stakes, and they're going to play also against the leaders. It's not gonna be easy. I think an early day for them today is always a good choice, because otherwise it's gonna be very tiring. And let everything decides tomorrow. So yeah, we might actually see the results soon on this one, because Hikaru already paused a lot before moving queen h5 on the
I think so.
on the first repetition. And yeah, so it comes down to Praknananda versus Fabi and Gukesh versus Alireza. Then yeah, Laura, I have a good feeling we will have 4 leaders before the last round.
Oh, but that's a good feeling.
It is a good feeling, yeah. The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier.
And
Exactly, yeah.
tomorrow our friend Eric Rosen will be joining us in the commentary.
Yes. Oh, that's great. Hope we're gonna see some London for the last round.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think
either,
so.
yeah.
But maybe for Alireza. But I mean,
Yeah.
for the top 2 boards, the deciding boards, I don't think we'll see London. But well, who knows? Who knows? Okay. So okay, let's see. What do you want to see?
So we wanted to check Vaishali versus Lei, just
Okay.
because they were in time trouble, and also I think Vaishali had such great attack, which I don't know if she still has at this point.
Okay, so we see the position up to bishop g3, and here, okay, knight d6, rook c1, queen b6. So we actually kind of like predicted it. And after g6, okay, by the way, Ian and Hikaru, they already repeated, and the score will be showing up soon as draw. Okay, let's continue this one. Queen d3, g6, bishop b3, bishop b4, here a5. Oh, nice, going for this sacrifice on g6. So
Yeah.
black stopped it. a3, bishop d6, knight f3 back, bishop d7, takes, and knight here, going for knight e4 maybe to c5. This looks very good for white. And yeah, white has 3 minutes for the next 13 moves. Definitely in time trouble.
Okay, yeah. Very interesting. If I remember correctly, Evil Bar was saying white is much better before, but now it says it's equal. That's why I also wanted to check it, because apparently knight h4, I think I checked it, lost the advantage. Even though it had beautiful idea, it was the wrong move, because you just lose a tempo as she moved it back then to f3, the next move, yeah? So h4 was the right approach before knight h4. Of course, white is still in a better position. White is still attacking, but
This one, yeah?
yeah, here
Just h4.
yeah, h4 was a very interesting idea to
Of
go
course,
for.
yeah, you want to go for h5 and, yeah, opening this diagonal. Yeah. So, and she has enough time actually. So I don't know why she did this, because then it's just like one move threat that can easily be,
Exactly.
yeah. But maybe she was actually thinking to play bishop c2 maybe, like in this position to just take, and maybe she changed her mind and not playing it. And we see already a draw between Ian versus Hikaru.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they officially have agreed for a draw. So yeah, let's see the current position. Knight d2. No, she's in real-time trouble right now. So, but
Both of them.
both of them. So, but Litinchi also doesn't have much time on the clock as well. But now with a few traits of the minor pieces, black somehow stabilized. Yeah, it was kind of like a dangerous position for black before with all the pieces still on the board. But now black kind of like stabilized and maybe easier to play, and with only a few minutes left on the clock.
I think I agree. It is more comfortable for white, but yeah, like bishop is coming to c6. I think, of course, okay, black has a lot of weaknesses. If I was black and I was in time trouble, I would find 10 ways how to blunder this game. Yeah, maybe more than 10. But Lei, of course, experienced. And yeah, what I don't like is, long term, pawn on e6 can be lost very easily, especially knight e4, knight c5, rook e1. Yeah. So no, the game is for sure not over. Just the advantage kind of slowly disappeared. But we'll see how they will continue. Yeah. Is it late to move? Yes.
Yeah, after
Black
knight
to
d2
move.
it's black to move. Right. So yeah, the game between Pragnananda versus Fabi is always interesting. Yeah, this is a very important game. I think everyone is keeping an eye on this game. So we saw the position up to queen d7. In this position, Pragnananda played rook b1. The move that he had actually many moves ago, yeah, a better move than queen h3. Okay, here bishop f8. Now Fabi start to improve the bishop, going to h6, but Pragnananda stopped it by playing bishop a3, because now the c5 pawn is kind of weak. But you cannot play b6 because then it will just open up a5, and then white has some counter play there. So Fabi decided to improve the king to a sever square, king b8, queen e2, followed by king a8, and now king g1. Yeah, so I think in this position, white will be just waiting. White will not make any committal move, White will be just waiting and then see what black is doing. Yeah, because it is up to black right now on how to break the position.
Yeah, you're right. I like this where you mentioned this bishop f8, bishop h6 idea before, and of course Prague with this bishop a3, that's brilliant, kind of, yeah, to stop this very, very good idea to exchange this bishop for the knight, because then you can play f5. How do we break through? Fabi, how do we do it?
The thing is, I think it might be the time to change direction. Like you already established this one and this one, which is good for long term. So maybe it's time to start doing something from this side of the board. But also keeping an eye of g4. I don't know. I'm trying to find some alternative, because you cannot break with f5 yet. But if you cannot break in that side of the board, can you break on the queen side?
Yeah, I mean, that's always could be an idea, but rook h7 played, which is probably, okay, it's a bit of a waiting move, but also a direction of the queen side. I'm just not seeing how I can break through there. That's the problem.
Yeah, if you cannot break, you'd be very sad and drawing this position.
Oh, so sad. Yeah, that would be terrible sadness, of course. No, I think he has an idea, and I think, of course, he will try. I mean, I think this game can go on for many, many, many moves, and Black has nothing to lose. I guess the idea could be rook f7
Yep.
now, just to put the rook on the best square to support f5. But after that, I don't want to open the queen side. I really don't want to do it yet.
Yeah, maybe it was a bad idea for me, opening the queen side. So yeah, maybe
You
rook
have to prepare
f7.
it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to prepare it. No, for sure, it's a good idea, but you have to prepare it somehow. Like even some queen d8, queen a4 could be coming, and if I take the a pawn, of course, all is good. But yes, it's hard. It's not easy. It's not easy. Rook g7. Ah, yes. So he wants to support the g4 pawn, like you said, maybe to move the queen to the queen side, somewhere else. Yeah. Would that be an idea? I don't know.
Hard to say. Hard to say. He might be just moving around until the time control too. Like
We'll see. Yeah, he has his plans.
yeah. The funny thing is we're talking, discussing about what could that move be, like what could be the plan, and so on and so on. But in the back of Fabi's mind, he was okay. I just want to get to the 40th move and then play around and let Laura and Irene decide what to talk about the moves.
Let the commentators do their job, and I know what I'm doing, or I'm not. Yeah, it's a mystery. No, for sure. I think Fabi has a plan. I don't think he's just moving the rooks around. He will go maybe rook g6 or rook g5, move the queen, maybe then go bishop h6. And I think it's up to Prague to think what Black has to do to win. And if Black doesn't see the Black's idea, yeah, then of course he's gonna lose.
Okay, but
So,
maybe
yeah.
now you wanna start guessing what could be Black's idea. Let's say I play bishop queen d2, yeah. I'm not gonna move any move, like just queen d1, queen
Okay,
d2.
let's go rook g6.
Okay, I'll go here.
And now I'm gonna go queen. Okay, wait. That's actually not so easy. Okay, I'm gonna go queen c7 first.
Okay, we might want to go here, so I kind of have to stop you.
And now, now there's a good question. What do I do? The thing is, if I go queen d6, you have knight f5,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't like. That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, it's hard to really understand what's going on. It's
Yeah, and even if I go something like a6,
a6. Where
right?
do you wanna?
I just want to prepare b5 for the right moment.
Mm.
Maybe I should not go. No, wait, why can I not go b6? Wait, let's
b6.
go
I'll play
b6.
a5.
You're gonna play a5 anyway?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to open the queen side.
Okay, then I start with a6. Okay, I just want to see what you're gonna do.
Also
Are you
a5.
you're gonna go a5? Wow.
I want to put my rook
And
on b6 now.
okay, but I will go bishop e7 now.
Okay, I'll go here.
Okay, bishop d8. Oh no,
Oh,
wait,
this is
I'm losing
hanging.
the bishop. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy. In fact, can we check the evaluation?
The evolution is always better for black anyway because of the material, like 0.5.
But that's not a lot.
But I was just I don't like this but maybe there's nothing else, but I don't know. Let's say after this I like this move, but I was actually thinking of g3.
Yeah, wait, let's think. Maybe here there's something better than h3.
No, g3 is bad because why? C3 and then knight f5 maybe.
Oh,
You take first. You take first, takes, and then this one. Yeah, just stopping everything. So g3 is bad. What else? So h3. h3 is a pretty good move, but after this, here, takes. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently this is like the move to play, but I don't like
Wait.
the outcome.
No, me neither. Yeah, how
Oh
could
no,
I have went
here
something else?
King
Could I
F1,
have
Queen
went
D8, and Queen E1. So we saw everything. I mean, as long as you okay. Whenever you wanna play Queen F5, I will have to
Okay.
stop it with Queen E1.
So the thing was, yes, of course, we predicted that. The thing was that knight d4 was I think, the wrong jump. So if you go to move 19, no, not 19, let's say 20.
22, like this.
Okay, that's fine, yeah. Wait, let me just check it. Actually, this is weird, but move 20, so when Queen E2 was played, I go knight f4 first, forcing Queen d1 to happen. And now rook g8, knight f1, h4.
Ah,
Because in the other position, I think there was some difference with bishop f4, but here you're kind of forced to come to this.
and then if I
And
go
now,
here?
and now g3. Of course, knight f5 is a move, but apparently black is doing much better after g takes h2.
Oh yeah, of course. I have to take on G3 first, maybe. But here you have sacrifice, maybe, yeah?
Yes, knight f5. Oh no, h3. Yeah, knight h3 is winning. Yes, yes, yes.
Here
Of
and then
course,
Queen
it's
H.
easy when I'm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. After takes, no, just rook h3 is
Oh, just
winning.
rook H3 is fine, yeah? Ah, you have mate coming soon. You have this check, followed by this check.
Yeah, 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 that's nice. But of course, these are some small nuances because Fabi didn't go to f4 immediately just because it was safer, of course, to play rook g8 and h4 first. But that means that knight f4 was no longer possible. Because then queen f1 was defendable, and in this line, queen d1 is forced. Yeah.
Yep.
Which is important. Okay, interesting. No, it's easy with the engine, of course. As
Yeah,
a player,
as players, it's hard to find these little differences. Okay.
I was curious, but yes, now we have this position and
We have, yeah, this, and then King F1 actually here, Queen F5, Rook G5, and then, yeah, I think they're still moving around. And yeah, trying to scare white with this F5 idea, maybe. But it's not gonna happen until move 40, I would say. Laura?
no.
If that happens, it's going to be when they hit move 40. Because they will just keep playing around, and then Fabiano is just trying to get more time to really plan ahead on how to continue this position, because this looks like, of course, black is better, but black has to find a way to break the fortress.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this somebody in the chat said checked with Lila, Fabi is close to winning. That might be troll, maybe not, and I'm not sure. Because I don't know if this is a fortress or not. Not a troll? Apparently Lila says Fabi is winning. Okay, cool. That's good. But of course, I wonder what Lila says, but okay.
Let's say if black is close to win the position, it has to be like some sort of a strategy or a plan or some idea. It cannot be a concrete continuation.
No.
Yeah. And
yeah,
we're
yeah.
trying to find what the strategy is right now. What's the plan? Because the break that you can have is via f5 and via b5. But to prepare the break on b5, it's gonna take a lot of time to prepare, and might not be the best break actually, because then if you open up the queen side, then white might be able to get some counterplay. But if you don't do that, then you only have another one that is via f5. But looks like it's not a good time to do it now. But what can be the preparation in the long run? If you are breaking via f5, you have to give the exchange back. So I don't know whether it is a good thing or bad thing, but looks like
yes.
it might be just a fortress now.
Yeah. I also think like Fabi maybe is now trying to put the other rook on g5 to prepare or scare I think he's trying to scare Fabi with f5, but like you said, I don't think that's a good thing just because black with this kind of bishop, I don't know if you can do anything, but yeah. Okay. I
Okay.
don't know. We can yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll move around until move 40. So let's see the critical game right now between
Mhm.
Fashali versus Litinje because they are under a minute.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we saw the position up to I think about somewhere like here. After knight d2, bishop c6, knight e4, queen f4, and then knight c5, attacking e6, rook e8, rook e1. So and Litinje is offering the sacrifice. Oh, not actually. c1 rook is hanging, so it's not a sacrifice at all. Okay,
Yeah, not yet.
not yet. So queen h3, and now e6 is hanging, and stopping it with f5, rook c d1, and now queen d6. So just trying to get a hold of e6 pawn. So how are you going to continue this? Okay, knight d3 is already on the board. They have to play fast, yeah?
Yeah, you have to play very fast though. Yeah, like this e6, like I said before, this can be such a bad pawn. Like if I could, I would go knight f4 and exchange the knights, but I can't. I don't. Or can I? Maybe I can go knight f4. Wait, can I do it? Ah, but if you're black, you don't want to do it. So knight e5 is going to be on the board soon, and I have to be prepared for it. Okay.
Knight f6 is on the board. And now what happened if knight moves to e5? Maybe bishop
d5.
bishop d5.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. And Vaishali, under 30 seconds. But I think you have to go 95. Yes, okay. And now bishop d5 will be played fast, and then I can go bishop a4. Rook e7. I don't know who's better anymore.
Yeah, bishop e4. Ooh,
e4.
6 moves to go.
Would you take white or black in this with 30 seconds on the clock?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I don't know. I like my knight on e5. Maybe I'll choose white anyway.
Okay. In worst case, you can go knight c4, knight e5 back, I think. Maybe not. Queen c3. Yeah, you're attacking a5. Yeah, white is causing some problems for black. Because if I go b6, then c6 square can be too weakened. What are they gonna play?
Knight d5 maybe, yeah. Oh, a5 is hanging, so...
Can I take on a5? Yeah, so that's why I was thinking b6. I don't know. I don't know. I think b6 is a safe move,
This
but
one?
at the same time, you don't want to play it. Can I go queen a6? Queen b6, maybe.
Yeah, b6 is played. So what happened after knight c4? Nothing happens. Maybe just step down with the queen.
Yeah.
Or even queen c6 maybe.
Also that threatening bishop g2. No, I think bishop a4, rook e7,
f3.
Okay. Oof.
Okay, now move the bishop to b7 maybe. And get ready for rook c8, something like that.
Yes, I think that's a very good way of playing. How many moves left? 4 for white
And 5 for black, yes. And also, okay, bishop d5 is of course another idea, but now I think bishop a4, rook e7, and maybe rook c1.
Yeah, I agree. Sounds like an easy plan for white. I think after bishop a4, I should go rook c8.
Bishop c4, rook c8 immediately, yeah? Hitting the queen.
Yeah, and then rook e7.
Yeah, that looks
Double.
pretty good. Yeah, somehow black stabilized again, and yeah, what was a bit better, but Littinger proved to be a very tough opponent to play this position against.
Yeah, no, she knows her stuff. She doesn't go in this kind of structure unknowingly. So yeah, I think, okay, I cannot say this game will be a draw, but yes, both players can still play for a win. That's what I mean. Maybe it's a 3-game result still. But we should wait for the last 3 moves just to make sure
Yes, of
nobody
course.
blunders anything. Oh, rook f8. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why, but works for me.
So what happened
Why-
after rook c1 then, yeah?
Oh, I wanted just to say white has no threats, but rook c1, queen c7 seems to be a good idea.
Is it just knight e8? Okay, rook c1 is on the board. Yeah, this is the type of move that you just have to move anyway when you don't have much time on the clock. Then what? Ooh, offering this. I don't like it. I can just
I don't like
take.
it either. Wait,
No, I like this position. What could be miss?
why haven't we played rook c8 immediately if this is what we will have to do now?
Exactly. Yeah, it was a fair point. Yeah, rook c8 immediately has to be played because then in this type of position, I think black is just. I mean, white is just standing fine. Only white can win this position. Okay, let's say you play bishop here, trying to hit this one. What can I do?
Can I defend it? Can I go rook c4? But bishop a6 is coming, yeah. Okay, maybe that's the problem, yeah?
Is it? Yeah, it is a problem.
Okay, there's a
So okay,
problem.
after okay,
That's why
unfortunately,
she went.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. So queen d2 is on the board. But okay, the position has been quite equalish for the past few moves, and now we got this position, and maybe they will, I don't know, takes, and rook c1, and then another trade, and it should be easy to hold for both sides. Okay, they only need one more move to make the time control. And I was like picking the other games, Koderu versus Muzichuk. They also make to the time control. The same with Salimova versus Lagno.
But Salimova is a piece down, so she's not doing exactly great even after time control.
Yes. Okay, so Fashali already made the time control. Rook c3.
Okay. Rook c3, logical. I want to go rook c1.
Yeah, you want to double the rook on the c file. Yeah, it's a good plan.
Actually, yeah, that's a very good plan. What do I do?
Rook
At
takes
some point I
c3.
will... Oh,
Yep, so now you have to take with the queen, otherwise queen takes a3. Yeah?
yeah.
I mean, they already made the time control. This is a 40th move. So if you take something like this, then what do we do here? Probably bishop somewhere so that you can try to hit on d4. Like bishop here, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you do this also, I have rook c8. Yeah, so okay. Black is looking fine in this position.
Yes.
And if you
very
take something like this, I think queen takes, and then you just down a pawn without anything. But Faishali is thinking right now, and yeah, she has all the time to do it. Okay, the game between Prague versus Fabi, they're closing into the 40th moves. I don't see any improvement so far. They just, playing around and around. The game between Salimova versus Katrina Lagno. Yeah, you were mentioning Salimova was losing anyway. Yeah, and it looks like it's just a matter of technique. Although it looks a bit dangerous, but yeah, I think Black should be just fine, yeah. And then
After the check, bishop g7, I think saves the position somehow.
yeah,
Otherwise e6
something
could be
like this,
hanging.
and then we can have
King
this.
g8, yeah, even that, yeah. But even king g8
King
is safe
G8 is
enough.
fine, yeah. Oh, and then the rook is trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Okay, so things are looking good for Lagno and corner versus Muzichuk. This looks like it's gonna be a draw, but Muzichuk is pushing. She could have repeated the moves, but she's currently pushing and trying to find if there is anything more than a draw or not. So we will also come back to this one. And what about the other game? Ooh, this is getting interesting, Laura.
Oh yes. Oh, I want to see what happened here. This looks great.
So after f5, this is the move that you suggested. Took on c5, took on c5 and rook a d1. Rook f8, preparing for these f4 moves. So rook d5 first, queen e7, and after f4, unfortunately you cannot do the en passant, the rook is hanging.
Yeah.
Then f6, and then rook d2. But in this position, black already has a pass pawn on the center, which is good for black, I would say. And after g5, knight here, takes on f4, takes on f4, queen here. So you cannot take f5 because there's a check over here. And then you can just get, oh, is it a check? But there's queen g2. Hang on.
There's queen g2.
What do I miss?
Maybe just king h8, honestly. I mean, f4 will be hanging anyway.
Yeah, you are right. Yeah, just king h8. Yeah, this will be a problem for white in the future. And I think both players, especially White, didn't really have time, so he didn't want to take a risk on calculating this as well. So after queen f7, king h2, maybe preparing for taking this. And now knight h5. And yeah, we are seeing the current position. And Gukesh is still with 12 minutes while Alireza with 4 minutes. So Alireza is in kind of like time trouble, but he only needs to make another 5 moves back to the time control.
Yeah. Knight h5. Okay, so white, we have to protect f4 now, I think. Queen f2. Let's say we play something like that.
Queen
But then queen
f2.
c7, right? I know knight d5 is coming. Okay, this is very interesting position. But if knight comes to d5, I think I would prefer to take white.
Yeah, and especially the king is still on g8. Yeah. Yeah, it's a question now. Should I move the king or should I just stay on g8? Yeah, it's not very clear. So let's see if I play rook g6, let's say.
I'm trying to find. Okay. Okay, let's say I go knight d5 anyway.
Yeah, what to do?
Yeah, no, this is tough. I would not like to be, even if I try to move king h8, I always have checks with the queen somehow. You can go queen g7 maybe. Because let's say you threaten something now, even though I don't see it yet.
Maybe here?
Yeah. Yeah, just that. Simple. Simple as that. I don't see how black continues with knight on h5.
Yeah, also you have this one as well if you want.
Okay, I think Prag made move 40. So we'll just stay on this one, yeah, until they have a time control.
And Prag actually was the one who initiated a break.
Yes.
So not black, but white. So it was interesting. Anyway,
Yeah, we'll have to check that later.
we have to. So knight h5 already on the board. Now Gukesh is still thinking, yep.
Why don't I go knight d5 immediately? I don't know why not.
Oh, in this position, just knight d5, yeah?
Maybe white is playing for win Yeah, so
And
he
if
doesn't
we-
want to let too many options to happen. Okay, rook d3. And then you go, no, wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, no. This is just an impulsive decision by me to
Yeah,
play
yeah.
e3 now. What can I do? Yeah, not too sure. Okay, I like the rook being on here, so why not? But the thing is, there's... Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, no. I cannot make this because if you check, it says double check.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, gosh. Discovery with discovery. I mean, with another check. So, okay, I cannot give my knight because of that reason. Oh, what can I do? Okay, knight h5, queen
No.
f2 was already on
Queen
the board.
f2.
Yeah.
Very logical because now white can also go rook d1, rook d7, one of the many ideas. I think white now has many possible ideas to play for a win,
Yeah.
and that's why this is, I don't know if Firouzja will actually save this one. Okay, he has 4 moves to play. Of course, it's no 5 moves to play. It's not a lot, but I think it's very hard now. You would go rook g6, but
then maybe knight d5 or
I might just go rook d1 actually, now
d1,
that
yeah.
I think about it. Like what can you do with black? That's my question. Like going king h8 is always, I feel like, useless.
Maybe something like queen f6.
Can I go? Okay. I want to go rook d5, but I'm not sure what happens after queen b2. In worst case, I can repeat, yeah.
You know, this is pleasant for white. I
For sure.
I agree with you. Yeah,
Sure.
it looks like it's a bit scary with the pawn on e4, but I don't see the break actually by black. If anything, white has lots of ideas with this double up rook. The knight will go to d5, but then it's not necessary at the moment. And also the time situation is better for white as well. So Alireza should be quite nervous right now.
I mean, this is one of these kind of positions when NG says 0, 0, 0, 0, but you cannot look at the engine at this point. This is, from human perspective, I think this is such a hard position to play with black pieces.
Yeah.
And
rook g6 is on the board.
Yeah. Okay. Very logical, yeah.
But okay, if you play this, let's say I play rook g3, what's gonna happen? You're gonna play rook d7?
I have not thought that far, but let's say I do that.
Probably queen here.
I know rook d6, no? From the other side.
Oh, the other side, yeah. Oh.
Because now you're forced to go rook f6 or something, but it's getting riskier and riskier by second.
Yeah, that's right. Gotta be careful as black here. And as for white, it's a little bit easier to play. So rook d5 is on the board.
Threatening rook f5.
Yes.
So we have to protect it. With... How do we protect it?
That's a good question. Queen e6 maybe, but that looks just inviting rook d1 to come. Rook e5 is also there.
I think... But if I go knight g7, I also play rook d1, no? No, this is extremely tough. Knight
Knight g7.
g7. And if I go rook ed1 now, how are you continuing here? By the way, played, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it played.
Oh my god, Gukesh might win this.
Yeah, he might. And would it be funny if Fabi somehow draw, Pragnananda managed to defend the position, and Gukesh won this game, and then he's going to be the sole leader.
Wow. That would be crazy.
Anything can still happen at this stage. Yeah, we can have like one sole leader. We can also have 4 leaders at the same time
Yes.
too. We can also have still 3 leaders, just like how it is before. Like
Yeah.
if Prag another draw and also Gukesh made another draw, yeah, anything can still happen.
No, anything, and absolutely anything.
But
By the
definitely,
way,
yeah.
yeah. No, I wanted just to say that Anna drew her game against
Oh yeah.
Fabiano. Just so we have another result.
Yes.
Okay, rook h6. Oh, finally, yes, some activity with queen h5 coming. It's time for that.
That's true. Otherwise, Black will not have a compensation, right? He has to look for something to compensate the weakness in the center, maybe. So yeah, going after the h3 pawn. So okay, in the if I play here, let's say, and what are you gonna
Queen
play?
h5.
Okay.
Can I? Oh no, wait, I should not do that.
Yeah, I will have
I'm
this.
gonna lose.
No, but you have this rook g6 anyway.
Yeah, okay, at least that. Yeah, that's true. Rook g6.
So let's say you play this and I'll play back here and then we might see the repetition.
And I offer draw.
But the good news is that this is almost move 40. So that would be the scenario if they were still on move 30. You know, maybe
Yeah.
they will not take any risk. But when they have that position that I just showed, they will hit the move 40 and maybe one of them will change their mind and not going to repeat. So
Yeah. And
yeah.
now I just remembered that Gukesh probably has some trauma from playing against Alireza. Do you remember they were both under 30 seconds, no increment, and Gukesh was better, and then it was equal, and then Firouzja won.
Yeah.
So I think Gukesh kind of wants to play it safe till time control now.
Yeah, definitely. Right. Okay. So Gukesh still
Yeah.
has 6 minutes for the next 2 moves.
Good
And
enough, yeah.
yeah, it should be more than enough.
I mean, Black might be holding on with his last, how can I say, fingertips. Because otherwise I just go rook d7, rook g1. Actually, in fact, after rook d7, queen g5, rook g1. How do we evaluate this? Rook g6
Sorry, rook
again.
d7.
Yeah, queen h5, rook g1.
This is mate.
Oh, I'm getting checkmated.
That's why I was like, what? No, this is mate, Laura, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is totally foreseen circumstance, and I was just testing Irene if she sees checkmate in one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm still, paying attention. Oh,
It's getting, yeah.
rook g1 is played now. So
Okay, without rook d7, important detail.
very important because now actually can you lose this position? No, I don't think so. Even after this, I think you're still fine. Yeah, I think queen h5 in this position should be fine. Yeah, it is still fine because after this, at least we still have this. So,
Yes, rook g6, very important.
but here rook g6 already played. So yeah, Firouzja is playing the next move later with only 45 seconds on the clock. But if next move is something like rook takes g6, then it's easy. Actually, how are you gonna take it?
Yeah, how am I gonna take it actually? I might take it with both, but actually I think I might prefer with the pawn because then f5 is safe and I can finally move my knight. But who knows actually at this point, who knows?
Anyway, rook gd1 already played, followed by rook h6. But even though it looks like it's a repetition, I think it's just a strategy for Gukesh to just meet the time control. Because I think
so too.
Yeah, because I think he knows that he's controlling this game, and with the extra time on the clock now, he can calculate and try to find a good plan for white in this position. Okay, Laura, I think we are due for our next break. It's been quite long. But don't go anywhere, chat, because we're gonna come back. Especially we have 2 leaders games in the both actually women and open section. We still have Li Tingjie playing. That's also important for the whole leaderboard. And we have Pragnananda versus Caruana still going on. Also Gukesh versus Firouzja. So we'll come back after a few minutes. So stay tuned. Hello, welcome back to the Lichess commentary for round 13. And we have 4 games already finished, 2 in the open section and 2 in the women's section. And now we are looking at the game between Prag versus Fabiano. We have left this game some time ago after Bishop F8, something like that. Okay. But there's some moves like this, King A8, King G1. And what's surprising to me was eventually, after lots of maneuvering moves until they reach move 40, actually exactly on move 40 here, Ragnaranda initiated the break with F3. So yeah, I was thinking like it was only Fabi who would do this because White would be just waiting, but turns out, yeah, White initiated it first. So F3, GF, Queen F, and Rook H7, Knight F5, and Queen E8. So far still so good. And here Fabi is offering a trade of the queens with Queen H5. So Queen takes H5, Rook takes H5, and King E2. B6, King F3, and Rook H7. Okay, Laura, what are we thinking on this position?
Yeah, I guess the queen trade was good from Fabi because now the pawn break on the queen side, if it happens, it's easier to make because the king is safer. So yeah, F3, like you said from Prague, that was surprising. Yeah. Was that necessary
No, I don't
to
think
play?
so. I don't think so.
No, right?
But
Why
I mean,
would we do it?
but I mean,
Okay.
it's not a bad move either. It's just that to see this type of approach, because I thought White would be just waiting, and because White has been waiting a lot too. But it is now F3. I'm just wondering why. Because
Okay. Bishop h6 was now being threatened, and c5 is not hanging anymore. And after knight f5, you then play rook f5, which is what we want. Yeah.
yes, if this happens,
Okay.
then Queen just takes here.
No, it
Yes.
makes more sense now that he played f3. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, after
So yeah.
some moves like this, yeah, so Queen H5 is apparently the best move in this position, and Fabi found it. I mean, not only about the move, but it's more like about the plan, and when he sees in the future position that without the queens on the board, maybe it's easier to play for black. So that's why he played it. And I think you don't have any other move but to take it back, because otherwise it's going to be quite a worse position to play. I mean, the position itself is already better for black, but I think if you don't take it, it's gonna be even worse for white. So takes, King E2, B6, and King F3, and Rook H7. So this might be a sign that we might see a break on the other side of the board, Laura.
Yes, it's time. I don't know if going a5 with white is a plan, but like that was a good idea before when the queens were on the board.
Yeah.
But now I think it's just the wrong idea. So how is white stopping that? Like I will go rook b7 the next move, maybe a6 even, and then b5 is coming.
Yeah.
So Fabi, good chances, good chances for win here. That's why Prague is also thinking right now for some time already. Yeah, some 5 minutes.
Yeah. So it's definitely going to be quite a work for Fabi, but for the better, because yeah, he's having I think he would prefer this position compared to the position before move 40 when they are still maneuvering and so on. So we'll leave this position for a bit, and there is still no move from Gukesh after the last move, Rook H6. So we're also going to wait for that one. Let's see the game between Fashali versus Litinger, because we left it when they hit the time control after Rook takes c3, Queen takes c3, yes, Bishop b7, Rook d1, and Rook goes to c8, Queen e3, Bishop back to d5, King f2, Queen b8, Rook c1. So yeah, I think already in a few moves ago, Fashali already made up her mind that you're not going to play for a win anymore. And you also have to neutralize any sort of attacks that your opponent might possess. So yeah, the rook trade and the queen has the c file. I mean, I don't think it's enough for a win, but this is actually a very good approach by white. But yeah, we'll see if Lichess can hold this well, because I'm still liking white's position.
Yeah. You like white position? Okay.
Yeah, I still like white's position.
I cannot decide. I mean, yes, queen will come to c3 anyway, defend the d4 pawn, but how? Yeah, I mean, if you have to choose one side, I guess white is a very comfortable side to choose. I agree. I agree. But I predict a draw anyway.
Yeah, draw is very likely. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And another one that we haven't really seen much is this game between Salimova versus Katrina, because we saw the position somewhere like this, check, king g2, and then after queen d3 they made the time control, but turns out it looks like a very winning position for Lagno, but after a few moves, Salimova kind of stabilized it. Okay, it doesn't look obvious to me as human, but we have the e-file bar here saying that it is just 000. Amazing, eh?
Okay, so may we go back to move 37? Apparently this position is -5.
This -5, yeah, almost -5, yeah, 4.3.
Yeah, and here Lagno played a move that was drawish, but you know, here you have to go queen c1 or what else can you go? Apparently even king e7. But okay, after queen d5, queen h3 is also not a great move because rook h7 is apparently the move here. Of course, not evident, yeah. But after rook h7, king f6, you go into the endgame. You take the queen because you're winning the b pawn,
like
and then
this.
it's a draw.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. Yes.
But okay, let's go. Let's continue. Bishop f6. So queen h3, bishop f6. You know, still winning for black. And check, king g2. And now Lagno, you know, on move 41, of course, she thought a bit and went queen d3, which is a bit passive.
No, actually, queen d3 is exactly on her 40th move. So she only had 2 minutes to make queen d3.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
So turns out this queen d3 is not really a good move. What would be the best move then?
What is white threatening? Nothing, yeah, because rook h7 is met with bishop g7. So I can move the pawn, maybe. Is that safe?
Can you play something in in this position? Okay, I cannot. Queen c2, queen e2. Actually, not very sure. Yeah? Queen d3 looks like a good move because you are
very natural.
Yeah, you are holding on to the pawn on b5. You're also keeping an eye if anything happens on this diagonal. But yeah, queen g4, rook g8, queen f4, rook c8, and rook c8 is not a good move.
Yeah, apparently there's only one move that keeps -2 advantage
in this position.
And try to find it, because I think, if I remember correctly, it's a very weird move as well. Okay, yeah, it's very weird one. Because we have no checks, we can't push the pawn anymore. And rook c8 looks like a natural move, yeah. No, that's not the move. No, because queen c7 might be a problem. Actually, now that we know queen c7 is a problem, we have to stop it, yeah, but it's not rook c8. No, it's very interesting.
No, please tell me.
It's queen d7.
Queen d7.
Yeah, very weird move to go for, yeah?
Ah, so if like this, just rook here, takes and takes like this. No, it's just hard. It's hard to find
This is
this.
tough,
No,
yeah, of course.
this queen
And rook
d7
c8
move.
is logical, just rook
Of
c8
course.
is active, it protects queen c7 from happening, so yeah.
E4,
And
rook
yeah,
c4, and f3, and now somehow this is 0, 0, 0.
I don't know. Don't we have any checkmates here? We don't.
Yeah, the idea is just to stop e5 from going. So yeah, what to do here? If after f3, and maybe white has to start, I don't know, doing something weird, like I don't know, because this might
But
be,
he's safe on g4, yeah?
yeah, he's safe on g4. And now you can actually grab anything on the way, like if this one is an option, and maybe this is also another idea, like anything, because now the king is pretty safe. Yeah, this is such a nice hidden spot for the king to just hide on g4 later on.
Yeah, and that's why it's 0-0, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, somehow if I play b4, bishop 8-7 is a big threat, I guess. Oh, sorry, bishop 8-7, rook 8-7. Right? Like
Oh
I
yeah,
have to protect the bishop somehow because I'm getting checkmated after king g6, so I have to move, and yes, king g8.
and maybe this one, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe even that, maybe. And it looks like, okay, I can also just move the rook to, let's say,
Yeah,
b7
here.
or there, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna
And it
be
looks
dangerous.
scary.
It looks now dangerous for black. Yeah, black has to be
Yeah.
careful. But
In
okay.
fact, yeah, how do we stop these things from happening? It's a very good question. How does black continue here? Do we
Probably something
go,
like this.
okay, king h3?
And then you have to try to
Hmm.
exchange like this. And then, I mean, this should be drawn. Maybe this is the 0, 0, 0 that computer is suggesting. Because the queen cannot give a check. And if you go here, I can just move like this. And then I'm attacking both at the same time. And okay, additionally, I have this. But okay, I'm just attacking whatever there is on the board now. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to this because there's there's some development in the game between Gukesh versus Alireza. So after the 40th move, rook h6, here rook g1 was played and rook g6. So this is almost like a repetition, but instead of going back to d1, here Gukesh played queen h4.
Okay. So, what's the idea behind it? I guess just to play something right now.
Yeah, you're not forced to take on g1, but even if you take, I think black should be fine.
So if I go rook g1, king g1, queen g6, you're going back or
No, maybe this. I don't know.
F1?
Maybe back is fine, but I don't see why not. King f1.
And if I go knight h5, you're going rook d2 or something. Or what's the plan?
Okay, good question. I don't know. Rook d2, knight f4.
Wait, but queen f4?
Hang on.
Yeah, it's chessy stuff.
Oh my gosh, I thought that one was hanging. Okay.
Yeah, me too. But then I realized it's not, and I'm threatening nothing. Okay, queen g3 could be my idea, let's say, but even that is not a good idea, actually. So
Yeah, queen g3, rook g2 still, yeah?
yeah.
So what happened this one? Okay, at least I have king h8 maybe. So
Yeah, I
if you
think
do
so.
this, I will do
I will go.
queen
I wanted
b6
to go.
even.
I wanted to go there, but it's 95 or something.
Oh, queen here. Oh,
Okay.
queen here with g5.
Oh yeah. Yes and yes. Okay, I don't want to play like this as black, of course.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check what happens after rook g1. This is not the best approach at all. Okay. So now that we cleared that, what do we do?
Oh, he took it. So this is already on the board.
Oh, it is? Okay, so but we will, I don't think we'll see queen g6. I think we might see somewhere else. Maybe even king h8 actually. What do you predict? Do we will see a draw here, or will Gukesh swindle Alireza?
Oh, that's a hard question. Yes, looks like Alireza is safe. It's fine. He's fine. At some point, I think they will find the draw, but yeah, I'm not sure. As long as Alireza doesn't offer push, I think this is going to end with a draw.
Okay, okay. Can we just go to Fabi's game for a second? Because I see some unusual moves on the queen side, which are called a5. Okay, they make sense though, because a5 was threatened by white, but isn't that like something we don't want to do? Oh, maybe it's fine. King a7, king a6 is the idea.
The king will go here. Some of the rooks will go here, and then whenever we're ready, b5 is always there. So, and also the rook cannot just stay on b1 at all times. Yeah, at some point maybe the rook has to, I don't know, go to the king side. But let's see. So after knight f8, okay, we see this queen's exchange, and b6, move back, and then bishop here, bishop on d8, and after this a5. Okay, so this is the last position. Yeah, where is the break now?
I mean, white played g4, which is another very interesting maneuver. And king g3 looks very safe there, attacking h3, so rook from h7 cannot really move. Knight on f5 is a perfect knight. I love it.
But at this point, I think you cannot do anything but wait, yeah?
I mean, with white pieces, I don't want anything more but a draw, I think.
Yeah, so what, I don't think what can do anything but just do some waiting move, like let's say like this, and then this, let's say, and then after the king goes here, okay, I don't know, like this again maybe. But where is the break? And the rook stays here because you cannot lose this one. Maybe you can do this.
Yes, I like that. And then rook b7.
Yeah, and then rook b7, and then try to go b5. But you also have to watch out for this, yeah? But okay, once b5 is there, this pawn on f5 is actually what looking weird before Laura. This might be the decisive pawn in the endgame. Because this might be promoting, actually.
Might be, I don't know. I kind of believe this might be a fortress, actually. Even though I would not hold it. If I were white, I would lose. Probably, especially against Fabi. He would trick me somehow. But if you played computer against computer, it would probably be a fortress, right? Yeah, also I think there's a prediction in the chat, Prag versus Fabi outcome. You can bet all your Lichess points on the result. Nobody voted for Prag to win yet. But
yeah, I think this is going to be a long game. I have a feeling this might be the longest game in the tournament. Because I remember that day when we were commentating Gukesh versus Abbasov.
Yes.
It was until 8:38 Toronto time.
Yeah.
And now it's 7:11 Toronto time.
Okay. Yeah, so there's still some
Okay,
time left
like
till the
90
record.
minutes, 90 minutes to the record, yeah.
Yeah, we might not. I think the queen endgames, like we saw in Gukesh versus Sabasso, are always the longest because there's just so many checks. But if the position doesn't hold much, you know what? If the game will be interesting, it can be the longest game ever. I can be here till 3 a.m. Just make it interesting. By the way, Salimova accepted a draw against Lagno.
Oh,
Lagno offered to draw after the
yeah,
check, rook c2, and she accepted, which is very, very good because I felt like Lagno was in danger already.
I think so too. So what happened if I play king here, let's say? I'm just curious.
I might resort to computer help because I wouldn't know. Yeah, queen d2, queen f1, king g7
Still,
is
yeah, queen
also a
d2
draw.
maybe. Okay,
Yeah,
fair
yeah.
enough.
You're right. Yeah.
And looks like Gukesh might be leading the leaderboard. I mean, might be leading the field by himself.
Oh.
Ali Reza made some mistakes here.
Oh,
So
yeah.
after king g1, he played king h8 followed by rook g8. So, and looks like it's better for white now.
But with only one move again.
Oh, okay. Don't tell me.
I will not tell you.
Let me try to find it. How could it be better? It doesn't look. I mean, it doesn't look like it's changed a lot. Oh, okay. Queen h6.
Such a clear mistake. Yeah, totally makes sense. No, rook d8 is logical because you want to be on the g file anyway. Sorry, what did you say?
Queen h6.
Oh yeah, you're correct. Irene, candidates 2026. Like we said many times, this is another proof, and I'm just, here blundering checkmate scene 1. You know what? I feel useless.
No, it's been a long day here. No, I mean, and
no,
Queen
very
h6
nice. Yeah.
it's a very natural move anyway. It's not really like a big deal. I mean, even though after Queen h6, I don't know where is the advantage, but it looks like only white is pressing.
Yeah, white is pressing for sure. And what does black play actually here? I cannot move the knight, can I? I have no tricks for you.
No, if you move the knight, f5
Yes.
falls. So, and if you move the rook, I think I just simply go rook d6, rook f6, something like that. Also rook d6, knight d5.
Yeah, and if I try to exchange the queens with queen g6, the endgame for me is just lost
Yeah.
because a3, b7, too many weaknesses on the board, yeah. Oof. That's tough, yeah? And if I move the rook back somewhere to f8, let's say.
Yep. Okay,
How
rook
do you
moves.
continue? Wow. I mean, I can go rook d6, I guess. There's no problem.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Yeah, rook d6, knight d5. I mean, there is no direct or forced win. It's just that the position is getting better for Gukesh. And Gukesh is currently... Yeah, he's potentially the sole leader of the event. Oh, this is one of the scenarios that we were talking about, Laura. Yeah, if Gukesh wins this, yeah, he's going to lead the open section by himself. Half a point ahead of others.
Yeah, that's would you have that on your bingo card? After 13 rounds, Gukesh in sole lead?
No,
I
no,
wouldn't.
I wouldn't as well. But what a determined young man, yeah, Gukesh is. Like,
No, he's strong. I had privilege to play against him 2 times. Once that was almost 6 years ago, I feel like. And I remember like I saw Gukesh D, like I was like, who is that Indian youngster, you know? And I lost, of course, very easily. But then I played him in BL next time when he was already very, very accomplished in chess. He had many success. And I had privilege to lose to him, you know, in a rook endgame. So I was like, you know what, he's gonna do great stuff. And now I have 2 games with his signature. So if he wins the candidates, yeah, it goes up in value.
right.
He's a
Yeah,
great player for
but
sure and very talented.
unfortunately, Laura, I think we might call it too early because Gukesh didn't play Queen H6, he played Queen G5 instead.
Hey, it makes sense though. It's a logical move. What's the problem?
Yeah, you just want to get to F5, yeah? So maybe, what if I just repeat, I mean, not repeat, but put the rook back to F8?
Okay, but I go rook d6 anyway. Wasn't that the plan? Oh, then you have 96? Actually, I don't understand.
Queen G6 is on the board, which might
What?
be...
Now I just exchange the queens and win the endgame, no?
Hard to say because you're also losing this maybe. Okay, let's say I take, yeah? But you're right. I don't think exchanging the queen is good for black here because then, yeah, let's say I play rook here. Yeah,
Let's say yes. Yeah.
I mean, this looks good for black. Knight comes to d5 and maybe attacking for some checkmate on h7. Yeah, this is a weird decision by
And
Alireza.
also, Evil Bar loves it, and he loves Queen G6. Yes, he loves Queen G6. Okay, the difference is, I'm gonna check the difference between Queen H6 and
Yep,
Queen G5.
please do.
The difference is after Queen G5, you have Knight E6, and Queen F5 doesn't work because of Queen G7.
Oh, tricky.
Very tricky. And after Knight G4, to protect, there's Queen B2.
Oh, let's
Okay.
see this one, yeah? Let's see this one
Yeah.
first. So if this happens, then
Queen G1,
Queen
King
G1,
E2,
and then
Queen H2,
and after this,
and checkmate very soon after Rook G1.
oh, there's Knight F1.
Knight F1, Queen
Oh,
G3.
Queen G3. So it's gonna be like
Yeah.
forced checkmate anyway.
Yeah.
So here and then you go here, let's say, yeah? Or I don't know which one is better, Queen here maybe? It would be the same.
Queen F3, yeah, Rook King D2, Rook G2.
Yeah.
And checkmate.
And
yeah.
checkmate somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so but that's yeah, that's why I was thinking like maybe there's something, you know, with Knight E6 could be happening, but I didn't think. So what happened after this and this, yeah?
Okay, that's very logical point. I take Queen E5. Wow,
You don't
okay,
take
that's
this one?
tough. No, apparently it's the only move Queen takes E5 because after Knight F4, Queen F4 is winning.
Oh, there's no checkmate, yeah? So after takes, and now?
And now Rook F8 again, the only move. Oh, that's impossible. That's impossible.
Yeah, in a quick glance, I would play Knight F4.
Of course.
But
yeah.
okay, check and then?
Let's say King E1,
King
Rook
E1.
F3. Yeah, Rook F3. Okay, this is not an easy spot at all. This is still, I think white in practical game wins this.
Yeah. Well, this is not easy. But Alireza played it a bit too fast, in my opinion, to play this Queen G6 within just like, let's see, after here, and then he played Queen G5. Okay, 21 minutes, and he played Queen G6. Yeah, he only spent a few seconds to play Queen G6, so he was not really trying to find the best moves, maybe.
Maybe this is also a very hard position for him to play, and he also didn't find any resorts. Like this 96 is for human eye, very tough resort to find anyway, because it's very hard to evaluate this endgame that we just saw. But what's funny is Irene, rook d7 that we saw before is not winning for white.
Why?
Rook d6 is in fact the only move.
So what happened after rook d7?
Apparently knight e6
Okay.
is, and after, yes, knight d5, knight c5 protects everything.
And I do this?
Yes, knight d3, king d3, and rook g7. Tricky computer, yeah.
It holds
And
everything.
apparently after knight e7, just king h7, rook b7, king h6 is a draw. Oh my god, no, this is tough. This is again, for human, crazy chess.
So we see rook
Okay.
d6 now, and how to hold this position, trying to hold as black. So g6 is under attack. You play what? King h7. You play knight e8, but the knight doesn't belong on e8.
Yeah, this is a loss, whatever you do.
Yeah, so maybe king h7.
Yeah, knight d5. Let's say you have to move the rook or go king h6. After knight d5, yeah? Or do you want to go something else? You want to go rook d7 now even, I think might be winning. Wow. This is tough. Very tough. Because now I think after knight d5 you're forced to go king h6 and then you go rook b6. And you can go even knight e7 later. Basically, you're losing all the pawns, I think.
No, this is a tough endgame for black to hold now. Gukesh will somehow win the game. It's really like this pawn on a3 is like loose, the b7 just waiting to get taken, and then eventually maybe the c4 pawn will be queening. So Alireza just made a very bad call with the queen g6 and trying to exchange the queens. This is wow, we will have a 17-year-old leading the candidate move, Laura. How amazing is that?
No, that would be, yeah, like we said, something we did not expect, yeah? But, deserved. He's been having a great tournament. He's been holding his composure. He's been very solid. He lost that game against Alireza in their last encounter, but that was also, he was much better there, if not even winning at some point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just tough.
Okay, we also have a few developments in the game between Prag versus Fabiano, which is interesting because finally we see another break. Not Laura and I, but it's now Fabi's turn to have a break. That's with b5. Okay, so we say somewhere after a5, I think. Yes. And then rook b3. So white would just wait, and then king goes to a6 as we discussed. And then the rook somehow go to the b8. Yeah, and then starting for this break. So this is now the turn for Pragnana to think. So it's good that he had the rook already away from the b file, because otherwise when the b5 hits, there might be some confrontation on b5 and you don't have time to take on c5, which I think now Pragnananda is considering to take on c5. Okay, maybe taking on b5 first, then c5. But yeah, somewhere along the line, it should be a consideration to play bishop takes c5. So what do we do now as white? Do we take on b5? AB bishop c5, or CB bishop c5?
That's a very tough question. How do we proceed? I think we should somehow take on b5, but I Okay, what I think I would do was take CB, CB, bishop C5, because
ABC,
then
bishop C5, okay.
when you take on A4, I have at least the C pawn. Like I go rook A1, and in case you go rook B2, I have knight E3.
Okay.
I don't know if this is holding though, but at least I have this passed C pawn when I need it, if I need it, yeah?
Yeah, I have a mixed feeling on that. It's
Yeah.
yeah, because
Um,
at least I have this king goes here, right?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, what do you do? Let's play here.
I don't know what I do. Yeah, I think
I think
doesn't
this
look
is this
good.
is the break that black really needs anyway, right? Because
I have bishop A3 in the last position. Wait, isn't the rook trapped on
oh,
B2?
my rook is trapped.
Yeah, you have to sacrifice it with rook B4 maybe.
Yeah, but I don't want to sacrifice it that
Yeah.
soon. Oh, no. I shouldn't blunder that. Okay. So b5, cb, cb, bishop c5, and b takes a4, rook a1. Okay. This is the position. What if I try... What will I try? I mean, I can try bishop d8 because I want to... If you take on... Oh, maybe I can't. This is
By the
hard.
way, CB is on the board, so we might see this
Yeah, we might see
actually.
this. Yeah, we might see bishop c5. Yeah, and then it happened. Yes.
Oh, yes.
So BA might happen. It's not happening yet. But is there anything better than BA?
Apparently B4 is good enough.
Wow, really?
Both moves are good, but apparently B4 is also,
It's fine.
yeah.
Wow. But okay, in my mind, I would just like to open the file for my work and
Yes,
grabbing an extra
exactly.
pawn on the way. So BA would have been just like automatic move. But B4
Exactly.
apparently is fine here, Laura. You checked it.
Yeah, I was curious, like when you asked if BA is the only move, and
Ooh.
apparently B4 is just good enough, and after rook B1, some bishop D8. But you know, why would we go for that when you can just open the file immediately, which is
Exactly.
also good enough, by the way, yeah.
So here we have to think about rook a1. And let me disturb your bishop first. And BA is already played by Fabiano.
Logical, yes.
So what happened if I just play, yeah, rook b5? And where will you move your... No.
And now I go to E7, I think.
I'm going after this pawn. But
I think so, but not sure, yeah. Yes, actually I am, yes.
But okay, now it gives me the time to play here, because after you play here, I have bishop b6.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go bishop f6, and then after you take on c2, no, not here, with my knight on f5.
Okay.
I go bishop f6, and after rook c2, I wanna go g5, and I wanna win. Of course, I'm
Wow.
not gonna win, but
Okay, be
but,
careful, yeah? I played
yeah.
this. I might be... No, I'm not checkmating you yet. It's
Don't
just...
checkmate me,
No, I don't think
please.
it's possible. It's but yeah, this is a good counterattack. So knight e3, not rook a1 is on the board. So Pragnanda is going after this pawn, and then
Smart.
here Fabi went with bishop d8. Yeah.
Bishop d8, yeah, very logical.
So if you want to play, I mean, safe chess, I think you can just pull the bishop back to a3 and with knight d5. So you don't have any counter attack whatsoever. Although I don't know what's going to happen after knight d5. Maybe this is still a very good position for white. But if you want to be very safe, because knight d5 is always there anyway, you can play bishop here first.
Yeah,
to stop rook b2.
I think that's a very good approach. And how do we continue with black, actually? Because if, yeah.
And bishop a3 is on the board.
Nice. Good job. Yeah, now this is, I mean, with black, we finally achieve a breakthrough, and computer loves it, obviously seeing by Evil Bar, but
But how to continue, yeah? Without the help of computer, of course. Just seeing it from our human's eyes.
Yeah, this is tough because I want to move the bishop to a better square, but f6 is hanging. If I go rook c7, h3 is hanging. If I go rook c8, I leave the open file. Maybe it's time to sacrifice the h-pawn, though. Maybe I can go rook b7, rook b1. Is it time to do that?
Let's see. Rook b7 and takes and rook b1.
Yeah, now you will not exchange, I guess. You will go rook f2 or something, but then I go rook a1.
And
but then you have knight c4.
That's true. But okay, depends. Okay, let's say rook f5, yeah?
Yeah. And after rook a1.
But this might fall to... Okay. Oh, I cannot play that. I was thinking of bishop b6, but you just take on f6.
Chess is tough. Chess is extremely tough.
Okay. But yeah, if the rook doesn't move, then how do you improve the position? But if rook moves, then you have to sacrifice h3, which you might regret in the future.
For sure, yeah.
That's a committal thing to do.
I could go rook h6 followed by bishop b6, but like you said, there's knight d5, yeah.
Rook
So
h6, yeah, the knight d5 is always there. Could it be we have to slowly move the king to this side of the board?
Apparently engine wants to sack h3, says chat. Okay.
Yeah, that's very committal move to make, which, you know, as human, you might actually regret it because in the end, like, you cannot calculate until the end, like engine, right? You can just try to have, I don't know, a feeling, yeah, some instinct.
Yeah.
If engine decides to sacrifice the pawn on h3, it's because it can calculate until the end that it is fine. But for human, it's a hard call to make.
No, yeah, extremely tough.
And meanwhile, Gukesh is
yeah, I've been looking at that, yeah.
one by one. Now the pawn is starting to fall, and we might see the sole leader. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gukesh will win this round, and
wow,
leading
emerge above all,
leading alone the field before going to the last round. So okay, just one pawn already being taken, and after knight here. Let's see if we have some force win in this position. Or, okay, at the very least, there is knight d5. But is there anything better than knight d5?
I don't think I have to complicate my life, yeah. I think knight d5 is just very solid. I
also
could go
takes
king...
this. Like, why not? Takes this, I give it check, you go here, and have king here. Oh no, I don't have... Do I?
Then I have some checks on and my pawn is running as well.
So you prefer just play a solid move like knight d5, yeah?
I was thinking about king g3, but then you have to calculate
rook g8, let's say.
G8, but I think that just... Yeah, you have to calculate a bit because, you know, why would we calculate, yeah?
Yeah, but this is interesting. Oh, knight d5 is on the board. Yeah, this is just very, very clear. You just protect everything and you have an extra pawn and you're on the way to try to win another one. Let's say you're going to play rook f6 and takes this. Yeah. Yeah, this is almost busted. Wow, Gukesh. Yeah. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, I have no words at this point. I mean, it's a big surprise. It's a big surprise, but it's not over, you know?
It's not over.
Like, he might feel extreme pressure tomorrow in case he's leading, yeah?
And he's playing Hikaru.
With black.
With black pieces. So gotta be careful too, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's update ourselves on the other game that's also still going
Yes.
on, which looking like almost a draw. Yeah. Judging from the situation, I don't see there's any breakthrough here. King g3 just playing. You just have to get ready with queen b8 check and takes, and once it is solved, I think a slow move like queen c6 even. It should be fine.
Mm.
Yeah, queen c6, and then there's no. I don't think there's anything in this position. What do you think, Laura?
I go bishop b4, I guess, but there's nothing. Yeah, it's just equal. Well,
Yeah, bishop b4 just equal. I don't have to take it even, like, but if I want to
no.
take it, it's fine too. Yeah, as long as I keep the queens on the board, it should be just pretty much drawish game. And if this drawn, then okay, then Tanzongi is still leading by half a point ahead of Litinje. Oof, okay. Let's
Yeah.
come back to Fabi's game. So Pragnananda, after bishop a3, Fabiano play rook c8 and knight c4
Wow.
and rook c6. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling eventually this king will somehow go something like this, because the king is not doing anything on a6, and while other pieces are holding on to f6, the other pieces also cannot do anything else. So maybe it's best to switch the task. Yeah, the king protects the pawn while the bishop can now really go. Maybe try to exchange it, maybe, or even actually in this position. Why not?
Why not? Yeah, I think that's the idea.
This
In
could be it,
fact.
yeah. Bishop e7, but again, you also have to be worried about giving up the h3 pawn.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, it's always tough, when's the right timing to give h3. Of course, for engine, it's every move, but for a human, yeah. The question is, do I want to improve my king first or not? Is it if I exchange with bishop e7, rook e7, king h3, how do I push the pawn? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
Let's say,
this
yeah.
is okay. Let's say what to move here. Rook,
Let's say rook f2. Let's say whatever.
and then bishop e7 takes, then takes. Yeah, what's the evaluation? Maybe rook here, and then what's next? Yeah.
Yeah, what's next? That's a very good question. What's next? So I don't think that's idea right now with bishop e7. It gives white too much power in the position. And rook c4 sacrifice never works because obviously just with two double pawns on a file, that's not good enough to win. No, let's go back. Let's go back before bishop e7. I think that's not
Okay, bishop.
great.
Let's say rook f2, and then try this idea. Improving the king. I just want to go here and here.
Okay, let's say rook f1, I'm chilling here. King c8.
Oh, rook a1 is already moved.
Okay.
So maybe also preparing for bishop e7 so we can take on a4.
Also, he just wants to go maybe bishop c1 the next move or something, or bishop b2 and take the a4 anyway.
So what is the evaluation if I sacrifice my exchange back, like here? How is it? I mean, looks like you're hitting another pawn, but is it enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that because the a pawns are doubled, I don't think it's enough. You can check. Let's check the evil.
Oh, this is okay.
Okay.
This is okay.
Might be winning. Actually, this might be the winning plan then.
This is fine. Yeah, because I feel like, okay, bishop b6 was played. Because I feel like in this position, only this pawn can try to be promoted. Yeah, but then after you play h6, then the pawn will be disconnected and it's going to be easier for you to stop it. And okay, I have double pawn on a, but then my king can just slowly go and then, try to promote it.
And I
So,
think that was the only winning idea in the position, Irene,
oh really?
because bishop b6 doesn't work well for the computer, because bishop c1 and you're taking the a pawn.
Ah, whenever there's king comes, there's a check.
Checks,
And you have to go
and,
back here. You cannot go back to c5 because bishop e3. And now you go back to a1 again. And then you lose this pawn.
Oh wow! And I think, yeah, your suggestion rook h c7, I think, was the only winning plan here.
And also I have two ideas of sacrificing my rook. Yeah, let's say the knight moves, then I'll just take this one, I guess.
Let me see.
Does it work? Or I think it should be working.
Apparently,
Because if you take takes and then you take h3, I have rook c3. I'm attacking d3 and you cannot protect it.
apparently that's a draw after king g2, but okay.
Ah,
Computer stuff, you know, because h4 is coming
okay.
after rook d3.
So after rook hc7, knight e3.
You can go rook b7. No, you have
Rook
to go rook
c8.
d7. You have to go rook d7.
b7, yeah?
D.
Or d7. Yeah, any rook moves, by the way. You want to play bishop b6. That's the idea.
Yeah.
And rook d7 is to stop c4.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, when you have c4 with following the knight to d5, then maybe white is fine. So yeah, it has to be precise. Rook d7, because I want to play bishop b6, but if I play rook c8 starting like this, yeah, you can just push c4. And after bishop b6, you play knight d5. So that is exactly the precise idea. So now I think what Fabi is planning is now to play rook to c7. So is bishop c1 the only move in this position?
I mean, apparently bishop d6 is okay, but I think bishop c1, because this engine is not so deep, so I would assume bishop c1 is the right approach. But of course, it is still not easy for Pragnananda to hold, yeah. But rook c1, bishop c1 is such a logical move because rook a4 is coming, yeah.
Yeah. This is and also easy to understand, yeah, because your intention is very straightforward. You just want to grab another pawn on a4.
By the way, Lei is losing now.
This is what I was talking about. Exactly, right?
What?
I told you that
Yes.
as long as I keep the queens on the board, black should be fine. And look what happened here.
Oh wow!
This is just a total blank by Lei.
Wow.
Of course, going to the pawn's endgame is just gonna be winning for white. Oh my gosh!
She just blundered.
So I was right once again. Then, Laura, we will have a clear winner in the women's section today.
Wait,
what? No. 1 point difference. Sorry, 1 point difference. But okay, but Tanzongi can actually come tomorrow with pajamas just and have a draw.
Yeah, she can have a draw, yeah, for sure. But if she loses tomorrow and Lei wins, they're on the same
then
points,
tie break, yeah, they're on tie break.
Okay.
So yeah, so now Lei Lichess is currently losing, and therefore at least Tanzoi will play a tie break at the very least. Yeah, but also if she just okay, who is this pairing tomorrow? Let's see.
Yes.
So tomorrow Tan will play against Anna. And
okay, I mean, Anna doesn't have the best tournament, so
yeah,
that's a good
so that's gonna be quite not an easy draw, but it's kind of like expected. But what a slip by Lichess playing Queen C1 when there is so many things happening on the board. I mean, this is the fatigue that's talking, not her skill. Because
why did she take on e4 anyway? That was also like a very bishop e4. Why do you have to take bishop e4? Like you said, just keep the tension, yeah. Okay, it's not exactly the easiest But here, maybe king f7 is wrong, actually. Let me check.
No, what do you want to do? Oh, you want to play d5, yeah? So that's why she wants to give like a perpetual on the back rank, like here, but unfortunately, of course, queen f4.
Yeah,
Takes
king f7, by
this.
the way, was already the mistake. And yeah, now this is just lost the
Wow,
effort.
finally is gonna strike another win.
And she already won, yeah.
Oh, they finished? Oh my
Resignation.
gosh. What a game. Another win by Fashali. 4 wins in a row. That's
wow,
huge. 4
after
wins.
4 losses in a
After
row,
4
she won
losses.
4 games.
Exactly. Let's take a look. Yeah,
Wow.
so 4 losses being redeemed by another 4 wins consecutively.
Wow, that's impressive. That's the most impressive comeback I've seen probably in ever.
Yes, and she is sharing the 3rd place because Lagno, Conero,
Yes.
and Goryachkina, they will have 6.5. And Fashali with this win is also 6.5.
That's crazy. That's impressive. I'm impressed.
Although it's only between Tanzongi and Litingje, but we can also have another Batia who's going to come 3rd. Because tomorrow is going to be quite decisive. Actually, let's take a look. So tomorrow, okay, Lagni, Hampi, Goryachkina, Fashali. There are 4 players sharing the 3rd place.
Yes.
And tomorrow Fashal will be playing against one of them, Katran Lagno, and Litingje against Conero, and Goryachkina versus Salimova. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be interesting still, whether Tanzongi will have an early draw or a quick draw just to secure the 1st place. We'll see. But it is becoming likely right now that Tanzongi will emerge as the winner of the candidates.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be tough for Late to catch up tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I think Anna will not just go for a draw. I think she will be in a fighting spirit. So, I mean, yeah, anything can happen, but yes, I'm feeling pretty safe right now in a pajamas.
Oh, she might be snacking her popcorn right now while watching Gukesh, grinding Ali Reza, and then Fabi also is trying to grind Pragnananda. So yeah, things are looking good for Tan. Yeah, she must be quite happy. But okay, let's see the position after Rook. We left it where did we leave it? Rook A1 somewhere along the way.
Rook A1, yeah, and we saw
here. Bishop
C1,
B6. Oh, Bishop
yeah.
C1. So
played.
Prag
Nice.
found it. And Bishop D4 takes on A4, Bishop C3, Rook A3, and Bishop B4. Okay. Okay, it's still a fight. I mean, black is still better. But yeah, with the loss of the A4 pawn, things are getting easier for white to hold.
Much easier now, yeah, much easier. Of course, still not over, but yes. Wow. What a mischance by not playing Rook HC7 that you suggested, obviously. And how if we want to win, how do we continue? If we go Rook A1 or something? Or
Rook
A2, come
A1.
on, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Rook A2 on the board, yeah.
I think the bishop just want to go to E1 so that the king is not hitting on H3. I think this is what Fabi was planning all along anyway, that he wants to activate this rook without giving up the H3 pawn. So once this was happening, then now somehow this rook moves away. But where to move? Yeah, maybe here, trying to go to B1, maybe something like this.
Yeah. But I always have bishop b2 if I want to. I can also go. I know, yeah, actually bishop b2 might be the move.
Yeah. Also, at some point, you can just give up the pawn and then grab the e5 pawn, which is more important than the g pawn. So okay, looks like Fabi's advantage has been decreasing little by little, and let's see how our boy is doing again. And looks like almost done.
Done deal, yeah.
Yeah, like this takes, okay, knight d5, knight
Yeah.
d4, and then to grab another pawn. So as far as I can tell, how and the way that Gukesh played, it's quite easy to understand. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, very easy. Very simple plan and just taking all the pawns and win the game. Yeah.
I have an idea. So he's currently thinking right now, maybe worrying about this, but I can just simply take this,
Oh,
check
yes.
here, and if you want to
Yeah.
check, I'll go here. And I was like, oops, it's about to promote, but no, I have knight f6. I'll let you promote the queen, but I'm checkmating you. So
Nice. And this might be the winning plan, actually. Like you can just take
yeah,
rook b7, and he did. Oh, wow.
he did. So you don't have to be worried about this pawn move because you have a very, very deadly idea with knight f6 followed by rook h7, and
Wow.
we know this type of net. Yeah, you cannot break it. Once it happened, it's impossible for you to stop the checkmate idea. So rook b7 is already there, but if black doesn't have this idea with this pawn moves, then it is GG. So I think Alireza has to try it, even though it's just winning for white after this.
Yeah, and I think here he will try rook e6 maybe to stop the idea from happening.
Yeah, but after rook e6, hang on. Do I have
rook e7?
Yeah, do I have rook e7? Check.
Probably.
No, maybe not.
Wait.
There is knight d4.
Knight d4 first, yes, but
Oh, but just king d3 and then you take this. If e2, you can take this, yeah?
that sounds like a winning plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
A rook e6 is already played, but without e3. So without weakening the pawn. So now e3 knight d4 is a threat. You can move back if you are really worried of this position. You can move back knight e3, and then you're not risking the position any. Yeah, and then now since you already have 2 pawns, right? You can totally use it because before this move, you only have winning 1 pawn, and then it's gonna be hard to use the pawns. But now you can just push whatever, c5 maybe, like something
push
like
him,
this.
baby. Yeah.
Or even like what, Laura? Maybe rook d7 and then try to grab this pawn.
Anything.
Anything can happen.
I mean, yes, of course. Then Alireza can try some knight b3, rook a3 tricks, but of course everything is winning anyway. But that's why, for example, if I go rook e7 now, he will take and go rook b4. Yeah. Sorry, knight b4.
Yes. Yeah. Better not to.
Yes, not to risk it.
Not to risk it. Yeah. I mean, it should be still winning, right?
You think? How do we just go c4, c5, knight a2, knight d5 or something?
I think you have to take this anyway, and then after takes this, and then go here. But you have knight b4. So can I go knight e3? Knight e3 also knight b4. Oh my gosh, gotta be careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I don't think you should take. Actually, I'm gonna check. Wait, is the rook e7 on the board? Oh wow.
Oh, maybe we forgot about this pawn anyway. You can actually push it later. If takes, knight here. Then...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. c5, knight a2, and just c6 is winning. Okay.
Yeah, because it's with a check and
mate.
You
promote with the check. Okay, rook e7 on the board. Yeah, good enough. Good enough for me. Oh, and also they're in time trouble. I mean, okay, it's basically the game is over, but rook h6 by Fuchsia. Last try.
Okay, but this pawn is can you really touch this pawn?
Which pawn?
Or maybe can I just pawn? Oh, I can just move like this. If you give a check, I'll move it again. If you give a check, I'll move it again. Now you're not only playing with king with the rook and knight, but of course any moves here wins. You can also play c5 like what you won before.
Yes.
Yeah, it is also very clear. Yeah, c5, let's say you take. And what happened? Oh, c5 already played, and followed by knight d4.
Okay.
b4 then.
And then rook h3 will happen.
Also, what's happening if I play king here? But king g2 already played, so
g2, okay.
Gukesh played it safely. And what happened if I just rook g6 check?
Yeah, actually, I think you have to go back, no?
Yeah, don't
Imagine king.
Yeah, imagine king h2. Just imagine this.
Imagine king
And then
h2.
lost to something like this. Oh my gosh, it would be really, really painful. Okay, so rook h6 is on the board. Yeah, he just moved king g2, rook g6, king
Just to
f2
gain
just to gain
time.
time, yeah. And now maybe eventually he might actually play this king a3.
Yeah, can we find something clearer? I mean, after king e3, knight c6, I will take on h3 with a check later, yeah? So
Yeah,
okay.
that may not be the best move.
Still biting, yeah? Gukesh still has something to play, and he's under 1 minute.
Yeah, Gukesh has to play a bit faster now. But yeah, with 30 seconds increment, fortunately, because they were also in the same situation on their last game before. But they didn't have the increment, and Gukesh lost the game in a painful finish. So
very painful. Very painful.
They have yet to make the 40th move, so that's why it was a really heartbroken. But here Gukesh had 30 seconds for each move. But yeah, he had to play faster. Let's hope that there is no mistake or blunder, because this is such a very winning position for white. And b4 is already on the board. With 7 seconds left on the clock, he made it.
Okay, I think we will see rook h3 very fast now. I
think so. If rook h6 rook h3 happened, then what's next? Yeah.
Because rook h2 is now big. Okay.
King g2.
Okay.
And
it's already on board. Okay.
The rook has to stay on this line, because after knight f6 you have to guard this position on h7. So the rook might be back to here, I guess.
Oh, but that's very passive. But might be the right response. But now I want to go rook b7, you know? I'm gonna push b5.
Yeah, rook b7. Do I have rook e6 pushing e3? Or what do I have here? Don't even know.
I don't know either.
So king g2 is still on the board, and Alireza is still thinking. And on the other game, Pragnananda is equalizing, and he made his last move with 4 seconds on the clock, and apparently it was a bad move, because it was an equal position before. We can quickly switch before we go to this one again.
Quickly switch. Yeah.
So things happen according to what we analyzed, Laura. After rook a2 check, king f3, and rook b7, we saw this. And bishop b2, stopping rook b1, and rook b5, and then here c3. So apparently this is not the best reaction in this position. I would actually argue that g5 might be the best move.
Well, that's risky move.
Oh, maybe not. I mean, g5 takes and king g4.
It is. Wow, Irene on fire.
But not.
It's 2 a.m. here, but she's on fire.
Yeah, but not taking e5 immediately. You just want to weaken e5. But now white is playing with the king, right? I think after g5, fg is king g4.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, this is the best response.
So c3 is weakening, and therefore bishop also doesn't have any control over the e5 pawn. So g5 we can eliminate that. But I think I understand what Prag has in mind. He wants to stop the connection between bishop e1 and a5 so that the rook on b5 is kind of stuck, protecting
Yes.
it. But there might be some forcing line here to make a, yeah, maybe just rook here and then somehow going the other way. Yeah, because now I think you have to make a counter attack with g5 and you didn't have the chance anymore. And on the other hand, this bishop can actually go here and here and, you know, hitting this pawn like that.
For sure, but this bishop a1, Prag is playing with time at this point. You know, he doesn't have enough time. And now apparently by evil bar, Fabi is winning again.
Wow. Damn. It's like, oh, I mean, first Littinger is just blanked. Yeah, like there's queen c1, queen f4. Of course, she didn't see it, because if she saw it, I don't think she would play that one. And then Gukesh versus Firuza as well. Like it was equalish, but Firuza made mistakes. And now Fabi was okay. Fabi was always better, but Prag had a chance to equalize it and make a draw, and making Gukesh the only leader in the field. But now. No. Gukesh will still be leading alone, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Regardless of Fabi's
alone.
result. Right.
But after rook d7, this is a funny line. After king e2, we go bishop g3.
Oh.
It's a very cute way of winning the game.
Ooh, gotta be careful with that. No, this is nice. And the king, after king here, you give a check first, and then you lose one of the pawns. You lose the d3 or h2 pawn, depends on where the king goes. So after, hang on, so after rook d7, d4 was played. Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to this because the game between Gukesh and Alireza, it can finish anytime soon. So after king g2, rook goes back to h6. Yeah, the rook has to control the h7 square. Rook b7, Laura, you called it perfectly. You just want to keep pushing the pawns. King g8, b5, king f8, b6, yeah. And after check here, just king f2, rook h6 again. And now you're not actually threatening for a perpetual. Whenever you have a check on h2, I have king g3. So can we? But we have to move the rook on b7, yeah?
Yeah,
and
rook c7, very logical. Yeah, and what did you say? That there's a perpetual? There's no perpetual,
there's no perpetual. I mean,
no, for sure.
The king can escape.
We might see resignation actually at this point.
Yeah. So what can we do here? So rook check. Here, let's say we take this one, b7.
Yeah.
Rook b7, and you give a check. King goes up. You promote. You take. I take.
Yes.
You push. I defend. That's it.
Oh yes.
GG.
And that's it.
Okay.
That's literally it. Yeah.
So rook c7 is on the board, and yeah, Alireza has a minute to come up with his move.
I don't see anything. Okay. Yeah, there's no tricking net after rook h2, like king g3, and I cannot trick you into any draw or any checkmate anymore.
Yeah.
GG's. I think it's GG's. But the question is, will he even give a check or just resign? Oh, wow. No, this is like Gukesh winning. Okay, I think I called it because the position was just too hard to defend for black. Engine says 0-0, but from human perspective, it was mind-blowing how engine says it's 0-0.
Okay, rook h2, king g3 already on the board. Getting closer to what we discussed. Yeah, the thing is, even if you play something like this, I can always play b7 followed by check and b8.
Exactly.
So this is a reasonable position.
Yeah, and if or when Gukesh wins, So he's playing Nakamura tomorrow, yeah,
And
and
there
he
you go,
won.
he won. Wow.
Wow.
So Gukesh won round 13 against Alireza Firouzja, and he is now officially the only leader in the open section of the
Wow.
candidates. 17-year-old boy leading
Wow.
such a strong tournament. Clear first. So it is up to him tomorrow. If he wins tomorrow's round, he's gonna be clear first. He will
Yes.
maintain to be clear first and qualified to play against Ding Liren in a World Championship match. Yeah, it's up to him right now. He doesn't depend on other result anymore. It's up to the 17-year-old boy.
Oh
Wow,
wow.
just
Wow,
wow.
that's really insane. But he's playing Nakamura tomorrow with black pieces,
Yes.
so obviously Nakamura will go all out. If Nakamura doesn't win, he doesn't have anything. With the draw, he has nothing. So maybe he will go so all out that Gukesh will emerge as a clear winner at the end, actually.
Yeah.
This is it's going to be
Also,
so interesting tomorrow.
no, tomorrow is gonna be total bananas. Like really, everything is at stakes, Laura. And
Yeah.
I just imagine all the hypes for Indian chess. Having their own representative, because these players, Gukesh, Pragnananda, and Vidit, they are the only players apart from Anand who qualified from the candidates, and it is not only participating for them. Gukesh is leading. It's different story. Usually, when you are joining such an event for the first time, you kind of like, okay, I don't have any experience, which actually Hikaru may have mentioned it, like the different things between him, Fabiano, and Ian compared to the rest of the field is experience, because they are in one point or another, they are used to have this type of situation, but not for others. But okay, let's see if experience really matters, because it is the first time for Gukesh to be able to play in the candidates, and now one round before the last one, he is leading outright. So well, we'll see. Tomorrow is going to be super 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 exciting.
Oh yes, I can't wait. I can't wait. Like there's gonna be drama on every board, but mostly on the leaders boards. Yeah.
Yes, and we cannot have a better matchup in the last round than Gukesh versus Hikaru, or Hikaru versus Gukesh. Yeah, like just take a look. Gukesh is leading, and he's playing against one of the most interesting players in the world, Hikaru himself, who is having a shot to be the winner of the candidate himself. So it's not like he's out of the contention. He is there. If he wins, then well, let's see what's going to happen with the game between Caruana versus Nepomniachtchi, right? But he's
Yes.
he's having the shot as well, so everything is at stakes. And this one, by the way, Pragnananda versus Fabiano, is the only game that is still playing at this moment, and looks like Fabi managed to increase his advantage.
He found a way to swindle the rooks into the white camp. And yeah, I think we can predict. Yeah. Look at this rook b3, forcing the king f4 somehow. Now it's just a question, how do we finish?
I want to give a checkmate, Laura. But
Always.
where can I give a
Always.
checkmate?
Rook c1
Yes,
plays.
rook c1.
You know what? Like I'm sure there's checkmate coming somewhere from here. Like we want rook f1, at some point, and the king has nowhere to go.
We have many moves here as black. We have bishop here and here,
Oh,
right?
yes.
And rook here is just tying over the bishop. So, and then where can you go with the bishop? Yeah, if you move like this. Oh, let me think. I might have. What can I have here? Bishop g3. Looks like a great move.
What?
Yes, you see it perfectly, Laura. If you take like this, then I
Wow.
move here, and then hello, I'm
Wow.
promoting my pawn. And if you take with the
Wow.
king, then okay, just GG. I'll just take this and then collect other things on the way too. So what do we have? E5. Yeah, so Pragnananda has to try to, I don't know, open up something. Yeah, try to make things a bit harder for Fabiano to win the game. So e5 is on the board. So what do we do in this position?
That's a good question because that's a very good counter play. Oh, did he play it with 2 seconds on the board?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh wow. That's yeah, okay.
Maybe bishop h4 now.
Yeah, that sounds good. After e6 though.
I have this. I check and text this. This is what I was going to do.
Good. Yes, okay. So that's a very nice. So I guess you have to
You have
take
to
on
take,
f6.
but then after taking, I think the bishop is better. Yeah, you don't have. Okay, I have this. I have. Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
the bishop is kind of stopping the pawns from promoting. I mean the position after e5 takes is also fine. I don't see any problem too. Can you try to win somehow the knight right away? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like for example, in this position, I can
Yeah,
even try to play this, and then you cannot stop me from taking the knight. I mean, this can also happen.
Yeah, and this is winning because at the end you always have this a pawn.
Yeah, this a pawn is such a deciding pawn in the end. So maybe if you want to have like a clear path instead of bishop h4, because this is just a concrete idea. Yeah, you have to take with the pawn, you take this, you have to take it back, and bishop d2, and then you're ready to take it. And yeah, with the rook actually. Okay, depends on white's move.
Yes, and I think you called it. I think f takes e5 and this rook a1 idea is the best, the cleanest way to win.
The cleanest way to win, yeah.
I checked that it works. So I like your skills today. I mean, every day. Can you be my coach? No, for sure, no. But also bishop h4 is a very good move. So
yeah,
in any ways,
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So Fabi, in the end, gets rewarded for his tenacity, because
he did deserve it though.
Yeah, he deserved it. He's been a better player in this game. But Pragnananda defended very well until he suffered the time trouble and made a very committal mistake with c3. Yeah, because g5. Yeah, g5 would have been like a very good idea, good move. But yeah, he had only a few seconds on the clock, and then he had to make a decision right away, which turns out to be a very fatal mistake. And we see this position already on the board. So after e5, f e5, d e5, are we going to see rook a1?
I think so. I think it's just a very clean way, and then you can either go after h pawn, or any pawn you want. I think you still have to be slightly careful, but I think if you took on e5, you have to go rook a1. It's the cleanest.
And he did. So takes, and bishop d2. Okay, so we see this already.
Nice.
And where does the rook go? Yeah. Okay, the rook has to somehow attack the bishop, so that the bishop has to take on here.
Yes.
King here. Yes. But okay, what do we do? Bishop c5 maybe, trying to stop everything. Yeah, still has to be careful though. This is not over yet.
Slightly careful. Yes. I don't know how.
So let's say this one takes, and bishop and king f5.
Because also g5 is running after bishop c5. I play g5.
Yeah, you're right.
So obviously it's not so easy. How do we continue? Should I go bishop d4 or something?
Maybe rook here, because you want to give a check. Because after this, you give a check, and where does the king go? If king goes here, then you can take this one, yeah?
Yes.
And the same goes, if king goes here, you also go here, and you get this one.
I mean, king d7 now, though, still has some calculation to be done.
Yeah, the thing is, you might actually sacrifice your bishop, and then you have this one, and then takes this. I don't know, something like that.
Fair point.
So, instead of rook a2, e6 was played, but no, I think it's wait, if I take something like this, you might actually play this.
Yes, I think so.
And okay, just to show, like here it takes, and e7 is there.
Yes.
So
Yes, yes.
not good for. Okay.
Not an ideal scenario for black.
So you have to take with the bishop then.
No, he took.
Yeah, he took with the
bishop,
bishop, yeah.
okay,
And king
yeah,
f5 is there. And now maybe just give a check followed by bishop g5.
Also just bishop c5 like you suggested before, but yes. I mean, yeah, it's... Wait. You know what? I actually have to check this because it looks... Yeah, check rook b5 looks very good, or bishop c5 is also very good. Even bishop d2 is winning, which
Bishop d2 is winning. Wow.
which is funny.
Yeah. I understand. You just want to put the rook on, the bishop on b4, and then you control everything from behind. Yeah, rook e3 is there. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, just a matter of which way he wants to go for right now.
Yeah.
So you say rook b5, I say bishop c5. Let's see who wins the last match. Oh, bishop c5. Yay!
I think I understand as well, because you would like to get to this pawn. Yeah, I mean bishop c5 is already stopping e7 anyway. Like, let's say you go here, I can just come here, because if you go here, I have a check over and then check again, so it's never, yeah, you would never be able to promote that pawn. So yeah, I like bishop c5 because you are not only defending, yeah, but you also now threatening for rook b2.
Exactly. I think he will try some rook c1
or g5
or g5. Yeah, maybe g5 first. Yeah, that's correct. That's even better.
Yeah, g5, but again, I have this, and here, then I take, and I can always control from behind. Yeah.
Exactly.
So.
Okay, let's see. Prag, 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. There were some moves.
Delays.
There are some delays. Is there? So, after what happened?
Wait. Let me see.
After bishop c5.
Rook c1.
Rook c1
okay.
right away. Okay.
Because there's always going to be some sacrifices. If I go rook b5, you have to be careful about rook c5. You know, of course, doesn't work, but that's why I said rook c1.
So maybe just bishop b4 then?
I was thinking about that, but then g5 might be trickier. I don't know if that's even winning still after bishop b4.
g5, and I played this.
And g6.
And rook takes.
Rook takes and g7.
Oh, I have rook g1.
Rook g2, king
rook
f6.
g2, king f6. Ah.
h2, king f7.
Wow, still has to be careful.
Wow, yeah.
So if I play rook here? Just g8.
You queen, yeah. You
queen. Yeah, there's check here actually, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why king b6 is on the board, which is this by computer safer version of this endgame. And g5, yeah. Now on the board, and okay, wait, so we cannot go... No, we can go rook b2, it's okay. We should not be worried too much. We can also go bishop e7 apparently to defend from that side, but that's slightly passive, I think. But it works because then you have rook f3 check.
Or you might actually want to divert your attention to this one.
Oh yeah, do you think we can just push the pawn?
No, check first. Because where do you go here?
Check first, king g6.
King g6, okay, at least this one is stopped, yeah? And now we play a4. I would be more comfortable moving the bishop though, yeah? Maybe because there's some...
Yeah, some takes at some point.
But I might be wrong. So what happened? So
bishop e7, okay.
Bishop e7 followed by king g6.
It's so easy to mess up this endgame, by the way. I'm checking the engine and it's so easy to draw this. I don't think I would win this with black, actually. Like, okay, rook b5 is now logical move, yeah,
Mhm.
because you want to win the pawn.
And let's say I defend. Okay, if you defend, then you can just push I4 maybe.
I think so, yeah. And after
Like
king
this
f7,
just
yeah,
takes,
bishop
yeah,
g5.
so on. Okay, so king g6, if rook b5, if I go here, you take.
Yes.
And if I move here, I think you just check here first. Oh no, king e6 is there. Oh my gosh. No, this is bad news.
No.
Wait, what?
But I wanted to go rook f2, yeah, because on rook on c1 is hanging,
but I
you have
give
to
a check
check rook b1.
first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So maybe the best position, I mean, here is just to take anyway.
I'm pretty sure that's winning after rook b2, yeah.
Yeah, just rook b2 and then you have these 2 pawns. Although in some cases it might be drawing
Wait,
too.
let me check.
Let me check too. Yeah, this is winning.
Okay.
Just to make sure. Because there's so many cases when you have like 2 pawns like that. It's just, but yeah, the king is too far. That's the thing. The king is too far, like it's to the pawn. So okay, Fabi is still thinking now, but yeah, I think rook b5 is the cleanest way to win.
Oh yeah, no, this is okay, still some tricks, but yeah, for sure. I think you have to go for the g5 or either e6 pawn at this point. Like you can go rook e3, I think even, but
rook e3. Oh, he went for a4.
I don't want to check the engine on that one. Take the engines away from me. Now I'm nervous.
Okay, so I think it's quite I mean, trying to understand his position. The king still cannot move because you just take on g5. So white has to improve the rook then.
So do you want to go rook g1 so you can go king f7? Nah.
Yeah, the thing is after rook g1, I just keep moving with the pawn, yeah?
Okay, and after king f7?
Oh, now I can take.
You want to take?
And then a2, I have rook b1.
But
but
if
you
I
have
queen
this.
too?
My gosh.
Yeah, what if I queen as well? How are we dealing with this?
Yeah, good question. Okay, let me give a check and see where you go. You have to play king.
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
I don't know. Is it winning?
I think now you can go rook e3, but okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, but this is not something that I'd like. Okay, let's take a look at the game. So a4, instead of rook g1, rook c8.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're activating it from and we can defend a from behind. But again, I think oh wait, rook b8 is now a threat.
But you can give it, right? It's not really a threat.
You want
like
to
here, I can play, let's say I play this. You take and I'll go here, right?
I think it works, yes. I think it works.
But Fabi didn't take any risk, so after rook c8, he just moved his rook to e3.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's be safe. Let's be safe.
Because now if you play king f7, I take the pawn, and now, rook e8.
I think I can just take on e6, right? And push the a pawn. In fact, I can just push the a pawn right now.
That's true. Yeah, why not? Here, takes and then push. You cannot stop it. Yeah.
In fact, a3 was played.
Yes. Okay. So we are okay. We almost end today's stream then, because it's almost clear now. A3 is just winning move, and rook a8 back.
Oh.
And now you can take this for free.
I think I can do anything at this point.
Yeah, because after this, then you can just play like something like this.
Okay, and after g6?
After g6... Okay, gotta be careful.
In my opinion, I would go rook e2. So after g6,
rook e2.
I would take on h2. I think so. It's
Okay,
something
one
I would
second.
probably do.
But rook e6 is not.
It's not the best?
Is it the best?
No, I don't know. I have not checked the engine.
What if I
said
play
to
something like this
take them away
first?
from me.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I go rook a4.
Oh, I see. You can
What?
play here. Can you?
Now? Yes, you can probably.
Oh, but king
after king
f7.
f7, you're losing the a pawn.
Yeah, I'm losing the a pawn. I don't want that. King
No,
b7.
can we just check? Oh, king b7. Very nice. Very nice.
So maybe after rook f5. Now. Oh, you want to check this, yeah? Takes here and then rook e2, right?
Yeah, I want to check this.
g6.
And now I take on h2. But that's okay. No, wait, that's a bit risky.
No, we
I don't
can
wanna do
move.
it.
We can move the bishop.
Maybe that's the safest way.
Yeah,
Yes, but
and then you
I
can
want
give a check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can give a check and play rook g2.
But then, okay, king e8, rook g2, king f7. And
Oh no, that's so
no,
tough.
yeah, that's tough. Wait,
But rook goes to a5 after king b7 now,
which is fine. Yeah,
which is fine. Yeah, I think this is a better move anyway. You want to stop any idea. But no. What can? Okay, where's the queen here?
Oh, we're slightly tired. So after rook e6.
Can I play rook g3?
No, what?
No.
No, can you just take rook e6 and then play rook a6?
Ah,
That's
of course.
what I wanted to say. Yeah,
Of
we're slightly
course.
tired.
Okay. Okay. King f7 is already on the board, so okay, we'll see rook a6, and rook a6 happens. So if you takes, yeah, you don't have time to take this because then we can just queen immediately. Yes. Okay, so I think Prag will resign on this position.
Okay, and what if takes g6?
Takes g6.
We have to queen the same time.
Yeah,
but then I
we
guess
have
I'm
queen.
winning.
And queen f6 is there, yeah?
Oh yeah, queen f6 and just an easy win. Okay.
Check here. And okay, I don't want to give you actually. Where's the win? Okay, I can somehow do something like this. Maybe should be fine. Or
yeah, somebody said if we trade queens we win, but that's not true because our bishop is the wrong color. Maybe our king is close enough, but I don't think. I don't know. Maybe it is.
oh yeah.
Oh no, actually
yeah,
it is.
It is. Check here.
The king is too far. Yes. So
the king is too far.
Bishop d6. Very important.
Yeah,
yes.
bishop d6. We have to do this, and after this, immediately takes this. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to.
Of course.
We're close
and
enough.
we have queen a2 on the board, and that's it. Yeah. Why do we think of queen f6? Is just get the queens off the board and then win the h2 pawn. Yes.
Yeah. I was thinking about how king comes to h2, but I just have a bishop that takes the pawn, which is, good enough. And resignation also on the board.
Yeah. Okay, so wow, that was such a game by Pragnananda and Fabiano. And after this round, okay, we have a very interesting game again, or very interesting day here, right, Laura, in both open and women's section. And yeah, today is round 13 and tomorrow is round 14. Everything is at stakes. Let's see what we had today actually. So it was a rather quick draw between Ian versus Hikaru, and also a quick draw between Vidit versus Abasov. And Pragnananda couldn't defend the position because of the time trouble, and that rewarded Fabi as the victor of the game. And we also see another victor here, that is Gukesh, defeating Alireza, and therefore after this round Gukesh is officially the only leader in the open section. And in the women's section, Fashali managed to win 4 times in a row. 4 consecutive wins, and she beat none other than Lichess this round. Salimova finally equalized kind of like a losing game against Katarina Lagno, and Tanzongi had a quick draw against Alexander Goryachkina and maintains the sole lead by 1 point difference. And Conero had a draw with Anna Muzic, and now she is on the shared third. So what do we have tomorrow? This is going to be totally exciting. The leader of open section, Gukesh, will be playing with black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, who is also having a good shot in winning the candidates. So tomorrow is going to be the decisive day for both of them. We will also have Fabiano Caruana sharing the second place along with Ian Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. And Fabi will play against Ian. This is also going to be very exciting. These 2 games, I think we will focus on more. And we will also have Alireza versus Vidit, Abbasov versus Praggnanandhaa. And in the women's section, Katrina will play against Vaishali, Lichess versus Conero, and Anna Muzic versus Tanzongi, Alexander Goryachkina versus Salimova. And Tanzongi just needs to make a draw tomorrow in order to secure herself to be the clear first in the women's candidates. So, Laura, what a day we have today. And another, the most sensational news of the day is, of course, a 17-year-old Gukesh leading outright in the open section with 1 round to go. So everything is at stakes. Tomorrow, it's all up to him. If he wants to win the candidate, he has to play his very, very best chess with black pieces against Hikaru. If he managed to make a draw, it would be depending on the other game between Fabiano versus Ian. If one of them wins the game, then it will be a tiebreak. But yeah, we will see what's going to happen tomorrow. So for you, chat, don't forget, tomorrow at the same time, 2:30 Toronto time, better clear your schedule. And tomorrow is Sunday, so everyone is not working. So that's a good thing. Laura.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited for the last game tomorrow. Fingers crossed we see the tie breaks, but I think Gukesh, is on fire at this point. Of course, he has black pieces tomorrow against Hikaru, but like you said, there's gonna be fireworks everywhere. Clean your schedule,
Yep.
stay at home. Bring all the laptops, all the computers, all the engines working on tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be joined by Eric, so there's gonna be 3 of us, which is going to be very exciting as well. So yeah, hope you guys will join us again.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
obviously. No, they will join us. Don't worry about that, Laura. Yeah, tomorrow, Eric Rosen will be joining me and Laura for the last round of the commentary, which might not be the last round of everything else because we might see tiebreak, but everything is depending on tomorrow. So stay tuned. As always, we will be back on the same time, same place. And for round number 14, it's very, very interesting and very exciting. So see you tomorrow, 2:30 Toronto time on the Lichess broadcast commentary, both on YouTube and Twitch. And thanks again for watching. Thanks for all the support. And yes, bye for now.
Bye-bye.